AI waifu. So I'd have an AI husband, an AI waifu, and then I'd be another waifu. So it'd be like 2 AIs and then me, and we'd be a couple of 3. That's why we're making this meme. If I didn't like dick in my mouth, I probably wouldn't want someone photoshopping dick in my mouth. It's not that light goes through her, light bends around her. As if she's creating like a gravity well where the light is separating and then going around, but not actually interacting with her. And this is Varia speaking. He's dead, Husai, but his legacy isn't. Come witness the rebirth of stoicism and valor through his final deed. And that's the subtext of that, which is, I thought this line was great because it has subtext in it. What's the subtext? If you know anything about Varius, and it's like, come witness, is going to be like one of the things that Varius says. That's like his main line. Oh, my ancestors are calling me. They are saying gay! Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for watching, guys. You guys are fucking awesome. I fucking love you guys. Thanks for sharing your stories. They are fucking amazing. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I see her board the bus and make her way down the aisle towards where I'm sitting. Ha! You don't need to see. People who do bad things to kids have a special place in the underworld, let me tell you. Well, you know it's bad when murderers and rapists and like thugs and shit, if you're found out to be a pedophile, they just fucking kill you in prison. They don't tolerate that shit. Even the most fucked up, depraved people in prison, you don't do shit to fucking kids. Yup, isn't that a great one to start with? Laugh in the face of cannibals. I don't know where it's going or what it's doing, but it's hilarious. Can I possibly Snapchat someone in chat a picture of my meat? I'm trying to compare sizes, if that's okay. You can read the fanfic. Alright, alright. So we'll read this first. Just take whatever section you want me to read, bro. Put it in a separate tab, and then link that tab, so I don't have to go through, like, all this bullshit. You human have my honor! True, Optimus. If you're Optimus, then I'm Magnus. Ultra Magnus. After this is a song you can play quietly in the background. Wait, you don't know who... Wait. You don't know who Ultra Magnus is. Ultra Magnus is Optimus Prime's brother. No, I didn't look at it. Okay, so we're almost 6 minutes into the video after 4 hours. At this point, we're literally getting nothing done in this stream, guys. I have no idea how to do that, Muffin. I don't know what that... Follower goal! 330 followers! Hell yeah! Now I wonder if I've summoned Zoinko. New goal. Yeah, sometimes this happens. I don't know, but this is like, I swear someone out there is like unfollowing and refollowing, unfollowing and refollowing. Okay, I don't know. I turned it off. I don't know how to make it stop, guys. Hold on, let me go into alert. As unable to speak, cause so dumb, to so profoundly intelligent no one understands what they're saying. But remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! And so far I can find absolutely no correlation or anything as to why some things do better than others. Tells me is that whatever is at the beginning of the video, just like, yo, 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 how's it going, everyone? Welcome, welcome. We back at her again. We made it in time. They was a little, out of control. But that's okay. That's how it goes, right? You know, when you got that kids around, if it's not out of control, no one's having fun, right? Usually the one who's out of control, but around them, I gotta stick to myself. I don't want to make them go crazy. They gotta make me go crazy. Otherwise, we ain't on top with that shit, right? And then made a little bit of an accident, and pulling the pie out of the oven, it kind of fell on the ground, and then the kids decided, well, hey, there's pie on the ground. Let's go walk through it, because that's what kids do, and that was fun. One of them was smart enough to take their socks off. One of them purposefully didn't. Fun times. Gonna go grab a drink real quick here. Like, pop my macro off. Yo, Queen, how's it going? Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you. How was your day going today? I'm gonna stop, grab a drink, I'm a little behind. We made it. Made it on time. What's up, Callie? How's it going? Guys! What's up, Callie? So yeah, how's your Thanksgiving? It was it was to be expected. It was fucking crazy. The older one was not having any of it. Just kind of being a little douchebag. And then so he didn't get any dinner, he didn't get any dessert, and he got everyone to go home early. Yay! Yeah. Just one of those things. He has some. We're not really sure about him. So he's 8. And he can, like, he could talk better than most people at fucking Walmart. But he, like, refuses to talk in public. So people think that he's retarded at school. And he just, like, won't... He like... And it's like he knows he can get away with it, so it's like he knows that pretending to do that, like, gives him an advantage. And he just goes full ham taking advantage of it. I feel so bad for my sister, but she will, like... She'll have, like, videos of him, like, having full conversations, talking about, like, you know, advanced topics, like reading a book, and, you know, like, stuff like that. And it's just, Jenny will send them to the teacher, and she'll be like, nah, that's not how he acts in class. But, if my sister's there, he'll just act normal. So, the teacher started sending her videos of the way that he acts in school, and she would show them to him, and he would just get so embarrassed. And I don't know if, like, it's been helpful or not, but yeah, he has some behavioral issues. He's really, really fucking, like, he's really smart, but I just don't think the school system knows how to handle someone who actually knows what the fuck they're doing and trying to fuck with the system, and he's only fucking 8. Oh, this kid's gonna be fucked. I got a question I wanted to ask you. What's up? Hey, Atalk. Hey, Hybrid. How's it going, man? But yeah, so he had a real struggle with school because they literally wanted to get him like a speech therapist. They thought he was autistic. Like they wanted to do like a house inspection to see like what he was like around the house and like what the house treatment was like, because he has scratches all over him because him and his sister just consistently fight with each other. So my sister's gone through fucking hell with him, but he's just pretending, and that's what we're trying to like. They're trying to like project to people, like he's like he knows he can get away with it, and then he'll just like laugh about it, and it's like, you're fucking yourself up, kid. I don't know how to tell you, but you're fucking yourself up. It sucks. Kids are fucking brutal. And there was me when I was a kid. I was just a fucking, like, you confront me with anything and I would just like start crying. But it wasn't me faking it. I'm just an extremely emotional, non-conflict person. If you like get up in my face, I will just start crying. It's like my auto response to shit. It's fucking annoying. How come in stories, when a hero is framed for something he or she didn't do, their allies quickly turn on them? But when a villain is revealed to be, surprise, surprise, a villain, the villain's allies, who once thought of him or her as a good person, struggles mentally on whether or not the villain is a good person or not, and is hesitant on turning on them. I feel like this kind of cliche is retarded. The worst part is how the allies who turned on the heroes are quickly forgiven. Ninja, there's a short answer and a long answer to this. The short answer to this is reality. The long answer to this is psychology. Which answer do you want? Callie! Queen! What's HDMI? I believe high definition medium interface? I could be wrong what the MI stands for, though. Know what you prefer, the type of answer you want to give me. Okay. So, let's do an experiment. This is completely fictional because I'm not saying this, because I don't know 100%, and if you don't know 100%, just fucking don't say anything. Collargate. You know it's bad when people are... How do you say this? So caught up in the personality of the person. Good news, chapter 3 is almost done. Hell yeah, TLBG. That's what it's all about. HDMI is what Yoda says when he's in good resolution. All right, Callie. All right, I'll give you that one. I'll be writing the rematch tomorrow. Nice. So Ninja, if you look at how people connect, when you're a villain, you connect with people in a certain way. And that connection usually has something that you're holding over people's heads. Now, that can be an idea, that can be actual blackmail, that can be that they're willing to go to the lengths to blackmail you if you go against them. They're basically willing to say anything about you, and this is like Hassan, right? He's like, oh, anyone who thinks that I shock my dog is a Nazi, pro-Israel, grifter. So, when you look at a situation like that, and you look at someone who has, clearly bad rhetoric, and we would just say in this case, Hassan's the villain, right? Then, you look at a situation like, or I guess finish this up, so, in this situation, right? The people that are Hassan orbiters are just going to listen to what Hassan says because they're fanaticized around him because of the relationship that he has built up with people. And that's literally what villains do. They build up a relationship where they have a hold over you. Look at All for One. The reason All for One has so many loyal people to him is because he's manipulated them at their most vulnerable and given them something to rise from the ashes. So they basically feel like they're indebted to him. So people that are like orbiters of Hassan, because their political views are so outside of the box and extreme, and if they said them in public, they would basically get berated, right? So they can go into a place like Hassan's stream and say all of these things and basically promote him, right? And they can say, yeah, these are our beliefs. We're good people because to them, because remember, the best villains are the heroes of their own stories. Someone like Hassan in his own head, he's the hero, and everyone else is the villain, and he's defending the victims. Also, to fix the issue of Gilgamesh Kingdom being in Babylon and the main character going to Uruk, because in myth, Gilgamesh rules Uruk. So instead of the main character going to Uruk, he's going to Babylon instead. So you just kind of switch the places, the locations, right? Which, I mean, yeah. Oh, that's, pretty super easy to do, right? Both the cities are basically capital cities, right? So, that'd be going from, let's say, going from, New York to, what's another, another capital, another big city that's not LA. Specifically not LA. They're pretty close together, right? They're gonna have basically the same types of features. So it's not like you have to redo the entire description and be like, no, this is a rundown city they starred in now, it can't be the capital, right? So I feel like there's literally just the names could be changed, and that's basically it, right? Anyways, back to you, Ninja. The people that will criticize Hassan will be called by his community the bad people, right? Then you look at a situation like, let's say, the Valkyrie Asmongold thing, where Asmongold is the hero, and he gives advice to someone uses that advice and then says that they got that advice from him, and then everyone turns against her to the point she apologizes for even reaching out to the person for information in the first place, and says she needs to be more aware about how the community feels about certain people that she interacts with. Now, how does Asmon respond to this? He says, oh yeah, totally. That's exactly what she should have done. She shouldn't have even told them. She should have messaged me twice. And I would have told her not to tell anyone that she talked to me. And that is the mentality of that. And then you look at the people on Hassan's side who go around and harass other communities, and you look at the people on Asmon's side that just sit there and go, yep, okay, that's about it. That is the actual difference in reality between good and evil. So the reason why people turn against heroes so quickly is usually because they're like, oh my god, if I associate with this, I won't be virtuous anymore. But if you have a villain, they're like, you know what? Well, he kind of does his own stuff on the side. Like, you know, I could see him doing that. Maybe it's not quite the intentions. Online politics are a poison in a well. I agree, TLBG. I talk about politics for one specific reason. World building. How can you take these real world concepts and incorporate them into your book? I like the example you give. Yes. So I don't know if that lines up exactly with what you were saying, because there's factions on each side. But in general, to me, it's the short answer is the hero is virtuous, and when the hero is accused of doing something wrong, virtuous people will turn away from it. When you're on the villain side, you're generally half in the gray anyways, and the villain is half playing in the gray. Look at, like, Palpatine, for instance, right? He's even saying he knows that the things that he's doing are not what a democracy would do. But he's worried for the democracy because it's not going forward, so he's pleading for the power to have the ability to change it, and everyone trusts him that he's a good guy to give the power back. So that's a great example of a villain playing a hero, and the style that they'll try to use to warp the truth to their advantage. Although I do appreciate Invincible actually reverting that cliche, because when I watched Invincible, they actually called that cliche out. There's the incident where Omni-Man, who was a hero, suddenly becoming a villain. His allies assumed it was mind control instead of saying this is who he really is. Yeah, I haven't seen... I don't know if I've seen the end of Season 3. But, I love Invincible. Invincible is so good. Omni-Man is, like, the epitome of, like, a great fucking character. Because the entirety of his character is an inner struggle of, like, fuck, my family's gonna get fucked over. Everyone's gonna get fucked over. I might as well just fuck everything over. Fuck it. And then the one scene with him when he's beating the fuck out of Mark. And he says, what will you have in 500 years from now? And Mark says, I'll have you, Dad. I'll have you. And that was so perfect, because in my mind, that's the moment in my head, in my book, with, like, don't crack your fingers. Finger your... True, Callie. And exactly how the events are going to play out. Yeah. But yeah, just that moment to me is like the Zayd Husai moment, where it's like Zayd dies and Husai realizes that if he had just let Zayd come along, Zayd would have been fine. You know? So he's like blaming himself for that. True, TLBG. Absolute trash. Just the garbage. Maximum garbage. It's that like heartfelt moment of like a single moment with like a single word or a single scene or a single event that flips the characters, and like they're already on the verge, right? Like they've lost at Garuda, they're on the verge. And then that one event, for instance, like with Anakin, right? It'd be knowing that Padme's gonna die. And that fear drives him to do things he wouldn't normally do.
Will now dance for you.
So the reason why it's a cliche and why it's used so much, Ninja, is because that is how the world works, and that is generally how people act in the real world. So no matter how frustrated people get over it in have about it in books, is how they feel about it in reality. And like, you want characters that drive fury, rage, anger, frustration, and just all around, just you want to throw the book because of this character. And whether that's a character like Jar Jar Binks, or a character like Deadpool, or a character like Loki, where you're just like, this is so bullshit. Like, fuck off, right? I feel that kind of shit in a lot of places where it's like, you know, like for like religious things and stuff like that. It's like the persecution of the religious person and all of that, starting out in and then I'm like, wait, I'm literally doing that in my book. The beginning is the main character is framed for fucking political reasons. And it's not even that. Like, he doesn't even know why. I don't even know why he's framed. That's the worst part about the beginning of the book. I don't even know why Husai is framed. There are two options, right? He's framed, or it's a warning to say, hey, you need to get your shit together and figure out what the fuck is going on. The perfect villain is Nyarlathotep, since he literally lives in the shadows while fucking up humanity without interacting with them. That's what I kind of think of the founder of Dalmatia in Final Fantasy XIV, the original Emperor, the Alcyon, who's literally pulling the strings from behind the curtain. And that's kind of like how the Monarch is in the book, right? Because the Monarch is literally playing both sides because he's an octopi, right? And one of the genetic enhancements or lost abilities of the octopi is shape-shifting, right? Their ability to camouflage, their ability to resize and reshape and recolor their structure. So the Monarch literally... So the way of succession is basically what happens is at about, let's say, 80 years old, or equivalent, right? 80 years old, the Monarch will retire. And the Viceroy is older than the Monarch, so let's say the Viceroy is 100 and the Monarch is 80. The Monarch will step down. New Monarch will be inaugurated. Nope, that's wrong. Okay. It's super complicated how it works, and I can never remember exactly how it works. Because it's a cascading pattern that requires you to know which side you're on to start with. So I'm pretty sure, and it changed over time. So at the beginning, the Viceroy retires, new Viceroy is appointed. Then from there, the Monarch retires, and then the Monarch is inaugurated. So that's step one. Then step two is Viceroy dies, like the ex-Viceroy, like the one who stepped down. He dies. Then the Monarch steps down. And a new Monarch is inaugurated. And then the Monarch who stepped down will die. And then that will cause the Viceroy to step down. So there will only ever be one father figure, head of the entire thing. So you'll either have the Monarch or the Viceroy alive. And what this does is, when the Monarch dies, he spends the next, let's say, 20 years waiting for the Viceroy to die, because he actually fakes his death, going around causing civil unrest. Literally creating both sides of the factions, causing all of the problems, and causing everyone to fight inside of the tree, or have, like, extremely polarized views about the world, so that people kind of get along, but they don't get along enough to actually realize what's going on. And then the Viceroy will die, the Monarch will come back, kill his son, who is about to be inaugurated, and then he'll be inaugurated himself. So if you know the behind the scenes of it, the same monarch and the same viceroy are always ruling, except for that 20-year gap that they don't have control over. And the beginning of the book, well, what do you know? It's that 20-year gap that they don't have control over, where they're bringing in the new viceroy, and because of this, he basically can't replace himself because the old viceroy is leaving, right? Normally, he would just stick around and be an advisor on that side. But he's like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna get out of here. And the viceroy who's being inaugurated knows this. So he knows the only power figure above him is the monarch. And he's got the monarch basically they know they're playing against each other, right? So the monarch's like on the good side, the viceroy's on the bad side, trying to bring in the Beastman War. And it's like, that's the whole political landscape inside of the tree. Is all 100% fabricated to keep the people in this eternal entertainment line, where they're like, I don't want to associate with those people, I'm gonna go over here and do my own thing. Hi, I sell Twitch views for a living. Hi, Callie, I create Twitch views for a living. Holy shit! Do you want to team up and we can make a shit ton of money? No, you look homeless. True, Callie. True. Oh my god. Alright. 3, 2, 1, talk! All right. Ads! Once we get over these ads, maybe we can find something. I don't know. Are we back? We back at her. We back on her. We back in it. So there's this fine line in the control structure of the tree that they've been trying to hold on to. But this whole thing is all planned. Everything is planned. Oh god, it's a robot. No, I'm AI. Remember, guys, I'm not real. I don't exist. I am AI. I'm fake. Alright, so whose story are we reading first, guys? Anyone got a story out there? Because I don't really, since Thanksgiving and everything, I didn't fucking do anything today. I know, but TLBG, I'm AI. I'm not a robot, I'm just AI. Like, I literally don't physically exist, right? I am just ones and zeros. A construct of the system in order to create tempered mediums for the smaller side of those who wish to claim creativity. I'll strike them down! To destroy them with my criticism, in which case we'll build them up to be stronger, and then I will join them to my army, and we shall take over the world through the power of creativity. But yeah, okay, well, in that case, we can continue on with, what story? Sea Oak. That's right. Okay, where were we? Oh, she was calling her parents because the Aunt What's-Her-Face just died. Ma, pick up, says Min. Something bad happened. Ma, please freaking pick up. Okay, so now we gotta grab another, what, 3,000. So we do like 2,500, 3,500. We do like 3,200? Let's see. Okay, well, gonna throw that one down there, and let's just see how many words are left on this then. Should be just under, or just over 3,000? That's perfect. So we can actually just take everything from here and just delete this. It'll just be easier. Alright, take a toke and then we will begin. I'm actually gonna take this shit off because it's actually kind of getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here. Got too much electronics running. Oh. All right. Oh, and I was going to say this. I got a comment on that video. Can I do this without... Nah, I'm probably just going to have to open a new tab because it won't let you do that. So we go here.
Tales of fantasy and moral.
Why is it not just taking me to the damn thing? There it goes. Yeah, so I put it in there, right? And then I was like, the 2 questions. And then they're like... Lord have mercy! What's up, fish? How's it going, bro? Trumpet should probably be plural, given the lack of determinant. Other than that, it's nice prose, though I struggle to see the context in which this would really work. Yeah, it's just an abstract, poetic, straight of a underscore. Thanks for compliment of Yeah, because I was like, not at any point in time would you really think of that as, like, I'm just going to put that in somewhere. That's just, like, a randomly made up abstract concept of how you can use language, right? But it's like, yeah, in what context would you do that would be just my writing, because it's abstract in every essence of itself, right? So everything that I do creates this kind of... God damn it. How the fuck do I get out of here? Let's go back. Yeah. Fuck's sake. That redhead be on that smart shit. You heard me? Were you here for the video yesterday, Fish? I'm so tired! Yeah, she fucking cooked yesterday. Yeah, she is fucking hot, Callie. Not gonna lie, she is fucking hot. I already watched it. Moron. Well, Fish, I'm asking you what you thought of it, now that I've watched it. Because she cooked. Did you read the beginning? It is SJ Moron, it's true. Fish. So we had this beginning part of Bleak House here, right? And we read this. Did you attempt to read this at all? Because as soon as she said that, I was like, alright, let's try our shit. And I even tried to do a literacy test, which it was paywalled. Of course it's fucking paywalled. But just like the power of the words in this, to the point that people are like, man, we don't use those words no more. And it's not like we don't use those words no more because those words don't mean any. It's because we're fucking dumb compared to what we were 100 years ago. Paywalled, of course. Corpo's at it again. Do you want to know what your literacy level is? Huh? Give us a bunch of money and we'll tell you. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's gonna be false, so that you keep coming back and being like, my literacy improved yet? Do I got my literacy good? I got good lit, bro. I got my, you know what lit RPG stands for? It's literature in the fashion of RPG. Patrick Star has population. So fucking true. Oh my god. Oh. So guys, now when I say this, listen to the words and just let's just take a step back and let's just pretend. Let's put on our pretend hats, okay? This isn't theoretical. This is just straight up make-up bullshit, right? What if, we created a benevolent AI that was never wrong? Every decision it made was the right decision. Do you think people would trust it? I don't know what the culture is, Fish. Is that a book about an AI? And there's no scam, there's no bullshit, it's just, it does all of the right things for everyone, every time, no matter what. And everyone's always happy with the outcome. So no one can ever say shit about it. But would people still trust it? Is that how, like, doomed we are? Sci-fi series, a civilization led by AI that actually takes care of the citizens. What's the conflict in it, Fish? Because the problem with that as a story is, that's a boring story. Where's the conflict? The conflict has to be people not trusting the system, people fighting against the system, people trying to dismantle the system, people trying to figure out if there's something in the background, you know? The idea of, like, the civilization where it's like, if you sacrifice this one kid to the AI, everything in the world will be good, but if you don't sacrifice that one kid, everybody's getting fucked. And it's the moral decision of, do you sacrifice that kid? And no, it's not moral to sacrifice that kid, but you should sacrifice that kid. The giver? I have no idea, Fish. I don't know names. Doesn't help me at all. But anyways. You're just naming all this shit, man. You're just too smart for me. I'm just here a low-level tardicat. I'm just a low-level tardicat. I got nothing else going on, bro. You and Raymond and your ability to reference things, I'm like, fuck if I know. I'm just living in my own little perfect world over here. Alright, so once again, nobody has any stories they want me to read? Fish, you said you brought up a story. Have we read it yet? Either that, or we just carry on with this story. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. This one seems very interesting, especially the way we know that it ends. It's not ready, just some scribbles. No worries, fish, it's all good. Y'all got some stories? I don't know about Ninja, because I know we only read the prologue. I don't know if he has chapter 1 ready. Because he said he was changing some stuff around, and TLBG says chapter 3 is needs to be, you need to revise it, right, for tomorrow, TLBG? Like, it's still, unless you want me to read it in, like, its absolute rough draft form. But I'm pretty sure you said you're reworking it tomorrow. So I don't know if there would be a point in working a new one. Nice. I was thinking about doing a letter today. Since if we don't have a lot of stories to read and we're not pushing like the 5-hour mark by the time we watch the fucking video and start the art project, then we'll probably go for doing one more letter. Today it is why modern villains are pitiful and impotent. So we're talking about villains, and when we do this, we're going to compare it to my villains. What are my villains like? Well, there's the lowest level villain, which is, you know, because you start off small, the Goblin Commander, who's rounding up all of the Beastmen. They defeat the Goblin Commander, they find the Sahagin chieftain that tells them about the war. Then they wind up on the war track, and they have to kill, like, the battalion leader to disorient the war track before they get to Garuda, as, like, an infiltration mission. And then the third one, of course, is everyone just dies. Sahagin. Yeah, fish people. Get a quick shower and will you read the first thing? I do agree that villains these days are one note. Yeah. Final Fantasy? Yes, because my book is based off of Final Fantasy, so the one version will have all of the Final Fantasy words, and then the other version will have all of my words, right? Anything that's not specifically, but even Sahagin isn't specifically Final Fantasy, right? Sahagin are like merfolk myth. Ah, I like the Sahagin. It isn't? I'm pretty sure Sahagin is like Mesoamerica. Okay, apparently they're D&D. Real world origins. Because according to this, it's just... Yeah, it looks like there's actually no... Like, are there real world myths of, like inspired by, but I don't know if the name is taken from. It's like merfolk, right? So, it's originally from D&D, according to everything I saw. Its origin lays in D&D. But merfolk themselves, like fish people, coming out of the sea and stuff, is like literal biblical shit. Like the armies that would come out of the sea and destroy civilization until the Roman army was the first civilization to be able to push them back. Yep. And then you look at like the Avatar names, right? Like Fenrir, Shiva, Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Veilfor, Leviathan, Carbuncle, I think there's one more. What element am I missing? Rama, and Ixion. Rama and Ixion. There you go. Sorry, it sounds fairly plot-driven. It's not an adventure romp, is it? It's more of a guided plot story. Rama, yeah. No, it is 100% a character-driven story. The main character is the only human in the entirety of existence. He has never seen anyone that looks like him, and he doesn't know why. He spent his entire life trying to figure out why, figuring out that he's the chosen one. He went on his adventures, he did his shit, and he chose to become the leader of the Adventurers Guild instead of going on the 100-year quest. Which he thinks, in his mind, he fucked up. And that's the reason why the whole story starts with him seeing everyone die during the 100-year quest, and him thinking, if only I was there. And you're like, please, if you were only there, what could you do? And then you see him at Garuda, and you're like, oh! What? Grandia? I don't know, fish? Oh no, that was, I probably watched someone play it, but I never actually played it. So the entire story is the character finding out that he's actually the mentor of the heroes. And his entire existence is to be a vessel to pass the information to the next generation. So the entire twist to my story is, when is there ever a story that focuses on the chosen one not being the hero, but being the mentor to the heroes? Because the chosen one, Husai, has been created in the image of Gaia as a human through Gaia's intervention, so that he has a brain that's sustainable to interact with her consciousness, so that she can do more than instinctually push her narrative and agenda onto him, right? So that's why I'm like, I think it's the Gaia taking over the Viceroy, and the Viceroy takes the thing and gives it to the Compro and gives it to Husai to say, look, now you have to start paying attention to the world. Now you're in a position where you're actually going to be able to make a difference. And then, you know, it goes out through there. And I want it to act almost like a Fire Emblem kind of strategy thing, where it's like Husai is the strategist standing in the background, commanding his troops, which are, you know, the adventurers, to go and do what? So he's like the raid leader, making all the commands for everyone to do. And then, you know, people fuck up, people don't do what they have to do, and then he has to step in, and then he has to cope with him being more of a father figure and being too attached to people and not willing to let them live up to their potential. So it's like basically everything is character driven. But just because it's character driven doesn't mean there's all of this other shit in the background. Wait, what? I heard Fire Emblem and I heard strategy. So imagine, like, for instance, setting up a battle, right? In Fire Emblem, your entire thing is like, and, okay, I play Fire Emblem where if you lose a character, that character is dead forever. I've always played that way. Because it's just fucking funner. And so you have to play extremely careful to know where people go and what people do. So it's like, Husai is the leader saying, okay, you go do this, you go do that, you go do that, you do this, and when I give my signal, everyone flank them. Right? So like, it's almost like a military strategy book when it comes to specifically battle. Right? So it's like any kind of conflict. Husai is a logical, scientific, realistic person who logics things out, thinks about the highest probabilities, and goes with those. And then sometimes he'll have a gut feeling where he'll be like, you know what, this one is the highest probability, but I think this is actually going to happen. And sometimes he's wrong, because his gut feeling isn't always right. And those times when he does that, he goes, oh, fuck. And then sometimes it doesn't go according to the statistics, right? So then you have to improvise on the spot and be like, ah, shit, new enemies came out of here halfway through the battle, so now we gotta shift our entire tactic, right? I know I say this often, but I'm starting to think you're unironically copying me. Great minds think alike, fish. We're either both fucking retarded or we're both genius savants that are the next, like, Stephen King's, George R.R. Martin's, and Brandon Sandersons, and we just don't know it yet. But, like, yeah, despite the fact that there being so much density to my book, everything is in first person and everything is driven through the eyes of Husai. His decisions, his actions, and the actions of the people around him, and how that shapes him, makes him look at himself and say, I'm not the person I thought I was. I need to be better than I am. And then the humanity of him literally falling apart with Zaid and everything. I'm like, to me, it's the most impactful part of the book. It's the most impactful part of the series. It is literally what's going to make... it's what I want to make you fall in love with the character. And the thing is, like, it's not going to be like George R.R. Martin's death of every character. But there are going to be a lot of characters that die. But none of the main characters, right? We're going to have purposeful red shirts. And we're not going to kill... fucking Gustav. We're not gonna fucking kill Boromir. We're not gonna fucking kill Roger. His Dark Materials. You know. It's almost like the non-impactful deaths from the red shirts kind of make Zaid's death even worse, especially after, like, Garuda, because, like, a lot of fucking people die at Garuda. Like, you lose, like, half of the party at Garuda. But by this time, we have probably... I'd say by the time we get to Garuda, after, like... Because you're picking up people along the way. Like, basically, everyone's been called to rush to Garuda. So, along the way, the party goes from, like, the size of, like, 7 to, like, the size of, like, 35. Because you're just meeting up with other adventurer groups. And these adventurer groups have been, like, foreshadowed earlier through, like, quest things. Like, oh, this, you know, person went out and did, you know, like, rumors and stuff like that. Just kind of banter in the background to build up. So when you meet these characters, like, oh, that's that character they were talking about, right? Instead of just like, who the fuck is this character? Like, any character that comes in will be foreshadowed and talked about previously, because I want there to literally be a set event list that happens for people joining the party. And then you set that up with Zaid, and everyone's like, oh, Zaid's obviously the main character. And then Zaid dies. And you're like, wait, what? And you don't even really meet and figure out who the Warriors of Light are until the end of the first book. And you're like, those are the guys. No, oh, it makes so much sense now. Because they're just the odd ones out, right? It's like... But again, this is all if I can do this right. That's the biggest thing, is, can I do it right? That's why I'm like, the potential for the book is massive. But should it even be the first book I write? Should I just write two, like, should I write a sci-fi and my other fantasy idea before I write this book, just to make sure that I do this book justice? But then I'm like, I just want to make the manuscript, right? We can go back and do it later. I could just literally write the manuscript, fucking throw it away for a year and a half, and then come back and revise it after I've written another book after that, right? So it's like, I kind of have these ideas of how I want to strategize it, but I haven't solidified what I'm going to do with that yet. So, that's probably the biggest thing. Because, like, I want to just get the manuscript done, right? I want to have, like, 100,000 words on the page, ready to go, to be like, okay, this is the concept of my book. Is this hitting the mark, right? But to me, again, it's a success if I simply write it. That's my goal, is just write a rough draft. Get it out there. Send it to my aunt and see what she thinks about it. Because that's like, that's my one thing. My aunt owns a publishing company. So, I have been told I have a foot in the door. But that doesn't mean special treatment if my story is shit, right? My aunt's like, I really like the way you describe it and everything like that, So, you know, we'll see where it goes. And, of course, it's one of those things where it's like, integrity, because it's a family member. So it's like, she specifically is like, if it is, it's kind of one of those things where I will take a step back from it, because she doesn't do, like, she's the owner, right? She doesn't do that kind of stuff. So it wouldn't be like her being like, oh, that's my nephew, let his book get published, right? It's not like that. So it's like I just have, like, I have a foot in the door in the fact I have someone there who can put my book on top of the pile instead of at the bottom of the pile. But that's pretty much the best she can do. Unless she wants to, like, have potential for integrity issues, right? Which is why I've even said, is that even a good idea? Should I just do other publishers first? And if I get rejected by everyone, but then it looks really bad, too. It's like, oh, I got rejected by everyone, and then the company my aunt owns published me. That looks really fucking bad. Even though that could be absolutely 100% legitimate, and it's like, you know, they just didn't get the style that I wanted, right? Who knows? And that's one of the conundrums with it is, what is the worth and what is the consequence of taking advantage of something like that? And that is something that always has to be in the back of your mind, like, am I going, if I publish through her and I become a bestseller, are they going to say, oh, it's all bullshit? And it's going to have, like, a stigma attached to it. I don't want that. I would rather get rejected from every publisher than have a stigma attached to my name of being, like, the only reason this book was published, whether it's good or not, right? It could be the best novel ever written, and people could still say, oh, yeah, but his aunt owns the company. Of course he got fucking published, right? It's like, well, she's good, well, yeah, not so much, right? Oof, it's a little above and beyond there, if you ask me, right? And, like, it's hard to say for me, because it's like, to some people, the fact that I even will acknowledge looking in the direction of AI completely destroys the integrity of all of my writing to some people. And it's like, yeah, you're allowed to have that opinion. 100%. Fair enough. But, to me, the source doesn't matter. Is it good? If it's good, does it matter if a gorilla typed it? It's like, dude, this is the best story ever written. Who wrote it? It was Harambe before he died. It actually turns out they had, like, this offside room, and he would just go in there and type out stories. So they, like, you know, compiled them together into this compilation. They call it Cloud Atlas. Like, it does, the idea that the source of the story dictates the quality of the story is utterly fucking ridiculous, right? Such a total social construct. That bad guy, it's like Michael Jackson music, right? Michael Jackson is probably the greatest musician of all fucking time. And bad stigma towards that shit, but does that mean you can't listen to Michael Jackson songs? Does that mean you can't do Thriller and shit? No. You can't connect the art to the man. You have to separate the man from the art, right? Otherwise, because we're all humans, we all do bad things. If you connected humans to the art, no one would be able to appreciate art because someone's done something bad with something. Like, a good example of this is, like, the James Webb Space Telescope, right? They name it after him, and then they find out that he was actually a really terrible, sexist, misogynist, like really bad work ethic, like you know, fucking, like, sexually harassing women in his workspace. So they call it the JWST instead of the James Webb Space Telescope, because they don't want to associate James Webb, even though it's named after him. So that's why people say JWST, they don't anymore say James Webb. Because they don't want to associate the name James Webb with the telescope. Which to me is just fucking retarded. Who the fuck cares? Who cares what the guy did in his life? Did he invent something? He created something? He had an idea? Well, that's good enough. You know? Like... technically in America, it's Columbus Day. Columbus did some fucking horrible shit. You still fucking... He was great enough to have changed the world to the world that we know. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, that doesn't mean you ignore the acknowledgement of the things that he did that were good, right? You have to be able to separate them from, yeah, everyone does bad shit, but, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, that's the way the world works, right? Like, people will always say, well, natives were here first. Well, what if, I'm sure there was a people that was here before the natives. And a lot of people say, there was no war between the dude, the natives sold their own fucking people, just like black people did. Just like white people did. Everyone did everything because humans are fucking terrible. Can be. Can be. Alright, let's get to the story. Enough ranting, enough rambling, let's get to it. Nobody picks up. So we leave a message. Alright. Lobton's funeral parlor. It's just a regular house on a regular street. Inside, there's a rack of brochures with titles like, Why Does My Loved One Appear Somewhat Larger? Lobton looks healthy. Maybe too healthy. He's wearing a yellow golf shirt. His biceps keep involuntarily flexing. Every now and then he touches his delts as if to confirm they're still big as softballs. Such a sad thing, he says. How much? Asks Jade. I mean, for like for basic, not super fancy. But not crappy either, says Min. Our aunt was the best. Price range were you considering? Says Lobton, cracking his knuckles. We tell him and his eyebrows go up and he leads us to something that looks like a moving box. Prior to usage, we'll moisture-proof this with a spray liqueur, he says. Makes it look quite wood-like. This is all we can get, says Jade. Cardboard? I'm actually offering you a slight break already, he says, and does a kind of push-up against the wall. On account of the tragic circumstances, this is Sierra Sunset. Not exactly cardboard, more a fiberboard. I don't know, says Min. Seems pretty jippy. Can we think about it, says Ma. Absolutely, says Lobton. Last time I checked, this was still America. Step over and take a closer look. There's staples where Aunt Bernie's spine would be. Down the route, there's some writing about folding tab A into slot B. No freaking way, says Jade. Work your whole life and end up in a Mayflower box. I doubt it. We've got zip in savings. We sit at a desk and Lobton does what he calls a credit calc. If we pay it out monthly for 7 years, we can afford the Amber Mist, which includes a double-thick balsa box and 2 coats of liqueur in 1 hour wake. But 7 years? Geez, says Ma. We gotta get her the good one, says Min. She never had anything nice in her life. So Amber Mist it is. We bury her at St. Leo's in the top hill near Basque Cove. Her part of the graveyard's pretty plain. No angels, no little rock houses, no flowers. Just a bunch of flat stones like parking bumpers, and here and there a styrofoam cup. Father Brian says a prayer, and then one of us is supposed to talk. What's there to say? She never had a life, never married, no kids, work, work, work. Did she ever go on a cruise? All her life, it was buses. Buses, buses, buses. Once she went with Ma on a bus to Quigley, Kansas to gamble and shop at an outlet mall. Someone broke into her room and stole her clothes and took a dump in her suitcase while they were at the Roy Clark show. That was it. That was the extent of her tourism. After that, it was drug town, night and day. For 15 years as cashier, she got demoted to greeter. People would ask where the cold remedies were, and she'd point to some big letters on the wall that said cold remedies. Freddie, Ma's boyfriend, steps up and says he didn't know her very long, but she was an awful nice lady and left behind a lot of love, etc., blah, blah, blah. Well, it's true, she didn't do much in her life. She was still she was very dear to those of us who knew her and never made us stink about anything, but was always content with whatever happened to her, etc., blah, blah, blah. Then it's over and we're supposed to go away. We've got to come out here like every week, says Jade. I know I will, says Min. What? Like I won't, says Jade. She was so freaking nice. I'm sure you swear at a grave, says Min. Since when is freaking a swear, chick, says Jade. Girl, says Ma. I know I did okay in what I said about her, says Freddie, in his full of crap way, smelling bad of English Navy. Actually, I sort of surprised myself. Bye-bye, Aunt Bernie, says Min. Bye-bye, Bern, says Jade. Oh, my dear sister, says Ma. Scrunch my eyes tight and try to picture her happy, laughing, poking me in the ribs, but all I can see is her terrified on the couch. It's awful. Out there, somewhere, is whoever did it. Someone came in our house, scared her to death, watched her die, then went through our stuff, stole her money. Someone who's still living. Someone who right now might be having a piece of pie or running an errand or scratching his ass. Someone who, if he wanted to, could drive west for 3 days or whatever and sit in the sun by the ocean. We stand a few minutes with heads down and arms folded. Afterward, Freddie takes us to the Trabantes for lunch. Last year, Trabanti died, and 3 Vietnamese families went in together and bought the place. It still serves pasta and pizza, and the big oil of Trabanti is still on the wall. But now, from the kitchen comes this very pretty Vietnamese music, and the food is somehow better. Freddie proposes a toast. Min says, remember how Bernie always called lunch dinner and dinner dinner and dinner supper? Jade says, remember how when her jaw clicked, she'd say she needed oil. She was an excellent lady, says Freddie. I already miss her so bad, says Ma. I'd like to kill that fuck that killed her, says Min. How about let's don't say fuck at lunch, says Ma. It's just a word, Ma, right? Says Min. Like pluck is just a word. You don't mind if I say pluck, 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 pluck? Well, shit's just a word too, says Freddie, but we don't say it at lunch. Same with puke, says Ma. Shit puke, says Min. The waiter clears her throat. The waiter clears his throat. Ma glares at Min. I love you girls. Manners. I love you girls' manners. It's just bad English, because it's dialogue, Ma says. Especially at the funeral, says Freddie. Say at the funeral, says Min. Question in my mind is what you kids are going to do now, says Freddie, because I consider this whole thing a wake-up call, meaning it's time for you to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps like I done and get out of that dangerous crap hole you're living at. Mr. Phone Pole speaks, says Min. Anyways, it ain't that dangerous, says Jade. A woman gets killed, and it ain't that dangerous, says Freddie. Alls we need is a deadbolt and an eye hole, says Min. What's a bootstrap, says Jade. It's like a strap on a boot, you doof, says Min. Plus, where are we gonna go, says Min. Can we move in with you guys? I personally would love that, and you know that, says Freddie. But who would not love that is our landlord. I think what Freddie's a lot of says, yeah. It's a little bland, right? But hey, it's the 5th best experimental story, apparently. I still don't really know how it's experimental, Like, when I think experimental, I think storytelling that's not conventional, right? Like, for instance, experimental is the way that Christopher Nolan tells stories. Nothing is ever linear, and everything always adds up to, like, one point that caused basically everything to cascade and affect from that. Whereas most conventional things are the setup, payoff, increased stakes, setup, payoff, increased stakes, setup, payoff, end. Right? I think just in this case it means experimental in the fact it doesn't follow the simple structure of storytelling. Even though it kind of feels like it does. But I don't know what the classifications were for experimental. Just experimental is in of itself its own category, right? And it's usually a lot more poetic, a lot more artistic, and is more feeling than imagery, right? And that's like my direction. I like to go with like some things, but I'm trying to move away from that because that can't be the only thing that I do, right? But I do like the how can I make an image out of other images? How do I make a word out of an image? How do I, build this landscape and then completely turn it upside down? Those are usually things that I'm trying to do with my writing. But now it's like I'm trying to follow a more structured storyline of just being able to tell stories. Because once you can be able to tell stories and you know the rules, then you know why the rules exist, and you know why you can break them, and where you can break them. I personally would love that. I think what Freddy's saying is it's time for you girls to get jobs, says Ma. Yeah, right, Ma, says Min. After what happened last night, when I first moved in, Jade and Min were working the info booth at Hardware Niche. Then one day we picked the babies up at daycare and found Troy sitting naked on top of the washer and Mac in the yard being nipped by pecking geese. And the daycare lady sloshed and playing Killer Birds on Nintendo. So that was that. No more Hardware Niche. Maybe one could work. One could babysit, says Ma. I don't see why I should have to work so she can stay home with her baby, says Min. And I don't see why I should have to work so she can stay home with her baby, says Jade. It's like a frickin' vice versa. Is it really spelt that way? I thought it was just vice. Even though it's saying it's incorrect. Vice versa, says Min. Let me tell you something, says Freddy. Something about this country. Anybody can do anything, but first they gotta try. And you guys ain't. 2 don't work and 1 strips naked. I don't consider that trying. You kids make squat. And therefore you live in a dangerous crap hole. And what happens in a dangerous crap hole? Bad, tragic shit. It's the frickin' American way. You start out in a dangerous crap hole and work hard so you can someday move up to a somewhat less dangerous crap hole. Finally, maybe you get a mansion, but at this rate, you ain't even gonna make it to a somewhat less dangerous crap hole. Like you live in a mansion, says Jade. I do not claim to live in no mansion, says Freddy, but then again, I do not live in no slum. The other thing I also do not do is strip naked. Thank God for small favors, says Min. Anyway, he's never actually naked, says Jade. Which is true. I always have on at least a tea back. No wonder we never take these kids out to a nice lunch, says Freddy. I do not even consider this a nice lunch, says Min. For dinner, Jade microwaves some stars and flags. They're addictive. They put sugar in the sauce and sugar in the meat nuggets. I think also caffeine. Someone told me the brown streaks in the flags are caffeine. We have like 5 bowls each. After dinner, the babies get fussy and Min puts a mush of ice cream and Hershey's syrup in their bottles, and we watch the worst that could happen. A half hour of computer simulations of tragedies that have never actually occurred but theoretically could. Kid gets hit by a train and flies into a zoo where he's eaten by wolves. A man cuts his hand off chopping wood, and while wandering around screaming for help is picked up by a tornado and dropped on a preschool during recess and lands on a pregnant teacher. Jesus. Yeah, that's a pretty bad situation to be in. I miss Bernie so bad, says Min. Me too, Jade says sadly. The babies start howling for more ice cream. That is so cute, says Jade. They're like, give it the fuck up. We'll give it the fuck up, sweeties. Don't worry, says Min. We didn't forget about you. Then the phone rings. It's Father Brian. He sounds weird. He says he's sorry to bother us so late, but something strange has happened. Something bad. Something sort of, you know, unspeakable. Am I sitting? I'm not, but I say I am. Apparently someone has defaced Bernie's grave. Ooh, that's not good. First thought is there's no stone. It's just grass. How do you deface grass? What did they do? Pee on the grass on the grave? But Father's nearly in tears. Did they fucking rape the corpse? That's what I'm wondering. Like, they pull up old Granny and have a way with her? Oh, man. So I call Ma and Freddy and tell them to meet us. And we get the babies up and load them into the K-car. Deface, says Jade on the way over. What does that mean, deface? It means, like, fucked it up, says Min. But how, says Jade? I mean, like, what did they do? We don't know, dumbass, says Min. That's why we're going there. And why, says Jade? Why would someone do that? Check out Miss Sherlock Holmes, says Min. Someone done that because someone is an asshole. Someone is a big-time asshole, says Jade. Father Brian meets us at the gate with a flashlight and a golf cart. When I saw this, he says, I literally sat down in astonishment. Nothing like this has ever happened here. I'm so sorry. You seem like nice people. We're too heavy and the wheels spin as we climb the hill, so I get out and jog alongside. Okay, folks, brace yourselves, Father says and shuts off the engine. Where the grave used to be is just a hole. Inside the hole is the amber mist, with the top missing. Inside the amber mist is nothing. No Aunt Bernie. The hell, says Jade? Where's Bernie? Someone stole Bernie? Oh shit, they took the corpse, says Min. At least you folks haven't retained your fee, says Father Brian. I'm telling you, I literally sat right down. I sat right down on that pile of dirt. I dropped as if shot. See that mark? That's where I sat. On the pile of grave dirt is a butt-shaped mark. Cops show up and one climbs down in the hole with a tape measure and a camera. After 3 or 4 flashes, he climbs out and hands Ma a pair of blue pumps. Her little shoes, says Ma. Oh my god. Are those them? Says Jade. Those are them, says Min. I'm freaking out, says Jade. I'm totally freaking out, says Min. Yeah, see, this is where just let the dialogue flow. Right? This is probably one of the best examples of just, like... Just let them talk. Let them do what they gotta do. You know it's a back and forth because of the, and it's only 2 people talking, right? And then as soon as the third person starts to talk, right? So maybe you'd want the first one. So, like, are those them, says Jade? Those are them, says Min. I'm freaking out. I'm totally freaking out. I'm going to sit. The characters also don't have a voice, so you can't tell who is talking without the tags. Yeah, the only thing you can really do with the voice is that Min says chick to Jade, I think. Right? I honestly don't, like, of all the stories that Grok picked, I mean, past the top 3, I don't know why it picked. And any of the experimentals, I don't know why it picked. But, I mean, Maybe I'm missing something. I have to tell myself, maybe I'm missing something if this is literally award-winning literature. This is to show you what not to do. I mean... well, let's see, right? No, I just want, like... Why is there not a Wikipedia for C? Whoa. Maybe it's just on the door. Maybe, story collections? Stories. I guess the best way to do it, how about this? Let's go here. Let's go here, and let's find out. Why did you choose this as one of the top 5 experimental stories? I mean, maybe there's some big twist at the end? 'Cause it's simple, fish. It's simple. That's why I like it. It's fucking simple. Plus, ChatGPT doesn't remember your past conversations. Grok will pull shit up from conversations I've had with it like 3 years ago. You found this place too. Interesting. Didn't expect to see a new name twice in the same day. I meant Grok specifically over other AI. Because Grok remembers every conversation you've had with it. We gonna throw hands, fish. I'm confused, fish. What do you mean by you found this place too? Interesting. Didn't expect to see a new name twice in the same day. Prove that it does? Okay. One of the top 5 most praised experimental stories because it exemplifies innovative narrative techniques that push the boundaries of traditional storytelling, blending sharp social satire, absurdism, and supernatural elements in a way that's both darkly humorous and profoundly insightful. Saunders, often hailed as a master of contemporary experimental fiction, uses the story to subvert expectations. It starts as a gritty, realistic portrayal of a dysfunctional family in a rundown housing complex, but abruptly shifts into horror fantasy with the reanimation. See, I figured she came back to life and it's a zombie story. Returns from the dead as a decaying, foul-mouthed zombie, demanding her relatives escape their cycle of poverty and compliance. Okay, so we haven't gotten to in the story yet to the reason why it's so profound. And okay, well let's go to a new conversation, right? Can you tell me what the main character of my book is and what is his name? Why are you acting like you don't know me? Because I don't. My first time seeing you. Was it Nick's stream? Remember? Happened hours ago. Of course we haven't, Scotty. Of course. Keep capping. You are the new Lermfish. I think you're secretly smoky. You're secretly smoky. The only problem is you're too intelligent. Which makes me think maybe Smokey was faking being less than intelligent. Even though he was a very clever troll. Very clever. Over the top sometimes, yes, but clever nonetheless. I'm actually quite stupid, trust me. A clever troll, how? The way that he does things. Afraid I don't have access to any book authored or referenced here. Okay, so I guess I have to tell it. Look back in our conversations that we have had about my book. He is too intelligent. Like, for instance, Zoinko will just come in and Zoinko will just do this. Right? This is what Zoinko will do. Whoops. Fuck. How do I get it back? God damn it. I guess the YouTube's better, because YouTube's usually longer. YouTube's usually really long. Okay, let's see if we can... Yeah, well anyways, this is what he'd do.
https://www.youtube.com/watch?vgbuobavek https://www.
And Smokey would do this.
/watch?vgbuobavek https://www.youtube.com/watch?vgbuobavek. Let's play Po 2. Oh, I uninstalled it. Hold on, I need to get food. Okay, I am back, but the game won't work. Why are we not playing PoE 2? Dumbass, get the fuck on.
But it's like that kind of thing, where it's like, he's just like, he says, oh, I'm gonna do this, and then he's like, oh, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna do this. Oh no, well, I'm gonna do that, actually, it was because of this. Okay, so here it is, Fish, proof that it can go back. Based on our previous discussions, you've shared several narratives and stories that seem to form or contribute to what you're calling your book. Here's a recap of the key ones we've talked about, including details on plots, characters. A fantasy adventure involving a magical calm pearl that records visions of adventurers, guilds, and battles in a dungeon setting. Key elements include characters like the Octopi, a thief, Juluk, a strategic fighter, Kalmosh, a healer and supporter, and the Alliance facing off against mechanical cubes, golems, and a powerful machine with an emerald weapon. Story built to a climactic fight with losses and magical strategies. We worked on refining the narrative for better flow, tension, and clarity. Tale of a harsh journey through a dry, scorching landscape in search of a new land for your people. Featuring vivid imagery like zebra, skin cloth, swirling sand towers, and eventual despair from a mysterious sinking force. We focused on word counts and emotional structures without deeper edits. So this is going back through all of the ones that we've done.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance.
But yeah, so these are all the stories that I've talked to it about.
Please
right?
fully enjoy this immersive experience. Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
But that's probably my favorite part about Grok, is the fact that it, like, remembers past conversations. Had to channel my best Ellen DeGeneres for that.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
So, if you tell it your name, it'll remember. Well, it knows my name because I'm on the account.
Fucking touch your toes. I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't fall over though.
I wonder about this. Recreate one of the stories I have told you before. Oh god, my knees. Why is this so painful? Oh god. Ow! Ow! Fuck! Ow! Ow. Ow. Pop. Pop. Well, there go my kneecaps. Man down! Man down! Oh god! It's too much! It's too much. Ah! Oh. Is my back also supposed to hurt on top of my knees? Oh god. It's so... Oh fuck. Guys, I could do this for 10 years and I doubt I'd be able to touch my toes. Yeah, see, sometimes it's not good. Sometimes it's not good. I don't remember anything like this.
Get up, you fat fuck, and
Oh
touch your toes.
no, oh no, oh no.
Fall over, though.
Fuck! What fuck? Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, it is no more. Oh no, it is a pain. It is a oh no. Ooh, Jesus. Oof. Oh, it hurts. It's not the good kind.
Better luck next time, fat ass.
Oh.
Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit.
Oh. Woo. Trying to summon Smokey.
You're in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy
Oh.
off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Oh. I've been for what? Woof. All right. Oh, I felt like 10 minutes. 10 minutes of reaching for my fucking toes. Toes I can't touch. All right, you ready, Queen? We get toe. 3, 2, 1, go.
I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
Problem is, for right now, it's 3 o'clock in the morning for Smokey. So he's probably sleeping. That's why he usually comes later in the stream, because like 12 o'clock is 7 for him. As he's in Wales. So yeah, so sometimes it doesn't work, but it recalls back on things. It'll be like, oh, did you mean this? Because we used to talk about this, and is this something you want to incorporate in the story? Did you forget about this? Because we talked about it before. Whereas ChatGPT specifically says that it doesn't remember shit once you exit that thing. So if my entire account and my entire history in Grok is technically feeding Grok. So I'm like, if I can feed Grok stories, I'm technically training Grok to write like me. So if I can feed Grok enough stories, can Grok write like me? It's an experiment, that's for sure. I'm gonna sit, says Ma, and drops into the golf cart. What I don't get is who'd want her, says Min. She was just this lady, says Jade. Typically it's teens. One cop says, typically we find the loved one nearby. Once we found the loved one nearby with, you know, a cigarette between its lips, wearing a sombrero. These kids today got a lot more nerve than we ever did. I never would have dreamed of digging up a dead corpse when I was a teen. You might tip over a stone, sure, you might spray paint something on a crypt. You might, you know, give a winnow a hot foot. I don't know what that winnow is. Or a wino. Not my... Nope. Not... Mm-mm. But this... Geez, says Freddy. This is an entirely different ball game. Boy, howdy, says the cop. And we all look down at the shoes in Ma's hands. Next day, I go back to work. I don't feel like it, but we need the money. You don't say. Well, I mean, it's better than coming, right? We just have to start over. Grass is wet and it's hard getting across the ravine in my dress shoes. Soles are slick. Plus, they're too tight. Several times I fall forward on my briefcase. Inside the briefcase are my tea bags and a thing of mousse. Right off the bat, I get a table full of Medibin women seated under a banner saying, "Best of luck, Beatrice, no hard feelings." Take off my shirt and serve their salads. I take off my flight pants and serve their soups. One drops $1 on the floor and tells me feel free to pick it up. I pick it up. Not like that. Not like that, she says. Face the other way, so when you bend, we can see your crack. I've done this about 1,000,000 times, and somehow I can't do it now. I look at her. She looks at me. What? She says. I'm not allowed to say that. I thought that was the whole point. That is the whole point, Phyllis. Yes, says another lady. You stand your ground. Look, Phyllis said. Either bend how I say or give back the $1. I think that's fair. You go, girl, says her friend. Give back the $1. I return to the locker area and sit a while. For the first time ever, I'm voted stinker. There are 13 women at the Medibin table, and they all vote me stinker. Do the Medibin women know my situation? Would they vote me stinker if they did? But what am I supposed to do? Go out and say, "Please, ladies, my aunt just died, plus her body's missing." Mr. Friend pulls me aside. Perhaps you need to go home, he says. I'm sorry for your loss, but I'd like to encourage you not to behave like one of those, Comanche ladies who bite off their index finger when a loved one dies. Grief is good, grief is fine, but too much grief, as we all know, is excessive. If your aunt's death has filled your mouth with too many bitten off fingers, for crying out loud. Take a week off, only don't take it out on our guests. They didn't kill your dang aunt. But I can't afford to take a week off. I can't even afford to take a few days off. We really need the money, I say. Is that my problem, he says? Am I supposed to let you dance without vigor just because you need the money? Why don't I put an ad in the paper for all sad people who need money? All the town sad could come here and strip. Goodbye. Come back when you feel halfway normal. In the payphone, I call home to see if they need anything from the food so quick. Just come home, Min says stiffly. Just come straight home. What is it, I say. Come home, she says. Maybe someone's found the body. I imagine Bernie, naked, Bernie chopped in two, Bernie posed on a bus bench. I hope and pray that something only only mildly bad's been done to her. Something we can live with. At home, the door's wide open. Min and Jade are sitting very still on the couch, babies in their laps, staring at the rocking chair. In the rocking chair is Bernie, Bernie's body. Same perm, same glasses, same blue dress we buried her in. What's it doing here? Who could be so cruel? And what are we supposed to do with it? Then she turns her head and looks at me. Sit the fuck down, she says. In life, she never swore. I sit. Min squeezes and releases my hand, squeezes and releases, squeezes and releases. You, mister, Bernie says to me, are gonna start showing your cock. You'll show it and show it. You go up to a lady, she wants to see it, she'll pay to see it. I'll make a thumbprint on the forehead. You see the thumbprint, you ask. I'll try to get you 5 a day at $20 a pop. So $100 a day, $700 a week. And that's cash, so no taxes, no withholding. See, that's the beauty of it. She's got dirt in her hair and dirt in her teeth, and her hair is a mess, and her tongue when it darts out to lick her lips is black. You, Jade, she says, tomorrow you start work. Anderson labels, 5th and Rivera. Dress up when you go. Wear something nice. Show a little leg. And don't chomp your gum. Ask for Len. The end of the month, we take the money you made and the cock money and get a new place. Somewhere safe. That's part 1 of phase 1. You, Min, you babysit. Plus, you quit smoking. Plus, you learn how to cook. No more food out of cans. We gotta eat right to look our best. 'Cause I am getting me so many lovers. Maybe you kids don't know this, but I died a freaking virgin. You babies. No lovers. No babies, no lovers. Nothing went in, nothing came out. Ha ha. Dry as a bone, completely wasted. This pretty little thing God gave me between my legs. Well, I'm going to have lovers now, you fucks. Like in the movies. Big shoulders and all. And a summer hose. Nice trips. And in the morning in my room, a big vase of flowers. And I'm going to get my nipples hard standing in the breeze from the ocean, eating shrimp from a cup. You sons of bitches. While my lover watches me from the veranda, his big shoulders shining, all hard for me. That's one damn thing I will guarantee you, kids. Ha ha. You think I'm joking? I ain't freaking joking. I never got nothing. My life was shit. I was never even up in a freaking plane. But that was that life, and this is this life, my new life. Cover me up now with my blanket. I need my beauty rest. Tell anyone I'm here, you all die. Plus, they die. Whoever you tell, they die. Okay. Interesting. But again, this is one of the cases where I look like, does this need to be... I look at this and I think of cryogen. And I think, does this need to be 10,000 fucking words? I don't think it needs to be 10,000 fucking words. I didn't write this, Fish. Are you talking about... my story? Why don't I get glazed? Callie, you're trying too hard. You're looking in the wrong place. Because you're way too delicious to not get glazed. Wait, are you talking about Sea Oak, the story that we're reading right now? Fish? This story is written by... That is his name. Saunders. Something Saunders. Famous writer. Brian Saunders? I don't know. Cryogen. If you're talking about cryogen, the reason why cryogen is 10,000 words is because I'm a bad writer. No, not Sanderson. Saunders. Sanderson's is a different one. That's the Emperor's Soul. Oh, oops. Wait. Top Shot. Oh, it's okay. George Saunders. Lincoln in the Bardo, 10th of December, Swim in the Pond, Civil War, Pastoralia, Liberation Day. These seem to be like a lot of short story compilations. But cryogen is 10,000 words because I'm bad at writing. I feel like this is 10,000 words, like, for basically the same reason. But, I don't know. I don't know. It seems, this is where I'm like, I think it's, I mean, is it too much to say that I think I could do better than this, right? If the reason that this won an experimental award is because of the idea behind it, well, aren't the ideas better? So actually, you know what's a very interesting thing? Let's do this. I think we can just go here and we can just bring it all back, right? Okay, let's see what it actually gives the rating to it of. Ignore who the author is and any connections to the work outside of its own validity. Because I were to say, oh, it's from this author, so it's this good, right? So let's see what it says. 9 out of 10. The story is a sharp, darkly comedic satire on poverty, family dysfunction, and the hollow pursuit to the American dream. Wrapped in an absurd supernatural twist, the first-person narration feels authentic and raw, with vivid, flawed characters that drive the emotional core. Pacing builds tension effectively from mundane desperation to grotesque resurrection, blending humor, pathos, and social commentary without feeling preachy. Loses a point for occasional over-the-top crudeness that might dilute the impact for some readers, but overall it's inventive, memorable, and packs a real punch in its exploration of regret and inequality. Interesting. Interesting. But, that's this story. So, if, no one else has any other stories, okay, here. Much easier to do that. Or I guess we could go on with, we haven't done Gamer Girl or Goblin Girl in a while. You know about the House of the Dead 2, Goldman? No fish. Okay, so we've already read this one. So we can get a new Gamer Girl evolution. Because Sean said this one was updated. Okay, there's Goblin Girl. What chapter are we on? Goblin Girl, Gamer Girl. Yeah, these are market research for Stoner Girl evolution, which is the story that I'm going to write. I don't know what chapter I'm on. Okay, here we go. Chapter 12. And it goes up to 14 now. So we have another couple of chapters to read. So we currently have 3 works in progress, right? We've got the short stories. We've got the Stoner Girl evolution, and we've got the biotech stories for Blue Horror Story. And then I don't think we've read... No, we have not read the Goblin Girl evolution yet. What's Goblin Girl? That's the other one. It's just about a Goblin Girl. Goblin Girl taking over the world and just fucking her way to the top of the Goblin food chain. And this one's about world top speed runner who got pulled into the game, and the game became real, but now she's back in the real world or something like that, and she just found this new person. She froze. Standing in the dim light of the hallway was Celica's younger sister, Milia. Her small frame seemed even smaller in the doorway. Her shoulders were hunched, eyes red-rimmed with tears streaking down her pale cheeks. Her hand clutched something tightly, a necklace, the one Celica had given her for her 12th birthday. For a moment neither of them moved. The silence between them stretched, thick. Milia's bottom lip trembled and Celica's heart twisted in her chest. Milia was supposed to be safe at home, just a few streets away with Ingrid. She wasn't supposed to be standing here looking so lost, looking so hurt. Without thinking, Celica reached out and pulled her into her arms. Milia collapsed against her, the weight of her sobs shaking them both. Milia's scent, the weight of her head on Celica's chest, the way her tiny hands gripped Celica's shirt. It all reminded Celica of a harder time in their lives. "I'm here," Celica whispered, soothing Milia's hair, trying to steady her own breath. Milia's fingers dug into Celica's sleeve, holding on as though letting go meant everything she feared would come true. "Celica?" Milia's voice cracked, broken. "I'm scared. Where is everyone? Where's Ingrid?" Celica swallowed, pressing her sister tighter to her chest. All she could do was hold her and shelter her from whatever storm was outside. Milia was her world. Milia's tears were still flowing, but now they felt less like panic and more like relief. Celica was back, but even still she couldn't keep the words from spilling out. The pain, fear, and loneliness all rushed out in a way she couldn't control. "I didn't know where to go," Milia said, her voice trembling. "I couldn't find anyone. The streets were empty. Everyone just disappeared. Thought it was some kind of trick or a mistake." She wiped her eyes, trying to calm down, but she couldn't, not when the memory was still this fresh. Celica kept holding her, listening. "I woke up the day after it happened, and everyone was gone. It was just me. The neighbors were gone. All my friends just vanished in front of me, like they never existed." Milia bit her lip, her chest tightening, and Ingrid wasn't there either. "I thought maybe she was just out, you know? But she didn't return, no matter how long I waited." Celica stayed quiet, her hand gently running up and down Milia's back. She knew it was best for her to just listen. Milia could feel the weight of everything she was saying in the air between them, but she couldn't stop. She needed Celica to understand. "For the first few days, I didn't know what to do. I was just so scared. I kept thinking you were going to show up. I kept coming here, knocking on the door, but..." Milia paused, biting her lip. A fresh wave of tears filled her eyes. "You weren't here." Celica swallowed, and Milia could feel her sister's grip tightening. "I know you were scared. I can't even imagine how it must have felt," Celica had said softly, her voice low and soothing. Milia sniffled, wiping her nose on her sleeve. "I thought maybe I was just being stupid, but I kept telling myself I couldn't give up. You taught me that you can't just wait for things to get better. You have to keep going, even if it doesn't make sense." Celica shifted, pulling back just a little bit, but her hand stayed on Milia's shoulders, keeping her steady. "I'm here now, and everything's going to be okay, all right? You don't give up, Milia. You keep going, and I'm very proud of you." Milia nodded, trying to blink away the tears. She smiled weakly, though it was more for Celica than herself. I kept going, but it was hard. I've been stopping by every day for the past week. I didn't know where else to go. I was hoping, praying that you were going to show up. She bit her lip again, choking back more emotion. But I didn't even know if you were still even alive. Celica's face softened. I'm here now. I'm here, so don't worry. Milia nodded slowly, her heart still racing in her chest. She couldn't stop shaking, even though the worst of her fear had passed. When I couldn't find you, I just kept thinking of how it used to be, when Mom and Dad, when they were still here, and you promised me we'd always have each other. Thought if I didn't find you, if I didn't make it to you, I was gonna lose everything. Celica hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, Milia. I'm so sorry you had to go through this alone, but I'm here now. You're not alone anymore. Milia clung to her sister, the tears still falling. They were tears of relief. Celica was here, her big sister. She wasn't going to be left alone. Not again. Celica held Milia tightly, rocking her gently as the sobs gradually subsided. The cold weight of fear had started to lift, replaced by the fragile sense of hope as the two sisters sat together. The world outside seemed far away in the quiet of the apartment. Milia's trembling had slowed, but Celica could feel the residual tension in her small frame. Her sister was physically and emotionally exhausted, but still clung to Celica as if she were her anchor, because she was. It's okay. Fucking ads getting all up in here. Where did this shit come from? I don't know, but I didn't vote for it. Guys, did you vote for it? I don't think so. Think of that in the back of your head. Ads are always good. Don't worry and don't think. Just watch the ads. It's all you gotta do. It's an easy life. Just sit back and watch the ads. Let it all take away your wife. I mean, what? Don't worry, you'll never know, 'cause you won't remember, 'cause ads, the power of ads will have you handing out everything you own. Don't worry about it, 'cause it's not just the bone. Oh God, the ads, they're coming, so you better run. 'Cause I know I'm standing my ground, and if you ain't here, you're done. What ground? Sacred ground. My dick! Alright, enough shitting around and bullshit. Let's get her done. Let's get her on up and at her, boys. Let's do it. Her sister was physically and emotionally exhausted, but still clung to Celica as if she were her anchor, because she was. It's okay, Celica whispered softly, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions she was feeling. Milia didn't respond immediately, but she nodded against Celica's shoulder. For a long, long moment, they embraced each other in silence, something they did often as close sisters. Do you know what happened, and where everyone went? Milia asked, her voice frail. Celica hesitated, as if she couldn't believe what she was going to say next. We were all transported to a game world. Everyone in the country, no, the world, was transported to a game. A game world where we had to complete a main quest and clear the floor or we all died. Sounds ridiculous, right? But it really happened. Milia pulled back slightly, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. I don't get it. This whole game world thing. I mean, I get that it's real, but it's also really not real, right? Celica hesitated, trying to put the right words together. She knew how hard it was to process and accept. Reality had splintered for both of them, and nothing felt truly real anymore. I know, Celica said, her voice a little tight. It's strange, but it's real in its own way. I'm still trying to figure it out, too. She let out a breath, still grappling with the gravity of it all. The truth is, I don't know how long we have before we get called back. I don't know what's going to happen next. Leah's brow furrowed as she processed her sister's words. So, we just have to wait until you're all summoned again? I guess, Celica replied softly, not wanting to make any promises she couldn't keep. But we have some time to figure things out, and more importantly, we have each other. There was a long silence between them as Milia leaned against Celica, lost in thought. After a few moments, Milia broke the silence, her voice hesitant, but with a spark of something more playful. You know, now that I think about it, being in a game world sounds kinda cool. Celica's lips twitched upward in an amused smile. She'd expected this sort of reaction. Milia was just like her in many ways, especially when it came to gaming and anime. An onlooker could probably tell that much by the dark magician girl shirt Milia was wearing, perhaps from her, Victini necklace. There was a reason that in the future, Milia was a vice guild leader of Celica's top guild, Sad G. And that reason wasn't nepotism. Thought you might say that, Celica raised an eyebrow and tilted her head slightly. So with everything going on, you must have played some games, right? I mean, I'm curious, what's your most playlist when the world's about to end? Milia froze, her gaze snapping to Celica, her face hardened. Then, without warning, she let an exaggerated groan, swinging a little light-headed punch towards her sister's arm. Seriously? Milia scoffed, her voice tinged with a mix of frustration and disbelief. You're talking about games right now, in the middle of all this crazy stuff. You want to talk about games? Celica laughed, raising her hand in mock surrender, but her smile remained. I'm just trying to lighten the mood, you know, like always. Milia narrowed her eyes playfully. Then, as if the thought had only just occurred to her, a mischievous smile spread across her face. Alright, you want to know what I've been playing? Celica raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I played Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Sword. Again. Caught a few shinies for Pokemon Home, too. I even beat The Walking Dead all over again, but honestly, it felt a little too real this time. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Oh, and I finished Dragon Quest 11 twice. Pokemon games, of course, I should have known. And you finally played Dragon Quest. I told you you'd love it. Celica chuckled and rubbed a hand through her hair. You really went full-on gamer mode while the world was falling apart, huh? Milia shrugged nonchalantly. For a moment, the worries of the world outside seemed to fade away, leaving just the two of them, sisters who shared a moment of normalcy in the midst of chaos. It was fleeting, but it was enough to make both their hearts swell in affection. While playing games when things get hard is all you know all I know how to do, Milia muttered, her gaze softening. Guess it wasn't all bad. I just wish everything would go back to the way it was. I know, Celica murmured, her voice quiet. One day, it will. For a long moment, they simply stood there, present. What's your must playlist? Milia blurted randomly, breaking the silence. And you were mad at me for asking, Celica laughed, but then stopped laughing, noticing Milia's death stare. If it's just 3 games, it's gotta be Dragon Quest 11, Hollow Knight, and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Milia's eyes widened in shock. I kinda expected Dragon Quest and Hollow Knight. You never shut up about them. Still, no Souls games? Are you really Celica? What's your Twitch currently called? Wait, you mean my name? That's my name. Toxication 5077. Oh, currency. Oh, crystal shards. They're pieces of the crystalline tree. Think of them like, you know how Final Fantasy has crystals, right? And it's like the sentient crystals. That's literally what the tree is made out of, is sentient crystal. It's just, the crystal is crystallized consciousness. And crystal is just a repeating structural pattern. That's all it means to be a crystal, is the molecular structure is a cyclical, repeating, non-changing pattern. Sea fish, I'm retarded. FF likes its crystals. They show up everywhere. Serious question, Scotty. What happened to the classics? What do you mean? You mean the classic Final Fantasies? I would say look at Expedition 33. Classic fiction. What do you mean by classic fiction? Do you mean in, like, modern times? Like, for instance, a story like Good Will Hunting or Narnia, The Hobbit, the adventure genre as a whole. What do you mean, Fish? Isn't that what, like, literally Sanderson's novels are all about? The classical adventure journey? Like, that's what my book is supposed to be, is classic adventure. Like, look at Dragonlance. I'd say massive inspiration for my book is Dragonlance. You're telling me Rithmatist is an adventure story. I haven't read any of Sanderson's work. All I know is, like, The Way of Kings is extremely praised for its world building. I don't even know what it's even about. So, like, you're asking me questions that I don't even know, bro. What about his dark material? Wouldn't, like, Percy Jackson or, like, are we talking, like, full up high, like, original IP high fantasy? Well, like, I outside of Dragonlance and, like, a couple of other things, like, I don't really read. That's my, like, biggest weakness, is that I just don't read. I read amateur fiction. I don't read professional fiction. Right? Like, I don't go out and buy books, but I read stories on the internet. Does that make sense? It's a different style, a different perspective, a different approach. So it's hard to say, what do you mean by loss of classic fictional? Do you mean the rise of lit RPGs and the fact that isekais are, like, the main type of fiction now? Even if you look at something like, for instance, fuck, what's that anime? I just blanked on the name. Tokyo Revengers. Tokyo Revengers. Isekai is popular because it allows you to use references from the real world and real world ideas and concepts inside of a fantasy world without it seeming weird. Literally, that's why, Fish. It's just a super easy way to say I can make all the references to reality I want, but I'm still in a fictional world. It's literally a cop-out, but it works. That's why Isekai is so popular. Because it's super easy to get into, you can get all the references, you can really hook people on it. To me, that's why. Because it's super, super relatable. It's like, it's what everyone wants. Everyone wants to be that character that gets pulled into a fantasy world, right? Or like a video game. Look at, like, Overlord. Look at Solo Leveling. Even though Solo Leveling isn't technically that. Sword Art Online, Dot Hack. What's another big one? Fate Grand Order. Or any of Fate Stay. This man said Dot Hack. Dot Hack is my like, I wish there was more Dot Hack. I wish Dot Hack would have a revival as a fucking IP. I fucking love Dot Hack, man. Played every game watched every series. I read every manga in high school. I don't know if new ones came out after, like, for instance, like, Season 3 with, like, Haseo. Like, Generation 3. GU. Of course I've seen the anime. The original and Haseo arc, as well as played the games. So, like, I know all the lore, all the story. Secret Hidden Twilight! One of the greatest themes ever. Sign opening. Yes. Tsubasa! Bear! Imiru! Subaru! Lady Subaru? Aura. So good. I literally have that on my playlist on my other PC. All the classic fucking anime intros and everything like that. Oh man, that brings me back. God, that brings me back. So good. So good. I have to thank you for that, Scotty. No worries, I have to thank you for that. Thank you for reminding me about that. I haven't watched the intro in so long. That there was the first time I dove into that setting, the original Sword Art Online. Why do you think I have the gaming pad? I've literally had this thing forever. I had to put my jacket back on though. It's getting fucking cold. Get back cold. There was the first time I dove in... Oh, wait, I already read that. Yeah. Alright. Much better. Okay. Let's do this. Put a sock in it. I've speedrun those games to death already. Why'd I want to play those if the world was ending? Celica said slowly, her mind already shifting through the memories of all her failed runs. Fair point, Mario Kart, though. That's a kid's party game. Amelia's eyebrows twitched. And, Celica said, doubling down. Amelia shrugged, as if to say, suit yourself. Celica spoke again, addressing the elephant in the room. Alright, we should go see Ingrid. I'm hoping she's back home, and we can at least start to piece some things together with her. Amelia nodded, but her worry was palpable. What if she's not back? What if something happened? Celica smiled reassuringly. She's okay. I just know it. Two of them stood up. Milia held onto Celica's hand as they left the apartment. They walked together in silence, the world outside feeling dreamlike. They arrived in Ingrid's house, the place where Milia and Celica had spent countless hours, and where the memories of their parents lingered in every corner. The house now felt oddly foreign. Celica knocked on the door, the sound echoing far too loudly in the quiet. She held her breath. No one was home. Oh shit! She's the only one that made it back! Fuck! Well, that's not good. That's not good. Alright, and then we have Goblin Girl Evolution! Which actually, let's save Goblin Girl Evolution, because we're what? Yeah, we're pretty deep in here. Let's do... Again, if no one has any stories, no one wants no story thread, we can do... Reveal of Time. Chapter 20. Oh, Scoosy. And the Crimson Knights, can't forget them. True. Queen! What's up, Callie? What's good, sir? Chapter 20, Dust on the Wind. As they left the white stone building on their nervous shifting horses, Callie! I feel like tonight, Fish, I'm gonna binge watch all of Dot Hack Sign. It's only like 4 hours. Yo, Scotty, who's the fool that kept smiling for Lady Subaru? Crimson Knight. Simping. You mean the leader of the Crimson Knights? Oof. That's a good question. No idea. Yes, is he a proper character or just a named NPC? I don't actually remember. Well, I'm pretty sure like all the Crimson Knights are actually players. They're not NPCs. That was 2 decades on my part. Yeah, it was literally like 2003, 2004 on YTV. Frickin' Friday night anime. Me and my buddy Ryder. Gundam Wing, Full Metal Alchemist, Dot Hack Sign. Because we lived in a golden era, Fish. What else? What else is there? I never really watched One Piece, but Dragon Ball Z, of course. There's 2 others I swear I'm forgetting. Now I have to do the nostalgia thing and be a gay retard with the stupid feelings nonsense. True. I'm about to flip the table. Well, flip it in your mind. That might be easier. As they left the white stone building on their nervously shifting horses, the icy wind came in gusts, moaning across the rooftops, whipping cloaks like banners, driving thin clouds across the thin sliver of the moon. With a quiet command to stay close, Lan led off down the street. Horses danced and tugged at the reins, eager to be away. I'm not a feeling sort of fellow, but do read on, ignore my prattle. I'm not ignoring you, Fish. I just don't know what else to say about that, right? It's like, as soon as I don't know where to take the conversation, I just go back to reading. That's kind of how I cope with, like, yeah, sure, I guess there's not really any other input we can do for this, so until someone else brings up something or I think about something. I know, Fish, but I'm not ignoring your prattle. I'm telling you that I'm not ignoring you. You can tell me to ignore you all you want. I'm not going to ignore you. The more you tell me to ignore you, the more I'm going to press you and be like, yo, Fish, so you wanna give me an elevator pitch of your story? Remember, elevator pitch should go character, setting, stakes, what's the last one? I think it's theme. Don't quote me on that. But there's like a structure for an elevator pitch, because you want the character, and then via the character, who determines that? I don't see a Chicago manual of style saying that. Because it's an order of investment. First, you get invested with a character. Because you're invested with the character, you get invested with where the character is. Once you're invested and you know where the character is, you can see what the stakes of what the character is doing. Once you have the stakes of what the character is doing, the theme will lead where the direction of the story will go, right? So for mine would be the only human in existence leaving his home to go out into the world. He's been blackmailed by the government and is seeking a way to basically restore his name. And throughout his adventures, he realizes that there are things that are greater than himself. And things that you can only fight against, but you can never win against. Does that make sense? So that kind of gives you a picture of where the story's going, who the story's about, and what they'll be doing. So then you have to ask yourself, okay, well, why is this character being blackmailed, right? What does the government want? How are they going to clear their name? And if they're always fighting against something larger than them that they can't win against, which would mean they would never clear their name. So the story is more about them surviving through it than it is clearing their name. I mean, I'd say that's pretty weak. Though these are those world-building questions that make the world feel lived in. Always a vague idea to me. The world feels lived in when you can ask yourself, or you can tell yourself who lives in it. Who lives in it, and how did them living in it make it the way that it is? And that's like character-driven narrative through character change of interaction through the world, right? And you can show that in past, present, and future through culture, like family interactions, like power structures, political alignments, stuff like that. General goals for people. And you can just break it down from there. But you want something nice and concise that will get you somewhat hooked, asking those questions, making them feel like they want to learn about that character. Well, what is this character like? Is this character a bad guy? Is this character worth blackmailing? What did, you know? If it's for a political reason, what political ideologies does this character hold, and how does that mess with the regime? And how does the people in power keep their power? And those are like, I want to evoke like 20 different questions from you from that elevator pitch. And then I want you to just keep asking questions because you're interested in it. And the more questions you ask, the more interested you get in it. It's a spiraling hole until the next thing you know, you're like, when's the book coming out? When's the book coming out? I'm like, 20 fucking years. I got 26 years to publish it, okay, guys? Give me a break. But does that make sense, Fish? It's a circle. I mean, a mean cycle. Yeah. Yeah. I can't excite you anymore. That's why you have to keep raising the stakes off of it, right? So it's like, what is interesting? And it's also the genre. Like, you look at Sean's story, for instance, right? Sean's story is a harem slice of life. It's just supposed to be a comfy, nice, homey story to read. Right? The conflict in the story is mainly focused around just decision making. And can I make this world a better place? Right? Whereas my book's theme is basically everyone dies, you can't win in the end. And winning is actually losing, because when you lose, you win. Because that's what the goal of the entire thing, and you haven't seen the big picture yet. And you're just a small sacrifice in a chain of events. Ads! Talk! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Toke! Like, he added 2 numbers. I was just trying to throw you off, Queen. Fish, it makes sense, but question. Why are low-stakes stories less popular now? What's wrong with a low-to-the-ground, gritty story? And most def did throw me off. Okay, spoiler alert, Queen. The reason for that is next time I was gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, she, san, ni, each, toke. And that's counting down to, because go is 5 in Japanese. I used to do that to Smokey all the time. That's what led to him counting down from 90. Okay, but to answer your question, the reason why low stakes are not Hikaru no Go the 5th Hikaru? I don't know what Hikaru is. Oh, because it's an... Oh, it's... Okay, I see. I see. I sees what you did there, Learnfish. It's an anime? Yeah, it's because, no, the particle no in Japanese is an apostrophe. So it's Hikaru's 5. Kind of like Ocean's 11. That's what it would be translated to in English. So, as the stakes, I know it's ownership or possession, yeah. In the case of real life, because real life stakes have increased, a numbness to lesser stakes. Because now people feel that lesser stakes are not actually realistic. Because we live in a world where getting sick, missing a month of work because you have like pneumonia or something could literally cost you your house. So we live in an age currently where we are desensitized to low stakes. They just don't matter to us. And there are some that work because some people want to like get away from reality. But it's the realistic part of it. It's before, life is good, life is great, you can have a nice wholesome kind of thing. No deals, no worries about it. People enjoy it because it vibes with their life. But their lives were like whoop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Now it's like so they need something that pulls them away and makes them not feel like they're not that bad off. Right? So the higher the stakes and the more that happens to characters, the more people will get into it because they're like, oh, it's not that bad, you know. This guy's hiding in the mud with his leg cut off, fucking running from zombies. I just have to wake up and go to work tomorrow. So I think that's why low stakes have become less popular. Because before, it fit the vibe of life, but now it just feels unrealistic, and it's like, well, you know, and it's almost like a hint of jealousy of it too, like, you know, people that can live their lives like that. But to a majority, right, they're like, we want high stakes because it makes us feel better about our own lives. But that's just my opinion on it, on a, like, social commentary level of popularity. And that's why, for instance, Barnes and Noble and the whole erotica thing is like out of control with the degeneracy in writing, with women that are writing stories about literally bestiality. There's something to be said for a personal slice of life plot. Exactly, Country Girl. That's why I like Sean's story. Despite the fact it's not a genre I would go out of my way to watch. But if I had a girlfriend or a wife, or if like Sean's story would be great for like when my nephew's like 12. It's a nice, homey, comfortable, easy to understand story of connection and like using what you have to help others in less fortunate situations, right? And like how people can idealize you for the simplest things in your own mind because they're so fantastical to other people. And also greetings, Country Girl. How is it going? Country Girl, since you're here, do you have a chapter for us to read? Because we started reading Eye of the World, but we only got like a paragraph in before we had this conversation. So I feel that it would be appropriate to read somebody else's story right now. So if you have another chapter, I'm all in. But what do you think, Fish? And if I really wanted to sell stuff, I would write some really fucked up erotica. but it's weird. I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking weird. But give me a minute. Just settle into my Airbnb room for the night. Oh, cool, country girl. That sounds fun. Guys, okay, what do you guys think about this? So, alright, chapter 10, In the Wake at the Saloon Scene. Alright. What do you guys think of that? The beast who made me whole. And it's basically about, let's say, it's about a schizophrenic girl who falls in love with a horse because she thinks that it's like an angel or something like that, and she talks to horses. And then she kisses the horse and he turns into like a horseman. Or some shit like that. I don't know. I'm like, this shit is fucked. But I mean, apparently it sells. That's what's important. That's what is important. You want to make the money. I mean, I'm already selling smut. So it's like... But I'm kind of trying to focus on other things, right? I would, I'd rather do the stuff that I'm working on now when I'm done that. Maybe that's the first book we'll write. We'll write a smut romance erotica novel, and we'll get that published as our first book. It'll be like half romantasy in the fact that the main character is schizophrenic and thinks they're in like the spirit world and like they can communicate with animals and all this stuff, and they do all sorts of fucked up stuff, and yeah. My first published book is also banned in 27 countries. Oh my god. I love it. Because it would be so explicit. It would be so explicit and fucked up. She's literally having sex with animals because she thinks that they're people. Because she's fucking schizophrenic. I can easily see a book like that be banned. It was stealing my plots from book 2. Taking inspiration from a real life cult in my home state. Like, actually, country girl? That's fucking hilarious. That's how you get Uma Musume. Or like the South Park representation of PETA. Uma Musume. Reason why WA has bestiality laws. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I mean, crazy people do crazy shit, right? Oh, dude, there's 100%. Just because dudes fuck like, dude, you just be no, like, people have been fucking animals probably since before they've been fucking humans. Like, people did things with horses and died. Yep. Yep. Yup. Well, there it is. I was like, what? Okay. Chapter 10. Alright, alright. Okay. Sneeze! Damn it, sneeze! And alright, happy fake Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving! Happy Columbus Day. So you got your guys' Columbus Day, it's our guys' Thanksgiving. Yay, Thanksgiving! Woo! Turkey dinner. Some good shit today. Okay. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. And then we'll start this. Dun, dun, dun. All right, chapter 10, Country Girl's Story. Let's go. Cord had been right. When they walked in, they found the old Iron Gate saloon packed, but the atmosphere was far from the somber and mournful tension of either the burial ground or the falls. This was a venue to celebrate what had been, not to grieve for what wasn't anymore. A full tap room, apparently, didn't apply to Ellie or Cord, who had immediately been ushered to the best table in the house and assured their money was no good there tonight. Your pop and brothers, I think I'll charge double to keep them in line, Madeline said. The owner and landlady of the bar smiled after supplying them both with a full tankard of beer and her best whiskey. Thanks for reminding me about this, Cord. She leaned over to him when there was a lull in both condolences and toasts to the Karras family, matriarch. Didn't occur to me over the last few days that I'd be at her wake. I'd forgotten that there'd even be one. With how loved she was, I'm surprised the falls weren't more crowded. Cord shrugged, draining his shot. Suppose your old man or Aaron and Ellum probably made it known around town that only coven members would be welcome. Not that such a decree would stop wraiths or the wolves, for that matter. Every member of Renee's Caligo was there, and the whole pack. I noticed, she said grimly. The weight of dread that had hit her like a sledgehammer barely an hour before hadn't left, but had curiously enough. I'm fucking retarded. Courtesy. Fucking hell. Guys, just, I should just fucking quit. I'm a fucking embarrassment. I'm fucking retarded. But had courtesy enough to move to the side to make room for alcohol. Did Big Flint really have to do it? Did he have to make a scene of supporting me being chosen like that? Does the Pack Alpha want it known that he honors the selection of the new Coven Elder? What do you think, Elv? He gestured to the bar that they both needed another round. Think about it. It's his job to keep the peace, especially since it's you. He's worked really hard the last few years to repair the Pack's reputation after what happened. After the full moon that Jeremy and I were attacked out at the lookout, you mean? The night he died, Ellie clarified, and then, feeling almost fully sober again, took another shot. Ah, so I'm guessing maybe that's someone I swear she's referenced this name before. But I didn't know who it was. It was like... because I knew something happened. Ellie clarified, and then, feeling almost fully sober again, took another shot. She couldn't muster the energy for euphemisms. The night... Yep, she has. Okay. The night she was out, dead first love. Okay, that's what I figured. The night she was out at the Doubletree Canyon outlook wasn't one she liked to remember. Matter of fact, it was something few people besides her Gran or Cord would dare to mention within earshot of her. The only man she'd ever loved died that night in a werewolf attack, and she was nearly killed herself. Thought they ruled it wasn't one of the Palem pack, and couldn't track down the wolf who did it. Exactly. They could never prove it one way or the other. How do you think that looks to people in town, especially ones that don't really understand how the alliances work long term? Cord lowered his voice. Not that he needed to. The noise of the bar was a dull roar that prevented anyone else from overhearing the conversation. There was talk after you left to drive out the pack altogether. And it took a lot of negotiation with Kay and the rest of the council to convince everyone that would hurt more than it would help. You were gone, Jeremy was dead, and the trail for finding the one rogue wolf that happened to be in those woods on a full harvest moon was ice cold. All for the greater good. That sounds like Gran. She nodded her thanks to Dina, one of the bar girls who had just refilled their beers. She was right, as per usual. The wolves wouldn't have taken that kind of coup lightly, and God knows word of it wouldn't stay local for very long. Thought occurred to Ellie that hadn't since leaving the falls. What do you think they're hunting tonight? I was in town last night and heard something of going after a mean buck that's been making its way through the area. or if the weather held out, turning the tables on one of the mountain lions up in the caves. Either way, it's a safe bet you'll be given the pelt of something in the next few days. To Miss K. Madeline directed to the tap room as everyone had settled. Fine woman. The town won't be the same without you, and I'm sure your granddaughter will do your legacy proud. This feels kind of abrupt. Because I don't know who this is saying. Who is saying this? I don't remember who Madeline is. It's meant to make them aware of the tone of the room. Okay. Because they're, like, dark and brooding, but the rest of the room is, like, cheerful and, you know, toasting. Madeline is the bar lady. Okay. Oh, yeah, to my mother, all right. Kingsley's drawled speech came from the far side of the bar. He was plenty loud that no one struggled to hear him. He wasn't drunk, but affected enough that he wasn't guarded in his speech. Aaron was feebly attempting to settle their father, while Elam sat in their table drinking as though he didn't have a care in the world. My mother, who in her last action in this world disgraced and damned her own family legacy and handed the coven to an inexperienced young girl. His eyes met Ellie's across the room, lifting his glass before draining it. To my daughter. In over your head already and with no hope of swimming. Ellie went rigid, knowing that the eyes of over half the room must be on her. She could feel cord ready to strike. Threads of her bond tightening told her he wouldn't stand for another round of abuses towards her in one night. The person interjected wasn't Cord himself, but Marshal Adama. Come on, Highness. I think you've had enough. Alright, now's not the time for this. This is supposed to be a celebration of Miss K, Uncle Wes said, stepping up to the right of the good Marshal. Not your first chance to show everyone in town the family's dirty laundry. She was my mother. Who has a right to say it if I don't? You have a right to grieve, not to rant, rave, and disturb the peace, Tad said, taking another step toward Kingsley. We warned you once already. There's no need tonight. No need, he repeated incredulously, looking around at the audience he'd found. No need. When the firstborn son in a centuries-old family gets passed over for his loose. Wham! That was the wrong thing to say, as Kingsley found out when Tad's backhand belted him down to land spread over the bar. The spectacle had captured the attention of the entire tap room. By this point, and most notably, not one person moved a muscle to assist him as the Marshal stood over the grieving son. Even Uncle Wes, judge though he was, looked like he was ready to help in giving Kingsley the fight he was spoiling for. You watch how you flap that jaw of yours while you can still move it. You can't. I just did. Tad yanked the smaller man up by his shirt fronts. Now, you show some respect to your mama's memory and to your daughter, or get the hell out of here. And if you don't, I'm sure Marshal Adama here has a comfortable jail cell for you to sober up in. Uncle Wes threw an arm between the two other men. You can nurse a hangover, that bruise, and your pride. What do you say, Thaddeus? Oh, I got a place for him, all right, Tad snarled, fist still clenched. Choice is yours, your highness. Stay or go in peace or spend the night in jail. If I were you, I'd take the easy way out and leave now. Of course, your honor, Kingsley said to his brother-in-law, with a visible effort to straighten himself, and after more than one meaningful glare, he paid his tab and walked out. Ellie could hardly believe her eyes. For the second time that night, she saw her father confronted and beaten publicly. She had no idea what her next step would be, but make a silent note to herself to thank Uncle Wes and Tad for defending her. Either of you boys got something to say? I'm sure you'll be fine, Em. He turned to the side table where he was sitting with Aaron and Ellen.
Or would you prefer to follow your daddy's lead? Won't be getting any trouble from us, Marshal, Aaron said, leaning back in his chair and taking another swig of his drink. Think you understand the result of the ceremony tonight wasn't what he was expecting. He's going through a bit of a shock. Oh, I understand that, son, Tad nodded, sizing up the presentation of both younger men. I've known your daddy a long time, and for all that. Excuse me, everyone. Slowly and a little uneasily, Ellie got to her feet. Can I get your attention for just a moment? We're all here because my gran is gone, and like most of you, I'm not sure how to deal with that. Riel Karras left quite the mantle behind, and I doubt this town will ever be the same without her. But I want you all to know she loved this territory with her whole heart. I will do everything I can to honor her legacy. Hear, hear, Cord stood to give her a solid place to lean if she needed it, and raised her own glass. To Miss K! To Miss K! General mood of the saloon returned to something nearly the same in bittersweet commiseration as it had been before Ronan's outburst, if not so raucous. You all right, Miss Ellie? Tad sounded overtly cautious, talking to her in a lulling voice, like he would a snake that could rear to bite at any moment. I doubt he meant that. You still... Didn't you write this today? Or did you just post it? I didn't even notice it while I was reading. It happens. Fuck it! Fuck it! Motherfuckers! We fuck it! We fuck it! No hands. Sir, the ads are not allowed, sir. Drugs are bad, okay? Okay, don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Drugs are bad, okay? 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 Drugs are bad, okay? Queen, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, talk! Yeah, fixed an official draft. Nice. To Miss K, the general mood of the saloon returned to something nearly the same in bittersweet commiseration as it had been before Kingsley's outburst, if not so raucous. You all right, Miss Ellie? Tad sounded overtly cautious, talking to her in a lulling voice, like he would a snake that could rear to bite at any moment. I doubt he meant that. No, you don't. Neither do I. Ellie put a hand to her temple. The hangover tomorrow would take at least an hour of meditation to clear, and she only hoped she'd be given the time to herself. I know when I catch my father being honest. Doesn't happen too often. He thinks passing the leadership of the coven to me will destroy it, and the hell of it is, he's probably right. Alv. Now, you listen to me, young lady, the marshal gave her a level look. I've known your family most of my life, and I can tell you 3 things for certain. 1. Old Kingsley is loved to nobody more than he loves himself. 2. Miss K's idea might not always be clear or make sense, but she didn't do anything without a damn good reason. So picking you to take her place wasn't a whim, or, like your daddy, thinks a way to pay back him and Miss M. Right, and the third thing? Third thing is, you, Karis's, might be mule-headed, but that's the quality that means you can do just about anything once you've decided on it. He smiled at her. It was an earnest, beaming smile that was one of the first genuine sources of comfort and support Ellie had felt since the release ceremony ended. It'll take you some time, sure, but your coven will do just fine with you in charge. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Ellie wiped away a thin line of tears that had run down her cheek. Thanks, Marshal Adama. Suppose you'll have to call me that when we're both on duty. He put a large, solid hand to cradle the back of her head. You're a pillar now, Elder Karis. Nah, your gran knew what she was doing, just like always. See? The most level-headed person I know just said you'll do fine. Cord gave her a sharp elbow to the ribs. Who are you really going to listen to? Tad Adama or your old man? Tonight I think I might just sit down, just drown you all out with a bit more whiskey. Ellie rolled eyes before draining her third shot. Tomorrow, when I'm sober and have had enough time to think about the firing range I just got put on in front of, we'll see. Fair enough. Look on Cord's face plainly said if someone deserved to get drunk tonight, it was Ellie. Maybe encourage her against drinking much more of the smooth whiskey. But Kay trusted me to look after you, and I won't let her or you down. Deal. Then you're in charge of getting us back home tonight. Solid. Love to see Kingsley get kicked down. Definitely explained, finally gave that breaking moment of saying what happened to her. And I'm guessing that has to do with her being kicked out, but it's only one small, or her leaving, but it's only one small piece of the puzzle, right? And everyone, like, backing her up and being like, you might be able to do this. So it's like, it's a very heartfelt, on the nose, character-driven, internal struggle that really puts into perspective that I wonder what things would look like if Kingsley was chosen as the Coven leader, kind of thing, and like how people would take that, because it seems people like her more than they like Kingsley. I love giving Tad and Marshall Dillon a Marshall Dillon beware the backhand Gunsmoke moment. I don't know what that's from, Country Girl, but I mean, powerful moment. I don't know what Kingsley was gonna say about Luce, but yeah, that's the moment. Gunsmoke, the TV show. Never watched it, Country Girl, but that's what you were referring to when you said this is a mix of Gunsmoke and it was something else. The fuck was it? Was it Cyberpunk? Like Gunsmoke and Cyberpunk? That doesn't make sense because it's like, it's more magic, right? Middle Earth. Oh, right! Middle Earth. Okay. So a lot more magic-based, kind of. Different species. Fantasy level. With the technological era of, like, the 1800s. Like, railway tracks, train stations and stuff like that, but not real, like, actual real technology, right? Still using horse-drawn carriages and stuff like that. Maybe rich people have cars? But definitely a solid chapter. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And I'm super glad that I know what happened now. And I'm guessing that one werewolf, I think this would be a good way to do it. I don't know if this is how you're going to do it, Country Girl, but tying the werewolf in that came into the shop to buy the gun at the beginning, the werewolf that killed her lover and almost killed her, should be the same person, right? Long story short, Marshall Matt Dillon was the main character of Gunsmoke. Takes place in Dodge City, Kansas, played by James Arness. Cool. Sounds like a good time. Alright. Well, if no one else has any other stories, we will get back to Sword of Truth. He's a big man at 6'7". Damn. Damn. That's tall. I'm literally fucking like 5'7". It's literally a foot taller than me. It's crazy. Alright, we're on chapter 20. Eye of the World. Book 1, Wheel of Time. Chapter 20, Dust on the Wind. As they left the white stone building on their nervously shifting horses, the icy wind came in gusts, moaning across the rooftops, whipping cloaks like banners, driving thin clouds across the thin sliver of the moon. With a quiet command to stay close, Lan led off down the street. The horses danced and tugged at reins, eager to be away. Just saying something since John, it was in my contract that I always ride the tallest horse. Wayne was 6'3". Huh. Cool. Well, you know your country, country girl. Your westerns, that's for sure. Not really ever really a fan of westerns. I think they're cool, but I'm, it's like it's like fantasy sci-fi western, right? Or like steampunk, or like, something classic like that, like the before technology, the rise of technology kind of levels. One of the staples of the show was him backhanding bad guys. So you're incorporating that backhand into Adama's character as a throwback. Love it. Absolutely fucking love it. That's inspiration. Rand looked up warily at the buildings they passed, looming now in the night with their empty windows like eye sockets. Shadows seemed to move. Occasionally there was a clatter, rubble topped by the wind. At least the eyes are gone. His relief was momentary. Why are they gone? Thom and the Edmonds Fielders made a cluster with him, all keeping close enough to touch one another. Egwin's shoulders were hunched, as if she were trying to ease Bella's hooves to the pavement. Rand did not even want to breathe. Sound might attract attention. Abruptly, he realized that a distance had opened ahead of them, separating them from the warder and the Aes Sedai. The two were indistinct shapes, a good 30 paces ahead. "We're falling behind," he murmured, and booted Cloud to a quicker step. A thin tendril of silver-gray fog drifted low across the street ahead of him. "Stop!" It was a strangled shout from Moiraine, sharp and urgent, but pitched not to carry far. There's a really funny compilation on YouTube, literally titled "Beware the Backhand." If you want to drop it in a link to it in the chat, I'll watch it. Country girl, sounds like a good time. Uncertain, he pulled up short. Splinter of fog lay completely across the street now. slowly fattening as if it were oozing out of the buildings on either side of the street. It was as thick as a man's arm now. Cloud whickered and tried to back further away as Egwene and Thom and the others came on him. Their horses, too, tossed their heads and bridled against coming too near the fog. Beware the backhand.
This is how it's gonna be. This is what you think of me. It's going down like I told you. This is how it's gonna be. I'll be the last man standing here. I'm not going anywhere. It's going down like I told you.
Slap the shit out of him. You can take my glove, motherfucker.
I'm gonna rock you. I'm gonna rock you. I'm gonna rock you. I'll have you begging for mercy, begging for mercy. Oh, I'm dangerous,
Like I said, he was a big man. Yeah.
so dangerous. I'm dangerous. So dangerous.
Then it became, you know, the eras change when it goes from black and white to color.
It's going down like I told you. I'm the
That's a long career.
here. I'm gonna rock you. I'm gonna rock you. I'm gonna rock you. I'll have you begging for mercy, begging for mercy.
Show ran for 20 years. Hell yeah. That's crazy. Love it. Love that shit. Did you imagine watching it for the first time ever, and it was like the first show you ever watched in color, and you'd watched it for so many years in black and white, and then all of a sudden it was in color? Could you imagine how fucking mind-blowing that would be? Lan and Moiraine rode slowly toward the fog, grown to as big around as a leg, stomping on the other side. Well back, the Aes Sedai studied the branch of mist that separated them. Rand shrugged at a sudden itch of fear between his shoulder blades. A faint light accompanied the fog, growing as the foggy tentacle became fatter, but still only a little more than the moonlight. The horses shifted uneasily, even Aldib and Mandarb. "What is it?" Nynaeve asked. "Evil of Shadar Logoth," Moiraine replied. Mashadar. Unseeing, unthinking, moving through the city as aimlessly as a worm burrows under the earth. If it touches you, you will die. Rand and the others let their horses dance a few quick steps back, but not too far. As much as Rand would have given to be free of the Aes Sedai, she was as safe as home compared to what lay around them. "Then how do we join you?" Egwene said. "Can you kill it? Clear it away?" Moiraine's laugh was bitter and short. "Mashadar is vast, girl. As vast as Shadar Logoth itself. The whole White Tower could not kill it. If I damaged it enough to let you pass, drawing that much of the one power would pull the half-men like a trumpet call. And Mashadar would rush in to heal whatever harm I did. Rush in and perhaps catch us in its nest." Rand exchanged looks with Egwene, then asked her the question again. Moiraine sighed before answering. "I do not like it. What must be done, must be done. This thing will not be above ground everywhere. Other streets will be clear. See that star? She twisted her saddle to point to a red star low in the eastern sky. Gonna lurk for a while, see how much I can get in through a work sprint or two? Hell yeah, country girl, sounds good. Enjoy. Good luck. May the creativity be with you. Maybe throw an exclamation point T in the chat there and see what you're at. Give you some inspiration. Welcome, welcome, Sean. How's it going, good sir? 69%, Sean. Damn. Shadow Realm! How was your day today, Sean? Happy Columbus Day. $169 would have been better. I mean, that's the cap. Hugo, what's up, brother? Welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? How are you? It's going? Hell yeah. This thing, keep on toward that star. It will bring you to the river. Whatever happens, keep moving toward the river. Go as quickly as you can, but above all, make no noise. There's still the Trollocs, remember, and 4 half-men. Then how will we find you again? Egwin protested. I will find you, Moiraine said. Be assured, I can find you. Now be off. This thing is utterly mindless, but it can sense food. Indeed, ropes of silver gray had lifted from the larger body. They drifted, wavering like the tentacles of 100 arms on the bottom of a waterwood pond. About to do some guitar practice? Oh, that sounds fucking epic, Hugo. For me, just another day in the hamster wheel. Gonna have to get pellets for the stove Wednesday. That will be an exhausting day. Oh, that sounds like fun, Sean. Going out and restocking on shit like that. The world calls to us and we can only answer, right? 'Tis such the way it is. True. When Rand looked up from the thick trunk of opaque mist, the warder and the Aes Sedai were gone. He licked his lips and met his companion's eyes. They were as nervous as he was, and something worse. They all seemed to be waiting for someone else to move first. Night and ruin surrounded them. The Fades were out there, somewhere, and the Trollocs, maybe around the next corner. Tentacles of fog drifted near, halfway to them now, and no longer wavering. They had chosen their intended prey. Suddenly he missed Moiraine very much. Everyone was still staring, wondering which way to go. He turned Cloud, and the gray broke into a half-trot, tugging against the reins to go faster, as if moving first had made him the leader everyone followed. Even 3 tons moving from 6 tons in real life, pick it up once to get it off the pallet to the edge of the trailer, then again to move it from the trailer to the stock inside. 150 40-pound bags. 150? Damn. How much does that feed? That's crazy. Is that like summer, or is that winter stock? 18 something kilometers per bag. Kilograms. Sorry. Yeah. That's crazy. With Moiraine gone, there was no one to protect them should more death appear. The Trollocs and Rand forced himself to stop thinking. He would follow the Red Star. He could hold on to that thought. 3 times they had to backtrack from a street blocked from side to side by a hill of stone and brick the horses could never have crossed. Rand could hear the others breathing, short and sharp, just shy of panic. Gritted his teeth to stop his own panting. Oh shit, thank you for the follow, El Chuck. That's not even all of what we need to heat the house all winter. We actually need 5 tons. Damn. How are you, El Chuck? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome, I'm Intoxication, and here we do writing tips and tricks to improve your writing, reacts for social commentary on world building, as well as beta reading for viewers, and any stories are welcome, as well as, you know, reading here and there, and we're in the art arc, so we're going to be doing some art, so, you know, we got a lot of things going on, but yeah, welcome, welcome. Or if you have any kind of creative mind or whatsoever, you should fit in perfectly here. And even if you don't, you should still fit in, because I'm a fucking retard. So you'll fit in perfectly. You have to at least make them think you're not afraid. You're doing a good job, Woolhead. You'll get everybody out safely. They rounded the next corner. A wall of fog bathed the broken pavement with a light as bright as the full moon. Streamers as thick as their horses broke off toward them. Nobody waited. Wheeling, they galloped away in a tight knot with no need for the clatter of hooves they raised. 2 Trollocs stepped into the street before them, not 10 spans away. Oh shit, here come the Trollocs! For an instant, the humans and the Trollocs just stared at one another, each more surprised than the other. Ah, Jesus, Scoozy, fuck me, Jesus, fuck. Okay. Another pair of Trollocs appeared, and another, colliding with the ones in front, folding into a shocked mass of the sight of the humans. Only for an instant did they remain frozen, though. Guttural howls echoed from the buildings, and the Trollocs bounded forward. Humans scattered like quail. Rand's gray reached full gallop in 3 strides. "This way!" he shouted, as he heard the same cry from 5 throats. A hasty glance over his shoulder showed him his companions disappeared in as many directions, Trollocs pursuing them all. 3 Trollocs ran. I heard a line in Zombie Girl Evolution that sneezing 3 times in a row is meant to be a good luck in one civilization. They'd surely be jealous of your 5 times. Maybe 5 times is bad and 3 times is good, Sean. You never know. 7 times is the same like it puts the same exhaustion in your body as an orgasm. Like the same shock to your body. Sneezing 7 times in a row. Now imagining orgasming while sneezing. Holy shit. 3 Trollocs ran at his own heels, catch poles waving in the air. Only if you're being choked at the same time. True, Sean, true. Skin crawled as he realized they were matching, Cloud stride for stride. He dropped low on Cloud's neck and urged the Grey on, chased by thick cries. Street narrowed ahead. Broken topped buildings leaning out drunkenly. Slowly the empty windows filled with a silvery glow, a dense mist bulging outward. Mashadar. Rand risked a glance over his shoulder. The Trollocs still ran less than 50 paces back. The light from the fog was enough to see them clearly. A fade rode behind them now, and they seemed to flee the half-man as much as pursue Rand. Ahead of Rand, half a dozen gray tendrils wavered from the windows, a dozen feeling the air. Cloud tossed his head and screamed, but Rand dug his heels in brutally, and the horse lunged forward wildly. Aw, that's so cute, Queen. Just sitting there, just swinging back and forth, just enjoying the time. Having the time of your life. Yeah, it's really cool. These guys are being chased by Trollocs. Oh, this is such an exciting, interesting story. I love it. Tendrils stiffened as Rand galloped between them, but he crouched low on Cloud's back and refused to look at them. The way beyond was clear. If one of them touches me, light. He booted Cloud harder, and the horse leapt forward into the welcome shadows. With Cloud still running, he looked back as soon as the glow of Mashadar began to lessen. The waving gray tentacles of Mashadar blocked half the street, and the Trollocs were balking. But the Fade snatched a whip from its saddle bow, cracking it over the heads of the Trollocs with a sound like a lightning bolt, popping sparks in the air. Crouching, the Trollocs lurched after Rand. The half-man hesitated, black cowl studying Mashadar's reaching arms before it, too, spurred forward. Thickening tentacles of fog swung uncertainly for a moment, then struck like vipers. At least two latched to each Trolloc, bathing them in gray light. Muzzled heads went back to scream, but fog rolled over open mouths and eating the howls. Four-legged, thick tentacles whipped around the Fade, and the half-man and its horse twitched as if dancing, till the cowl fell back, bearing that pale, eyeless face. The Fade shrieked. There was no sound from that cry, any more than from the Trollocs, but something came through. A piercing whine just beyond hearing, like all the hornets in the world digging into Rand's ears with all the fear that could exist. Cloud convulsed as if he too heard and ran harder than ever. Rand hung on, panting, his throat as dry as sand. After a time he realized he could no longer hear the silent shriek of the Fade dying, and suddenly the clatter of his gallop seemed too loud as shouts. He reined Cloud hard, stopping beside a jagged wall, right where two streets met. A nameless momentum reared in the darkness before him. Slumped in the saddle, he listened, but there was nothing to hear except the blood pounding in his ears. Cold sweat beaded on his face, and he shivered as the wind flailed his cloak. Finally, he straightened. Stars spangled the sky where the cloaks did not hide them, but the red star low in the east was easy to mark. Was anybody else alive to see it? Were they free? Or in the Trollocs' hands? Egwin, light blind me. Why didn't you follow me? If they were alive and free, they would be following that star. If not, the ruins were vast. He could search for days without finding anyone. If he could keep away from the Trollocs and the Fades and Mordeth and Mashadar. Reluctantly, he decided to make for the river. He gathered the reins. On the crossing street, one stone fell against another with a sharp click. He froze. not even breathing. He was hiding in the shadow. He was hidden in the shadows, one step from the corner. Frantically, he thought of backing up. What was behind him? What would make a noise and give him away? He could not remember. He was afraid to take his eyes from the corner of the building. Darkness bulked at that corner, and the longer darkness of a shaft sticking out of it, catchpole. Even as the thought flashed into Rand's head, he dug his heels into Cloud's ribs, and his sword flew from its scabbard. A worthless shout accompanied his charge as he swung the sword with all of his might, only a desperate effort stopped the blade short. With a yelp, Matt tumbled back, half falling off his horse as nearly dropping his bow. Rand drew a deep breath and lowered his sword. His arm shook. "You seen anybody else?" he managed. Matt swallowed hard before pulling himself awkwardly back onto his saddle. I just Trollocs. Put a hand to his throat and licked his lips. "Just Trollocs. You?" Rand shook his head. They must be trying to reach the river. We better do the same." Matt nodded, silently, still feeling his throat, and they started toward the red star. Before they had covered 100 spans, the keening cry of a Trolloc horn rose behind them in the depth of the city. Another answered, from outside the walls. Rand shivered, but he kept to his slow pace, watching the darkest places and avoiding them when he could. After one jerk at his reins, as if he might gallop off, Matt did the same. Neither horn sounded again, and it was in silence that they came to an opening in the vast shrouded wall where the gate had once been. Only the towers remained, standing broken-topped against the black sky. Matt hesitated at the gateway, but Rand said softly, "Is it any safer in here than out there?" He did not slow the gray, and after a moment Matt followed him out of Shadar Lagoth, trying to look every way at once. Rand let out a low breath. His mouth was dry. "We're going to make it. Light, we're going to make it." The walls vanished behind, swallowed by the night and the forest. Listening for the slightest sound, Rand kept the red star dead ahead. Suddenly Thom galloped by from behind, slowing long enough to shout, "Ride, you fools!" A moment later, hunting cries and crashes in the brush behind him announced the presence of Trollocs on his trail. Rand dug in his heels, and Cloud sprang after the Gleeman's gelding. "What happens when we get to the river without Moiraine? Light, Egwene." Perrin sat his horse in the shadows, watching the open gateway, some little distance off yet. He absently ran his thumb along the blade of his axe. It seemed to be a clear way out of the ruined city, but he had sat there for 5 minutes, studying it. The wind tossed his shaggy curls and tried to carry his cloak away, but he pulled the cloak back around him without really noticing what he was doing. He knew that Matt had almost everyone else in Edmund's field considered him slow of thought. It was partially because he was big and usually moved carefully. He had always been afraid he might accidentally break something or hurt somebody, since he was so much bigger than the boys he grew up with. But he really did prefer to think things all the way through if he could. Quick thinking, careless thinking, had put Matt into hot water one time after another. And Matt's quick thinking usually managed to get Rand or him or both in the cook pot alongside Matt, too. His throat tightened. Light. Don't think about being in a cook pot. He tried to order his thoughts again. Careful thought was the way. There had been some sort of square in front of the gate once, with a huge fountain in its middle. Part of the fountain was still there, a cluster of broken statues standing in a big round basin, and so was the open space around it. To reach the gate, he would have to ride nearly 100 spans with only the night to shield him from searching eyes. That was not a pleasant thought, either. He remembered those unseen watchers too well. He considered the horns he had heard in the city a little while earlier. He had almost turned back, thinking some of the others might have been taken, before realizing that he could not do anything alone if they had not captured. If they had been captured, not against. What did Lan say? 100 Trollocs and 4 Fades. Moiraine Sedai said, get to the river. We went back to consideration of the gate. He went back to consideration of the gate. Careful thought had not given him much, but he had made his decision. He rode out of the deepest shadow into the lesser darkness. As he did, another horse appeared from the far side of the square and stopped. He stopped too, and felt for his axe. It gave him no great sense of comfort. That dark shape was a Fade. Rand? Came a soft, hesitant call, without a long, relieved breath. It's Perrin, Egwin. He called back just as softly. It still sounded too loud in the darkness. Horses came together near the fountain. Have you seen anybody else? They both asked at the same time, and both answered by shaking their heads. They'll be all right, Egwin muttered, patting Bella's neck. Won't they? Moiraine Sedai and Lan will look after them, Perrin replied. They will look after all of us once we get to the river. He hoped it was so. He felt a great relief once they were beyond the gate, even if they were Trollocs in the forest. There were Trollocs in the forest, or Fades. He stopped that line of thought. The bare branches were not enough to keep him from guiding on the Red Star, and they were beyond Mordeth's reach now. That one had frightened him worse than the Trollocs ever had. Soon they would reach the river and meet Moiraine, and she would put them beyond the Trollocs' reach as well. He believed it because he needed to believe. The wind scraped branches together and rustled the leaves and the needles on the evergreens. A nighthawk's lonely cry drifted in the dark, and he and Egwin moved their horses closer together as though they were huddling for warmth. They were very much alone. A Trolloc horn sounded somewhere behind them, quick wailing blasts urging the hunters to hurry, hurry. Then quick, half-human howls rose on their trail, spurred on by the horn, howls that grew sharper as they caught the human scent. Perrin put his horse to a gallop, shouting, Come on! Egwin came, both of them booting their horses, heedless of noise, heedless of the branches that slapped at them. As they raced through the trees, guided as much by instinct as by the dim moonlight, Bella fell behind. Perrin looked back. Egwin kicked the mare and flailed her with the reins, but it was doing no good. By their sounds, the Trollocs were coming closer. He drew in enough not to leave her behind. Hurry! He shouted. He could make out the Trollocs now, huge dark shapes bounding through the trees, bellowing and snarling to chill the blood. He gripped the haft of his axe, hanging at his belt until his knuckles hurt. Hurry, Egwin, hurry! Suddenly his horse screamed and he was falling, tumbling out of the saddle as the horse dropped away beneath him. He flung out his hands to brace himself, splashed headfirst into icy water. He had ridden right off the edge of a sheer bluff into the Arenal. The shock of freezing water ripped a gasp from him as he swallowed more than a little before he managed to fight his way to the surface. He felt more than heard another splash, and thought that Egwin must have come right after him. Panting and blowing, he treaded water. It was not easy to keep afloat. His coat and cloak were already sodden, and his boots had filled. He looked around for Egwin, but saw only the glint of moonlight and the black water ruffled by the wind. Egwin? Egwin? A spear flashed right in front of his eyes and threw water in his face. Others splashed into the river around him. Too. Guttural voices raised an argument on the riverbank, and the Trolloc spears stopped coming. But he gave up on calling for the time being. Current washed him downriver, but the thick shouts and snarls followed along the bank, keeping pace. Undoing his cloak, he let the river take it, a little less weight to drag him down. Doggedly, he set out swimming for the far bank. There was no Trollocs there, he hoped. He swam the way they did back home, in the ponds and the waterwood, stroking with both hands, kicking with both feet, keeping his head out of the water. At least he tried to keep his head out of the water. It was not easy. Even without the cloak, his coat and boots each seemed to weigh as much as he did, and the axe dragged at his waist, threatening to roll him over if he did not pull him under. He thought about letting the river have that, too. He thought about it more than once. It would be much easier than struggling without his boots, for instance. But every time he thought of it, he thought of crawling out of the far bank to find Trollocs waiting. The axe would not do him much good against half a dozen Trollocs, or even against one, maybe. But it was better than his bare hands. Yo! Straight to the Shadow Realm. After a while, he was not even certain he would be able to lift the axe if Trollocs were there. His arms and legs became leaden. It was an effort to move them, and his face no longer came as far out of the water with each stroke. He coughed from water that went up his nose. A day at the forge has no odds on this, he thought wearily, and just then his kicking foot struck something. Not until he kicked it again he realized what it was. The bottom. He was in the shallows. He was across the river. Sucking air through his mouth, he got to his feet, splashing about as his legs almost gave way. He fumbled his axe out of its loop as he floundered ashore, shivering in the wind. He did not see any Trollocs. He did not see Egwene either. Just a few scattered trees along the riverbank, and a moonlight ribbon on the water. When he had his breath again, he called their names again and again. Faint shouts from the far side answered him. Even at that distance, he could make out the harsh voices of Trollocs. His friends did not answer, though. The wind surged. Its moan drowned out the Trollocs, and he shivered. It was not cold enough to freeze the water soaking his clothes, but it felt as if it was. Sliced to the bone with an icy blade. Hugging himself was only a gesture that did not stop the shivering. Alone, he climbed tiredly up the riverbank to find shelter against the wind. Rand patted Cloud's neck, soothing the gray with whispers. The horse tossed his head and danced on quick feet. Trollocs had been left behind, or so it seemed. The Cloud had the smell of them thick in his nostrils. Matt rode with an arrow knocked, watching for surprises out of the night, while Rand and Thom peered through the branches, searching for the red star that was their guide. Keeping it in view had been easy enough, even with all the branches overhead, so long as they were riding straight toward it. But then more Trollocs had appeared ahead, and they went galloping off to the side with both packs howling after them. Trollocs could keep up with a horse, but only for 100 paces or so, and finally they left the pursuit and the howls behind. But with all the twists and turns, they had lost the guiding star. "Still say it's over there," Matt said, gesturing off to his right. "We were going north at the end, and that means east is that way." "There it is," Thom said abruptly, pointed through the tangled branches to their left, straight at the red star. Matt mumbled something under his breath. "Exact opposite direction, Matt." Out of the corner of his eye, Rand caught the movement as a Trolloc leapt out from behind a tree without a sound, swinging its catchpole. Rand dug his heels in, and the gray bounded forward just as two more plunged from the shadows after the first. A noose brushed the back of Rand's neck, sending a shiver down his spine. An arrow took one of the bestial faces in the eye. Then Matt swung in beside him as the horses pounded through the trees. They were running toward the river, he realized, but he was not sure if it was to do any good. Trollocs sped after them, almost close enough to reach out and grab the streaming tails of their horses. Half a step gained, and the catchpoles could drag them both out of their saddles. He leaned low on the gray's neck to put that much more distance between his own neck and the nooses. Matt's face was nearly buried in his horse's mane, but Rand wondered where Thom was. Had the Gleeman decided he was better off on his own, since all three Trollocs had fastened on the boys? Suddenly, Thom's gelding galloped out of the night hard beyond the Trollocs. Trollocs had only time enough to loop back in surprise before the Gleeman's hands whipped back and then forward. Moonlight flashed off steel. One Trolloc fumbled forward, rolling over and over before landing in a heap, while the second dropped to his knees with a scream, clawing at its back with both hands. The third snarled, bearing a muzzle full of sharp teeth, but as its companions toppled, it whirled away into the darkness. Thom's hand made a whip-like motion again, and the Trolloc shrieked. The shrieks faded into the distance as it ran. Rand and Matt pulled up and stared at the Gleeman. "My second best knives," Thom muttered, but he made no effort to get down and retrieve them. "That one will bring others. I hope the river isn't too far, I hope." Instead of saying what else he hoped, he shook his head and set off at a quick canter. Rand and Matt fell in behind him. Soon they reached a low bank where trees grew right to the edge of the night-black water, its moon-streaked surface rifled by the wind. Rand could not see the far side at all. He did not like the idea of crossing on a raft in the dark, but he liked the idea of staying on the side even less. "I'll swim if I have to." Somewhere away from the river, a Trolloc horn brayed, sharp, quick, and urgent in the darkness. It was the first sound from the horn since they had left the ruins. Rand wondered if it meant some of the others had been captured. "No use staying here all night," Thom said. "Pick a direction, upriver or down." "But Moiraine and others could be anywhere," Matt protested. "Any way we choose could just lead us further away." "So it could." Clucking to his gelding, Thom turned downriver, heading along the bank. "So it could." Rand looked at Matt, struggled, and they turned after him. For a time, nothing changed. The bank was higher in some places, lower in others. The trees grew thicker, thinned out in small clearings, but the night and the river and the wind were all the same, cold and black, and no Trollocs. That was one change Rand was glad to forego. Then he saw a light ahead, just a single point. As they drew closer, he could see that the light was well above the river, as if it were in a tree. Thom quickened the pace and began to hum under his breath. Finally, they could make out the source of the light. A lantern, hoisted atop one of the masts of a large trader's boat tied up for the night beside a small clearing in the trees. The boat, a good 80 feet long, shifted slightly with the current, tugging against the mooring ropes tied to trees. The rigging hummed and creaked in the wind. The lantern doubled the moonlight on the deck, but no one was in sight. Now that, Thom said as he dismounted, is better than an Aes Sedai's raft, isn't it? He stood with his hands on his hips, and even in the dark, his smugness was apparent. It doesn't look as if this vessel is made to carry horses, but considering the danger he's in, which we are going to warn him of, Captain may be reasonable. Just let me do all the talking. And bring your blankets and saddlebags just in case. Rand climbed down and began untying the things behind his saddle. "You don't mean to leave without the others, do you?" Thom had no chance to say that he meant to do what he meant to do. Into the clearing burst two Trollocs, howling and waving their catchpoles, with four more right behind them. The horses reared and whinnied. Shouts in the distance said more Trollocs were on the way. "On to the boat!" Thom shouted. "Quick, leave all that, run!" Suiting his own words, he ran for the boat, patches flapping and instrument cases on his back banging together. "You on the boat!" he shouted. "Wake up, you fools! Trollocs!" Rand jerked his blanket roll and saddlebags free of the last thong, and was right on the Gleeman's heels, tossing his burdens over the rail. He vaulted after them. He just had time to see a man curled up on deck, beginning to sit up as if he had only Only that moment awakened when his feet came down right on top of the fellow. The man grunted loudly. Rand stumbled, and a hooked catchpole slammed into the railing just where he had come over. Shouts rose all over the boat and feet pounded along the deck. Hairy hands caught the railing beside the catchpole, and a goat-horned head lifted above it. Off balance, stumbling, Rand still managed to draw his sword and swing. With a scream, the Trolloc dropped away. Men ran everywhere on the boat, shouting, hacking mooring lines with axes. The boat lurched and swung as if eager to be off. Up in the bow, 3 men struggled with a Trolloc. Someone thrust over the side with a spear, though Rand could not see what he was stabbing at. A bowstring snapped again. The man Rand had stepped on scrambled away from him on hands and knees, then flung up his hands when he saw Rand looking at him. "Spare me!" he cried. "Take whatever you want. Take the boat. Take everything, but spare me!" Suddenly something slammed across Rand's back, smashing him on the deck. His sword skittered away from his outstretched hand. Open-mouthed, gasping for breath that would not come, tried to reach for his sword. His muscles responded with agonized slowness. He writhed like a slug. The fellow who wanted to be spared gave one frightened, covetous look at the sword, then vanished into the shadows. Painfully, Rand managed to look over his shoulder and knew his luck had run out. A wolf-muzzled Trolloc stood balanced on the railing, staring down at him and holding the splintered end of the catchpole that had knocked the wind out of him. Rand struggled to reach the sword, to move, to get away, but his arms and legs moved jerkily and only half as he wanted. They wobbled and went in odd directions. His chest fell as if it were strapped with iron bands. Silver spots swam in his eyes. Frantically, he hunted for some way to escape. Time seemed to slow as the Trolloc raised the jagged pole as if to spear him with it. To Rand, the creature appeared to be moving as if in a dream. Watched the thick arm go back. He could already feel the broken half ripping through his spine, feel the pain of it tearing him open. He thought his lungs would burst. "I'm going to die. Light, help me. I'm going to." Trolloc's arms started forward, driving the splintered shaft, and Rand found the breath for one yell. "No!" Suddenly the ship lurched, and a boom swung out from the shadows to catch the Trolloc across the chest with a crunch of breaking bones, sweeping it over the side. For a moment, Rand lay panting and staring up at the boom swinging back and forth above him. "That has to have used up my luck," he thought. "There can't be any more after that." Shakily, he got to his feet and picked up his sword, for once holding it in both hands the way Lan had taught him. But there was nothing left on which to use it. The gap of black water between the boat and the bank was widening quickly. Cries of the Trollocs were fading behind in the night. As he sheathed his sword and slumped against the railing, a stocky man in a coat that hung to his knees strode up the deck to glare at him. Long hair that fell to his thick shoulders, and a beard that left his upper lip bare-framed and round face. Round, but not soft. The boom swung out again, and the bearded man spared part of his glare for that as he caught it. Part of his glare for that as he caught it. I can't read. Made a crisp splat against his broad palm. "Gelb," he bellowed. "Fortune! Where do you be, Gelb?" He spoke so fast, with all the words running together, that Rand could barely understand him. "You can go hide from me on my own ship." "No hide from me on my own ship. Get Florin Gelb out here." Crewman appeared with a bullseye lantern, and 2 more pushed a narrow-faced man into the circle of the light it cast. Rand recognized the fellow who had offered him the boat. The man's eyes shifted from side to side, never meeting those of the stocky man. The captain, Rand thought. A bruise was coming up on Gelb's forehead, where one of Rand's boots had caught him. "Were you not supposed to secure this boom, Gelb?" Captain asked with surprising calm. though, just as fast as before. Gelb looked truly surprised. But I did. Tied it down tight, I admit. I'm a little slow about things now and then, Captain Doman. But I get them done. So you be slow, do you? No so slow at sleeping. Sleeping when you should be standing watch. We could be murdered to a man for all of you. No, Captain, no, it was him. Gelb pointed straight at Rand. I was on guard, just like I was supposed to be, when he sneaked up and hit me with a club. Touched the bruise on his head, winced, and glared at Rand. I fought him, but then the Trollocs came. He's in league with them, Captain. A dark friend, in league with the Trollocs. In league with my aged grandmother, Captain Doman roared. Did I no warn you the last time, Gelb? At Whitebridge. Off you do go. Get out of my sight before I put you off now. Gelb darted out of the lantern light, and Doman stood opening and closing his hands while he stared at nothing. These Trollocs do be following me. Why will they no leave me be? Why? Rand looked over the rail and was shocked to find the riverbank no longer in sight. 2 men manned the long steering oar that stuck out from the stern, and there were 6 sweeps working to the side now, pulling the ship like a water bug further out into the river. Captain, Rand said, we have friends back there. If you go back and pick them up, I'm sure they'll reward you. And fuck! We'll make it through. I promise we'll make it through. It's so important that we survive this abomination of ads. Fuck ads. I don't like ads. Why don't I like ads? Because ads are bad. 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 Are we back? Friends back there, if you go back and pick them up, I'm sure they'll reward you. Captain's round face swung toward Rand, and when Thom and Matt appeared, he included them in his expressionless stare as well. Captain, Thom began with a bow. Allow me to... You come below, Captain Doman said, where I can see what matter of thing be hauled up on my deck. Come, Fortune. Come. Fortune desert me. Somebody secure this horn-cursed boom. As crewmen rushed to take the bottom, he stumped off toward the stern of the boat. Rand and his 2 companions followed. Yo, what's up? I'm on my alt account. What's up, Go GD? Oh. Shadowrun! Shadowrun! I can make you what you can! Everything gave the impression of being in its proper place, right down to the coats and cloaks hanging from pegs on the back of the door. Wait, did we read that? You come below, stumbled off toward the stern of the boat. Rand and his 2 companions followed. Captain Doman and a tidy captain in the stern reached by climbing down the short ladder. where everything gave the impression of being in its proper place, right down to the coats and cloaks hanging from pegs on the back of the door. Cabin stretched the width of the ship, with a broad bed built against one side and a heavy table built out from the other. There was only one chair with a high back and sturdy arms, and the captain took that himself, motioning the others to find places on various chests and benches that were the only other furnishings. A loud harumph stopped Matt from sitting on the bed. "Now," said the captain, when they were all seated, "my name is Bale Doman, captain and owner of the Spray, be this ship. Now, who be you, and where be you going out here in the middle of nowhere, and why should I no throw you over the side for the trouble you've brought me?" Rand still had as much trouble as before in following Doman's rapid speech. When he worked out the last part of what the captain had said, he blinked in surprise. "Throw us over the side," Matt hurriedly said. "We didn't mean to cause you any trouble. We were on our way to Camelin, and then where the wind takes us," Thom interrupted smoothly. "That's how gleemen travel, like dust on the wind. I'm a gleeman, you understand. Thom Marilyn by name." He shifted his cloak to the multi-hued patches stirred as if the captain could have missed them. "These two country louts want to become my apprentices, though I'm not yet sure I want them." Rand looked at Matt, who grinned. "That be all very well, man," Captain Doman said placidly, "but it tells me nothing. Less, fortune prick me, that place be no road to Camelin from anywhere I ever heard of." "Now that is a story," Thom said, and he straightway began to unfold it. According to Thom, he'd been trapped by the winter snows in a mining town in the mountains of mist beyond Berlin. Well, there he heard legends of a treasure dating from the Trolloc Wars in the lost ruin of a city called Eridhall. Now, it just so happened that he had earlier learned the location of Eridhall from a map given him many years ago by a dying friend in Ilion, whose life he had once saved. Man who expired breathing that the map would make Thom rich, which Thom never believed until he heard the legends. When the snows melted enough, he set out with a few companions, including his two would-be apprentices. After the journey of many hardships, they actually found the ruined city. But it turned out the treasure had belonged to one of the Dreadlords themselves, and Trollocs had been sent to fetch it back to Shale Gol. Almost every danger they really had faced, Trollocs, Myrdrill, Drakgar, Mordeth, Shadar, assailed them at one point or another of the story. Well, the way Thom told it, they all seemed to be aimed at him personally, and to have been handled by him with the greatest adroitness. With much deterring due mostly by Thom, they escaped, pursued by Trollocs, though they became separated in the night until finally Thom and his two companions sought refuge on the last place left to them, Captain Domo's most welcome ship. As the gleeman finished up, Rand realized his mouth had been hanging open for some time and shut it with a click. When he looked at Matt, his friend was staring wide-eyed at the gleeman. Captain Doman drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. "That be a tale many folk would no believe, of course. I did see the Trollocs. Did I know?" "Every word true," Thom said blandly, "from one who lived it. Happen you have some of this treasure with you?" Thom spread his hands regretfully. "Alas, what little we managed to carry away with us was with our horses, which bolted when those last Trollocs appeared. All I have left are my flute and my harp, a few coppers, and my clothes on my back. But believe me, you want no part in that treasure. It is the taint of the Dark One. Best to leave it to the ruins and the Trollocs. So you've no money to pay your passage. I'd no let my own brother sail with me if he could no pay his passage, especially if he brought Trollocs behind him to hack up my railings and cut up my rigging. Why should I no let you swim back where you came from and be rid of you? You wouldn't put us You wouldn't just put us ashore, Matt said. Not with Trollocs there. Said anything about shore, Doman replied dryly. Studied them a moment, then spread his hands flat on the table. Bail Doman, be a reasonable man. I'd no toss you over the side if there was a way out of it. Now I see one of your apprentices has a sword. I need a good sword, and fine fellow that I be, I'll let you have passage far as Whitebridge for it. Thom opened his mouth, and Rand spoke up quickly. No. Tam had not given it to him to trade away. He ran his hand down the hilt, feeling the bronze heron. As long as he had it, it was as if Tam were with him. Doman shook his head. Well, if it be no, it be no, but Bail Doman no give free passage, not to his own mother. Reluctantly, Rand emptied his pocket. There was not much, a few coppers and the silver coin Moiraine had given him. Held it out to the captain. After a second, Matt sighed and did the same. Thom glared, but a smile replaced it. So quickly that Rand was not sure it had been there at all. Captain Doman deftly plucked the 2 fat silvers out of the boy's hands and produced a small set of scales and a clinking bag from his brass-bound chest behind his chair. After careful weighing, he dropped the coins in a bag and returned them, each some smaller silver and copper, mostly copper. As far as Whitebridge, he said, making a neat entry in a leather-bound lodger. That's a deer passage just to Whitebridge, Thom grumbled. Plus damages to my vessel, the captain answered placidly. He put the scales in the bag back in the chest and closed it in a satisfied way. Plus a bit for bringing Trollocs down on me, so I must run down river in the night when there be shallows aplenty to pile me up. What about the others? Rand asked. Will you take them too? They should have reached the river by now, or they soon will, and they'll see that lantern of your mast. On your mast. Captain Doman's eyebrows rose in surprise. Happen you think we be standing still, man? Fortune prick me. We be 3-4 miles down river from where you came aboard. Trollocs make those fellows put their backs into our oars. They know Trollocs better than they like, and the current helps too, but it makes no never mind. I'd no put in again tonight if my old grandmother was on a riverbank. I may no put in again at all until I reach Whitebridge. Had my fill of Trollocs dogging my heels long before tonight, and I'll have no more if I can help. Thom leaned forward interestedly. You have had encounters with Trollocs before, lately. Doman hesitated, eyeing Thom narrowly, but when he spoke, he merely sounded disgusted. I wintered in Saldea, man. Not my choice, but the river froze early, and the ice broke up late. They say you can see the blight from the highest towers in Meriden, but I've no mind for that. I've been there before, and there always be talk of Trollocs attacking a farm or the like. This winter past, though, there be farms burning every night. Aye, the whole villages, too. Times. They even came right up to the city walls, and if they... Ah, Jesus. Times. They even came right up to the city walls, and if that no be bad enough, people be all saying it meant the Dark One be stirring, and the last days be come. Gave a shiver and scratched at his head as if the thought made his scalp itch. I can no wait to get back where people think Trollocs just be tales, stories I tell be travelers' lies. Rand stopped listening, stared at the opposite wall, and thought about Egwene and the others. Hardly seemed right for him to be safe on the spray while they were still back there in the night somewhere. The captain's cabin did not seem so comfortable as before. He was surprised when Thom pulled him to his feet. The Gleeman pushed Matt and him toward the ladder with apologies over his shoulder to Captain Doman for the country louts. Rand climbed up without a word. Once they were on deck, Thom looked around quickly to make sure they were not being overheard, then growled, I could have gotten us passage for a few songs and stories if you two hadn't been so quick to show Silver. Not so sure, Matt said. He sounded serious about throwing us in the river to me. Rand walked slowly to the rail and leaned against it, staring back up the night shrouded river. He could not see anything but black, not even the river bank. After a minute, Thom put a hand on his shoulder, but he did not move. There isn't anything you can do, lad. Besides, they're likely safe with Moiraine and Lan. But this time, can you think of any better than those two for getting the lot of them clear? Tried to talk her out of coming, Rand said. You did what you could, lad. No one could ask more. I told her I'd take care of her. I should have tried harder. Creak and the sweeps and the hum of the rigging and the wind made a mournful tune. I should have tried harder, he whispered. End of chapter 20! Oh, fuck.
They got a little bit of action going on in this chapter. Just a wee bit, you know, not too much, just a wee bit. But Sean, how have you been faring today? You got another chapter ready for us?
Still ahead of you, but I'll probably write today's chapter later on. So I think we're on, 39 and you're on 40? So we're like 1 or 2 chapters behind. Alright, let's get this on. $39, all the days. Alright, so it's a short story. Chapter 39, Treehouse Isekai. Oh, my fucking nose. Alright, let's get into it. Here we go. That night, my endurance was fully tested. Somehow, I passed that test. I don't know why I was able to perform for so many women at one time, but I wasn't about to complain about this trait. When I announced it after breakfast, needing to visit a feed store, Georgius... It's supposed to be Gorgius? I don't remember if it's Georgius or Gorgius. Gorgius insisted that she come with me. I was about to refuse once more, only to realize exactly what day it was, and why my trees had been so cheap. Of all the days, this is the one I can allow you to come. Happy Halloween, everyone. If the truck were larger, I could take everyone, providing they could prevent their ears and tail from twitching. As it is, I think only Maud and Karenna could potentially join. They're all essentially human, aside from differences in size and skin tone, with Karenna her ears, all of which can be explained by costumes for the holiday. Seeing as Karenna was able to come yesterday, I think Maud should be able to be the one to come today. Hot damn, I'm in, stated Maud. Verona had taken all 3 saplings when she had returned to get the proverbial ball rolling on her end to secure a portal hub from my side. Though I had insisted that all 3 sides needed equal protection. We couldn't allow any further leaders to take control of the portal themselves, but always maintained that the hub is neutral territory. Fences had been unloaded, and the one on the Earth was nearly finished. I assumed that by the time we returned with the feed and the Earth fence would be completed and the next fence would be started. Gorgius happily scampered into the center of the truck bench, and Maud took shotgun. I went to buckle them in, but I didn't need to worry because they were both fully familiar with technology requiring seatbelts. A tad on the primitive side, but still easy to understand, said Gorgius, somewhat condescendingly. Trip into town went smoothly, and due to less traffic, it only took about half the time as yesterday. As we pulled into the feed store, I noticed that they, too, had some tree saplings for sale. I want all those trees, 10 bales of hay, and all the deer pellets you still have available. I stated to the store clerk. Smiled broadly. Certainly, sir. Just a moment while we total everything up. You girls look amazing in your costumes. I'd swear you were a real goblin and a grizzled dwarf woman. Well done on the makeup. What did he mean by grizzled? Asked Maud, somewhat irritated. I chuckled. Don't pay it any mind. It's just the fact that you don't look like a child with some costume on. You show your adulthood. You could tell him you're in your 30s and he'll be quite shocked. Only we'd then have to say you're an actual dwarf. As in someone with dwarfism. Might be okay, except your arms and legs are proportionate. And that isn't very common with humans afflicted by dwarfism. Best let him think you're amazing by using makeup instead. Gorgius spotted a fancy-looking bird fountain. What's this for? I chuckled. It's for birds to drink from, and to look good doing it. You want it? She shook her head. No, there aren't any birds in the forest, at least on our side. I raised my finger to my lips. I then heard a peeping that was unmistakable. We should fix that. Walking over to some stainless steel water troughs that had been used to house chicks, I collected about 30 Brahma chicks, making sure to only get a single rooster. I grabbed a decently sized rolling chicken coop and all the necessities to keep the chickens alive and fed while they were growing. When the clerk returned, he added to the new acquisitions to the total, and I paid a rather large bill. Glad I had decent savings. Next trip to town, I'll need to bring some gold to sell. I mentioned the need for gold to tell when we were outside loading our purchases and strapping them down with ratchet straps. I'm like, I mentioned the need for gold to tell. Sell. Oh. Okay. No worries. Is gold still valuable here? Maud seemed surprised. Yeah, currently it's at $3,700 an ounce, or thereabouts. George is confused. Why so expensive? We didn't spend that much for what we bought here. Can't you just grab an asteroid if you need gold? Wrong tech level. We can reach space, not to the point where we can just grab an asteroid for minerals yet. Give us a few centuries and I bet we'll be there. Oh, that's concerning. You're on the head of the pin, huh? Maud was clearly concerned. I nodded. Yup, one wrong step and boom, we're capable of making ourselves extinct. Gorgeous gasped. You've got nukes? So thankful we were in the truck that the door was firmly closed at this point. The nation, yes. In the world, yes. Me, no way. Even if I could have them, I wouldn't. The way you said that just now, if the government heard it, it might have caused them to investigate me. It would be a waste of their time, but they might do it. I want to get some food to take home. We did pizza and chicken, so maybe some sushi and Chinese food. I know a great place that this feels like super abrupt. It's like maybe saying something about changing the, you know, let's change the subject, right? I desperately wanted to change the subject, so I started talking about food. I just feel like it was straight into government investigating me. Let's get some, I want to get some food when we get home. Just seems a little abrupt. Dark Car, what's up? How's it going? How are you today, Dark Car? What are you up to? I know a great place that does both for takeout. Won't be cheap that way. They charge by the pound when getting food to go. Are you a writer, though, Dark Car? Are you a creative, intelligent, mindful person who loves brainstorming and creativity and sharing ideas, telling stories, and using your mind and the power of thought with words to make stories? Dark Car is surely a dark horse on crack. Nice, Sean. Love it. We headed swiftly back home. With the food purchased, we headed swiftly back home. Entering into the clearing, I noted that the fence was completed, but more than that, there were cables running to devices I didn't recognize. I noted a few elf-like women running all over the place, and more dwarf-like women tinkering with devices. I noted something similar to the dwarf-like people, but skinnier. She seemingly was acting as a foreman. Talking to her was a woman with bat-like wings and a reptilian tail that had spikes on the end of it. She also had horns, as if 2 unicorns had donated them for her. Straight spiraling on either side of her face. I don't get the straight spiraling. What do you mean by straight spiraling? Not 100% on that, Sean. Matriarch pulled out the big blasters. Don't see those two out in the wild like this. Should offer for them to become your wives too. They don't have time to time to try and convince a different man to breed them. Can't afford to lose that level of brain power just because we're too busy to date, you know. Straight horns, but they're spiraling. Like a twisted piece of plastic. Like a spiral? Oh, okay. Okay. Georgius was very excited at the prospect. Wouldn't surprise me to find out the matriarch sent them specifically for that reason either. Maud nodded. She's probably right. If you're willing, then I'd say you make the offer. Pulled through and onto the side with the sick forests. There, we unloaded the saplings in the chicken coop. Lisa cooed over the chicks and was all too eager to help with their care. I took a fresh bale of hay to replace the one on the herd, which had grown larger in my absence, had already devoured. Took care of a fresh bale of hay to replace the one the herd, which had already grown larger in my absence, had already devoured. I grabbed the partial bucket of deer pellets while I was at it, and simply upturned the whole thing, dumping its contents everywhere. Maybe I'll change how I say that. The two horns on either side of her face spiraled straight out from her skull. Yeah, something like that. Like, I think I get the idea of it. It just sounds awkward, right? Straight spiral. Well, if it's spiral, how can it be straight, right? It's just like pointed forward or forward facing as and not using straight. I think using straight and spiraled together just kind of makes a clash. Like they were spiraled outwards. I don't know. Again, don't take my advice on that shit. I'm just bad at it. I grabbed the partial... Oh, we already said that. Dumping its contents everywhere. The animal that had apparently been first came right up to, and started eating, not caring one bit that I was still there. Help yourselves. Get your strength back, fellas. His tail flicked and an ear twitched. MS3 Zizu! Yo, yo! What's up? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Thank you, thank you. Love you too. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Happy Columbus Day. The others slowly came back in so they could partake of the food. The next thing I knew, a samurai off-road vehicle came through the portal with a woman's face that I knew all too well. My face turned white as I stared in mild horror at Mary's face. She was equally horrified by the sights of the people around us. James? What the hell is going on here? I chuckled mirthlessly as my wives surrounded me. I lost contact with you over a month ago, and now I get off my ass to come and check on my stupid brother. I don't even know what I found. Nice. Ads. Perfect timing, right? Bad ads. Get out of here. Get out of here, ads. No one likes you. Give you the good old fucking... Got here. Got here. Bastards. Smack a bitch around. Yay! Welcome back! Okay, so I don't know where we cut off, so this is the next thing I knew. A samurai off-road vehicle came through the portal with a woman's face that I knew all too well. My face turned white as I stared in mild horror at Mary's face. She was equally horrified by the sights and the people around us. James? What the hell is going on here? I chuckled mirthlessly as my wives surrounded me. I lost contact with you over a month ago, and when I get off my ass to come and check up on my stupid brother, I don't even know what I found. Great introduction to the new chapter. Love it. And it's interesting how it's like, oh, it's Halloween. Next chapter, Sisterly Triad. Meeting a woman who acts like a man, or a woman who acts like a woman. Finally get the reference that James is talking about. Finally get to that point of being like, oh, okay, I understand. Now I know why you're like that, because she's like that. Da, 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 da. There's something else I was gonna say about like their conversation. Like, I hope it's foreshadowing that he's talking about, like, you know, shit, and that's what makes it so the government comes after him. That would be crazy. Seriously surprised when she showed up. I really thought he had no family. It is what it is when the story directs you. You know what's going on. No, you don't. No, you don't. Thought you did, but you don't. Then you're like, oh, perfect. It all makes sense now. It's all coming together. How could we ever forget this? How could we ever stop it? How could there ever be anything else other than this? There's no such thing. Then, going back and reading the part about how Nedwin couldn't run to his sisters during a thunderstorm, and it was right there. Always foreshadowed. That's why I'm hoping now that James is going to be on the watch, and, you know, at some point in time, government's going to come up and something's going to happen, and it's going to be like, well, shit, or they're going to go to them, and it's going to be like, well, shit. Why didn't you come to us? It's like, well, shit, we did. Well, fuck, what now? It's probably going to be the last early day today. And then tomorrow we'll go back to 7 to 8 hour streams. Cause, yeah. Holidays are a little wear and tear, you know? Oh. But for now, we have... Modern villains are pitiful. Maybe they'll attach shields to his truck and marry Samurai to be safe. James hasn't thought about that yet, but maybe Verona has. Never know. Ooh, scoozy. All right. Here we go. I kind of want to watch this too. But we'll watch this one today. We might watch that one tomorrow. Who knows?
A quick note. I want to thank everyone for the response to my last video. I had anticipated a very big and somewhat extremely negative reaction, and so what happened in that regard was more or less what I expected. Luckily, only one soft death threat or death wish, so that's nice. However, the positive response was much greater than I had dared to hope for, and for that, I want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for restoring my faith in humanity. Besides the comments and the likes, the personal messages I've received about how the video helped some of you in major ways, that was pretty incredible. And the fact that there has been just as much support, if not more, from women is also very heartening, but confirms what I already knew. So thank you again, and also thank you to everyone who reached out with supportive notes and comments. I definitely was not able to thank all of you individually, and I apologize for that, but I absolutely am very grateful. Alright, let's get into it. Villains, or if you like, antagonists, are an essential component of any story. This can take a whole assortment of forms. Basically, antagonist really only means that the hero, or protagonist, has to have some significant resistance.
Nokesville, yo, what's up? Yo,
For that
yo.
reason, you can get away with things like the environment being the antagonist,
Shadowrun!
or the protagonist
Shadowrun!
being his own worst enemy in certain kinds of dramatic stories. or both. A villain is really just the opposition to the hero's goal. That being said, villains, that is to say bad guys, have been experiencing a strange evolution in the last few decades, especially more recently. For one thing, they have become less and less villainous. Taking it further, they have become less and less evil. Part of this is in an effort in
Mine's
modern
not
and postmodern
necessarily
literature to provide
evil.
all aspects
He
of
just
the story
does
with
evil
more
things.
multidimensional realism. Naturally, a villain would be a human or human adjacent, so there ought to be more to him than just being the bad guy. Maybe we ought to examine how he came to be the bad guy, or whether or not his goals might have some merit. All of this
That's
ostensibly
definitely
in pursuit
Fafner.
of richer characters, which is not an unworthy pursuit, but let's tackle this issue one piece at a time. All of this literary experimentation has its place, I suppose, if you do it right, which, as I said, we'll get into in a bit here. But something that we as a society have apparently forgotten is that most of the time a crucial factor in the villain's character is evil. Of course, I don't mean that all characters need to be Lucifer-esque Morningstar or even Morgoth. Although huge, ugly, powerful evil is actually a crucial aspect of fiction that's currently
that's
called
Anima.
extinct. What I mean is that
That's
the
Anima.
clear moral judgment and acceptance that the villain character is morally bad in some major significant way is a critical part of making a villain. The idea of evil as an important aspect of a villain character,
And that's
has
what I
been
like.
shown-
I like about my character that's evil is because what is his goal? His goal is to eat everything. But he knows that he can't get enough energy to eat everything, so the only way to eat everything is to make life great for everyone and infect them with himself, so that when he comes around, he'll get the maximum amount of food that he could potentially get. And that's why he sends shards of himself out into the universe, splitting his consciousness into smaller pieces, which would then infect the monarch and the viceroy. But his ultimate goal is evil, but the way in which he does it is almost playful, right? Like, you gotta remember, he's kind of like an adolescent. So those tiny pieces of his consciousness that go off are super intelligent, but they have a child's mentality in a way, right? Towards, like, ignorance of consequence and love of chaos. So we can create that kind of environment inside of the tree now, because basically people can't kill each other. So it's almost like I said, like setting them up in a stagnant torture chamber, which is almost like a satire on first world countries and entertainment. How we've been coaxed almost into that entertainment is our only way to escape our mundane lives that, you know, in this case it's a post-scarce society, so they don't have to worry about, you know, working to live and stuff. It's just like, it has a different problem in and among itself, is that everyone's fucking bored, no one knows what to do, and no one has any aspirations to go anywhere, so no one's pushing civilization forward. So it's just kind of entertainment. Everyone only cares about entertainment. And the monarch's like, hell yeah, let's go down that route. But as things start to shift with control and stuff like that, then it becomes people are getting too comfortable, especially with leaving the tree, because he knows that, like, oh, he's got to play a role in, like, making it so people don't want to leave the tree. So that's why it's like having the Beastman War kind of looming overhead with the different kind of, you know, for Beastman faction against Beastman faction. Even though he started both the factions, the one against Beastman is under his control, the one for Beastman has been out of control. And he didn't realize that. And that's where the inauguration of the Viceroy announcing like Beastman being equal, and revealing that one of their High Chancellors is actually a Lamia, who is a Beastman, and not an Avian. And everyone's like, what the fuck? Because everyone thought he was he's actually a High Lamia, because among all of the species, there's like 10 or 20 of them that are like the top tier of the most intelligent, so they have the preface of High. as in like, you know, like a high elf or something like that. Like they are the peak and pinnacle of their species essentially. So, you know, like they have, let's say, a 14-year-old's concept level instead of an 8-year-old's concept level for like your average beastman, versus like the high-end output of an octopi being at like 200 IQ, whereas like avians like 160 and insectoids are like 110, where it's like on extreme average they have a higher floor but a lower ceiling. So their average is actually higher than the rest, but that's just because of the averages, right? And that's just like a small aspect of how the social structures in the book are built around the main evil trying to build a society that can conquer everything outside of itself and only have the highest levels of consciousness on the planet. Thus, that's the reason why the monarch is trying to destroy the beastmen, which is completely antithetical to the viceroy now saying beastmen are allowed inside the tree, which is part of a conspiracy theory that everyone believes that the next Beastman War will start via an infiltration of a spy of a Beastman being inside the tree, because the only reason the Beastman War stopped was because the Beastmen couldn't get inside of the tree. So now if they could get Beastmen inside of the tree and have an army inside of the tree, all of a sudden they'd be able to restart the Beastman War. And that's why people do not want them inside of the tree.
It's more and more by the pseudo-intellectual literary elite who will tell you that black cloak villainy, villains who are obviously very bad, is childish and unrealistic. There might be a case to be made for degrees of nuance depending on the specific story being told, but this mindset isn't apparently referring to degrees of nuance, but rather a complete overhauling of our concept of bad. It's not difficult to analyze the progression of thought here. People looked at human characters who weren't evil incarnate and recognized that it was highly improbable for a person, even a villain, to be pure evil, that is 100% evil, which is actually true, yes. But then their conclusion was that evil must not exist, like, at all. I shouldn't have to explain how fallacious this logic is. It's like saying because mushrooms don't cover the entirety of any surface on which they appear, mushrooms don't exist. It's silly, but we're going to break it down later. And if I'm in a very, very good mood, I might even provide sources for further reading. But the point is that modern fiction writers have arrived at a point where the concept of evil has been rejected as non-existent. Whether it's Guillermo del Toro insisting that monsters are the true heroes of all monster stories and monster hunters are the real villains, or writers like Alex Lake, who insists that Satan in Milton's Paradise Lost was sexy, thereby making it difficult, apparently, to root against him. Or rearranging the moral ideas in the story of Hannibal Lecter to make him a kind of moral neutral, made morally acceptable by the act of being accepted by Will Graham, I guess. Deleting the inherent evil of a cannibalistic serial killer to Fuller allows him to explore this character as something other than a villain. It also, it's worth noting, defanged and dulled Hannibal Lecter into something very boring and ordinary. An incredible feat, if you ask me. Side note, it is insane to me when people tell me that Satan was the most interesting character in Paradise Lost. I found him dull and petulant, a bitter, pouting child making constant justifications, all the while refusing to take responsibility for his own actions.
That sounds about right.
The genius of Milton's Satan was that he painted the devil to mirror the ways in which humans refuse to take responsibility for their own evil and villainy. I find it very
Nepal Raj, yo.
If you want someone else's opinion besides my own on that
Shadow Realm!
Source Maniacs, try C.S. Lewis's preface to Paradise Lost. There are two things that we need to know here before we dive into the villain abyss. First, evil as an objectively understood moral idea has been relegated to the fiction pile.
Okay, so let's take a step back and let's look at what true evil is in my book. True evil in my book is not anima. It is the people, the citizens inside of the tree that kill or basically require Zayd to be killed. It is the fanatics, the extremists, the people that are so convinced without ever having experienced it themselves. That is the true evil. And it's the ignorance in the face of knowledge. That they have the power to know, they choose not to, and instead they fight fervently against it in order to maintain their status quo. Which would be, in this case, they would be like the people that discovered the drug sap, the people that can mine out the tree, the people that create and manufacture things made out of crystal. They are basically being put aside because now people are leaving the tree and adventurers are coming back with goods outside of the tree that are not crystal. So, born of jealousy and loss of perceived livelihood, on top of the stagnation of society, these people have been manipulated purposefully by the monarch as to basically create an army of angry, rioting citizens that will, at his beck and command, do whatever he tells. And the evil of that is simply in the fact of people willing to put aside reality in order to believe something and believe in something. And that comes with, like, the loss of hope in society. That these people are so fucked up and down because they don't see any future. They only see an endless, miserable existence of consuming the same entertainment. It's like being locked in a room and, like, you never get tired, you don't have to eat, and you have 10 movies, and you can only watch those 10 movies, like, over and over and over again for, like, all of eternity. It's like, it's just mindlessly driving them insane. And then given their outlet through the monarch by someone telling them that it's okay to do this and enough people getting together to be able to do it, that's kind of the mob mentality evil that is, like, pursued through the monarch. So if you look at Husai, he is building a party of people that he can trust and they can work together to basically overcome obstacles. And he's building them up, giving them the tools, and letting them go on their own. Whereas, at least, you know, later on, at the beginning, he kind of holds them back a little bit, then he realizes and takes it off on himself. Whereas the monarch is like, no, he's purposefully standing at the back, saying, you do that, you do that, you do that, you do that. It's not like a discussion and a, like, reasoning. It is a pure command. Whereas Husai is like, you know, it's a two-way street, but he's explaining to you why this is a thing, so when you put your input in and it doesn't match up to the reasoning why, or it could change the trajectory of it, it's more analytical on that side. Whereas the monarch's just like, I want you to go do this, because those guys are bad. And then they go and they basically, you know, Antifa the fuck it up. But that's pretty much how it goes. Hey, babe, it's been a while. Hey, Fireblade, how's it going? How are you? How's your day going?
There is no actual evil. That is to say, the entire objectively moral concept of evil as a moral truth is no longer accepted in popular culture. Second, this is directly linked to the first point.
And that's the thing, is it evil that the monarch is doing that? To me, it's the evil that the monarch is doing it, the manipulation of it, the pure ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ness of it for his own personal gain as a childish motive, right? I've been good. What about you? I feel like we haven't talked forever. True, Fireblade. I'm doing really well. Today was Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Columbus Day. You know, I'm still on vacation. We're still doing good. We are in our art arc, of course, so we've been doing a little bit of art. We have moved on to a couple of other different channels to do different things. So this is a new channel that we've been checking out, which is discussing very specific points about things and more on a literature comparative level, like reasoning why things aren't the way they are versus like here's what you're supposed to do. So it's kind of like the other side of the coin. It's good to hear. You're looking good, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Everyone keeps telling me I look like I'm homeless. So I am glad that you're not saying, wow, you look terrible. You look like you're homeless. You know, even though I know they're just fucking trolling.
When evil is removed from the equation, when storytellers refuse to make any kind of moral judgment about the characters, especially about their villains, this completely dulls the entire story and makes it into a pile of mush that will be forgotten long before its remainders are pulped at the paper factory. Because despite what all these people are saying, objectively, understanding what evil is and that evil can occur is something the mind craves. But the bottom line is that stories can't survive evil being removed from our entire understanding of what makes bad guys bad. What makes a bad guy bad is this concept of evil.
Mm-hmm.
It's not their traumatic childhood. It's not that one horrible thing that happened to them. It's not society or oppression. Evil is something else. These things are...
And that's why it's like, even though that all happened to Anima, and that's the reason why he's doing it, the evil comes not from those things, but from the way that he treats people, and the way that he manipulates people, and the way he builds hatred and unevenness and contempt among people by whispering at their worst fears. Basically causing them to lose all sight of reality. And then it's the mindless mob. And it's like, is that evil as well, right? Like, they're doing pretty evil, fucked up things, so, I mean, you could say that's evil, right? They're definitely portrayed in an extremely negative light. They're literally like fucking Karens.
The lists for choice and change. Choices they make.
When is the next bikini stream?
Them to their destination.
November.
When characters
3rd.
and people make decisions,
but we're also doing October 31st. We have a
make enough bad decisions
we have
to become a bad person.
Somewhere
that
around
has
here.
a way of metastasizing into the rest of your character.
A maid
This
outfit.
used to be frequently depicted in children's stories with ugly villains. It conveyed to children that evil is a thing that poisons the entire person.
Yeah.
You can acknowledge that the person who became the villain began often as a normal, regular person. But that acknowledgement cannot negate the core of the villainy, which is that it is bad, objectively. Something you can't escape if you're trying to study literature or write in current year is
Yo, Raymond Dow, what's up, brother? How's it going, buddy? How are you today?
Postmodern heroes,
Happy Columbus
postmodern
Day and
plot
happy
structure,
Thanksgiving.
postmodern character analysis, and of course, included in there is also postmodern villains or even postmodern evil. Relegating this to study in some dusty library somewhere is one thing. Postmodernism is...
Oh, and then there's also the Beastmen, too, right? Because there's 3 factions of Beastmen, like, categories, right? There's the Beastmen that are willing to work with the adventurers and the other races and the other Beastmen. There's the Beastmen that just want to be left alone, and they want to do their own thing, right? Then there's the Beastmen that say everything is theirs, they can take whatever they want, and they're going to fucking kill you to get it. And it's not, oh, the rabbit people are these people, oh, the goblins are these people, oh, no. Every single race has the capacity to do those things. Happy Hispanic Heritage Day. Happy Hispanic Heritage Day, Raymond Dow. Wonderful, I didn't know that. I am glad I do now. I'm weird, I'm Canadian, so it's just Thanksgiving to me. Weirdest time, I know. I know, it's weird. But that aspect of evil that comes from it is like, I'm just thinking now, like the side characters to the Monarch, the bad guys that lead like the riots, that are running like the anti-Beastmen faction and stuff like that. They're the ones that spread the conspiracies. They're the ones that spread fear and hatred to everyone via, you know, basically the commands of the monarch and like the teachings of the monarch to be like, yo, we got to keep them in our place, guys. That's the only way to do it. But the monarch is also, it's because, yeah, it's fucked up. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, that character is also the monarch. He's just playing another character for that time until shit happens. So you have those two moments where, you know, the monarch turns into the monarch, kills his son. The viceroy goes across, kills his son. They both show their true forms, their massive forms, and then it looks at Husai, and they're like, yo, dude, they're the same size as, if not bigger than Husai. What the fuck? And the only other people they've seen that are even close to that, who are kids, technically, are, well, they're younger adults. They're like 25, right? But Husai at this point is like 45, so to him, they're still kids. Well, Zayd is the actual only kid who's like 16 or 17, right? And it's also like, depending upon what species they are, because avians live, or octopi live to be 150. Avians live to be 110, and insectoids live to be 80. So a younger insectoid, like an insectoid who's like 24, is actually like 35. And an octopi who's like 50 is actually like 35. Right? So, depending upon what species, their age is going to differ at what point, like at what age basically determines what, you know, how old they actually are. Whether they're adolescent, whether they're an adult, they're, you know, middle-aged, or they're older, or they're elderly. Consent laws gonna be insane. Do you mean, no, it's just easily on, well, what, like, if you look at it, it would be like, okay, so an octopi at that range would be like, what, 24? Would be considered, like, puberty. Avian would be, like, 18, and insectoids would be, like, 14. That sounds about right. But we're in the middle of ads! So it would be per species, right? But it would just be like a maturity level kind of thing, right? Takes longer for them to mature because they have longer lives. Or I could just make them, the judge just doing math, like, so 15 would be 25. Wait, no, That's fucked up, Ray. 15 would be like fucking... 15 would be like 10. That's fucked. No. That's some time to kill shit. But you can always do the same thing where they all just have puberty at the same time. They just have longer lifespans. Who knows? Not decided yet.
It has its academic merits, but the concept of postmodern villainy has bled into and saturated popular culture. In fact, I would say that we're now living in the moral and narrative wasteland that is inevitable in the wake of totally embracing literary postmodernism. This is like postmodernism. We come to
the age of evil, where there's so much going on in the world that in fiction, it's like what Fish said earlier. And Fish said, why is it that stories with lower stakes aren't popular anymore? And I said the short answer to that is because the stakes in real life have raised, and we've become numb to lower level stakes. So 50 years ago, 60, 70 years ago, right? The stakes on, it's the age of what the fuck is going on. Yeah, exactly, Raymond. But if you look at it like 60, 70 years ago, in like the 50s and 60s kind of thing, life was like really good. Like everyone was getting along. Like shit was going well. Yeah, sure, you had the Cold War brewing and stuff, but like the World War was over. Everyone was getting over it. Things were getting back to normal. It's already been 15 years, right? We're getting into it. Everything's going good. And so the stakes for a normal, relaxing life would be like, oh my god, I left my fridge open, now I have to buy a new fridge. Whereas in the modern day, it's like I am scrambling every day at every point just barely to keep a roof over my head. So I think the standard of what we think common in stakes, we've become numb to. So thus, lower stake stories like spice of like Sean's story, for instance, which is like fuck, why can I not think of the word? Slice of life. Slice of life, right? And it's like the stakes in it, to me, for instance, I don't feel the stakes in it are high enough. I like the story, but it's not in my genre, right? So it's like it's understandable at that point. But over top and over all of it, it's like looking at society itself. We need higher stakes to be like, I need to be able to forget my own worries and think that, oh, there are people out there that have it worse than me. I'm not that bad off. Whereas like 70 years ago, it was like, oh, I'm really good off. All I want to do is see what's around the next corner. So it was more of a very happy-go-lucky versus a, oh my god, I'm scared. And I think that's a cultural thing, that the stories that people apply now and consume are on that level of more higher level stakes of like, oh, I love stories where they kill all the characters and everything. You never know what's going to happen, right? There's no plot armor or anything like that. Is more like, because people feel like that's in their life. Whereas I think actually, you know what, now I think about it, plot armor is a good way to go. People used to have plot armor in their life, so they accepted it in books. People don't have plot armor in life anymore. They don't expect it in books anymore. I think that would probably be the shortest fucking answer to that question.
Before we get into it, I want to illustrate the philosophical idea of evil as I was trained to understand it. This is the absolute most basic and simplistic idea from which a great deal more interesting thought can...
So what is the basic simplicity of evil? And the basic simplicity of evil to me is break someone else's bubble because it makes me feel good. There are people that are out there that helping people makes them feel good. And there are people that are out there that hurting people makes them feel good. To me, it's people that hurt other people that get a an absolute heroic satisfaction of themselves. That to me is the epitome of evil. It's like self-satisfaction in the demise of someone else, very specifically. I think people in general took the fiction is escapism thing very seriously. I agree, Raymond. I fucking agree. And I think that's, in my book, that's the critique on entertainment. And people taking, poems, books, plays, dances, and everything just way too seriously in the way of escapism to the point of they lived it. Like method acting was the way you were supposed to be in society, right?
Emerge. This is by no means meant to be some kind of comprehensive treatment of philosophical evil. Alright, a lot of you got pretty steamed last video when I said that I was going to state facts, not opinions. We're there again.
Yay.
Obviously, I would not believe that the
method acting
I'm about
fiction.
To give you for evil was the true definition unless I had reason to believe it was something more than an opinion. If it was just my opinion, I wouldn't bother making a whole video about it. The reality is that, in a sense, there is no such thing as evil. Stay with me. Good is a thing, good exists. Evil, properly speaking, is defined as an absence of good. This is nice because here you can get your degrees of evil. However much good is absent results in a greater or lesser degree of evil. This is what gives people this idea of gray areas. I hate that term because it muddies the understanding of good and evil. Good is an absolute. It can never be great, but it can be absent to varying degrees. According to this philosophical understanding, there is no such thing as innate or intrinsic evil. No thing or person can exist which is evil in itself.
It has to be.
As I said, evil doesn't itself exist. It is simply a lack of good.
Kathy, what's up?
The more a person gives himself over to evil, the less good is present.
Shadow Realm!
Properly speaking, a person doesn't give himself over to evil, he abandons good. So really big, ugly evil like Morgoth or Sauron is actually very accurately described as a kind of void. Big evil that is almost utterly absent of good would be like a moral black hole that absorbs all light and has a kind of...
There are scholastic theologians who would dispute that there is no intrinsic evil. How do you say this? Like, evil is a human thought, right? Evil is a human concept, a human idea. Whereas the difference between good and bad, and that's the difference between good and evil, is how much does intent play into this in your mind? Because in my mind, evil only exists through intent. So if you don't have intent, no matter what action you take, that cannot be evil. And the worst, or the worst evils are the ones, let's say you have plan A and plan B. Plan B is weaker as far as reaching your goal than plan A, but plan B hurts more people. It's more personal. It's more in your face. That is like what I absolutely love to see. And not just in like the bestial form of like an animal and like, for instance, like a monster that has no emotion or anything. Because it's like, at that point, they're just doing what they do, right? A monster really can't be evil. They can only do evil things. And I guess that's the difference between the being of evil and the creating evil.
Clarity. When I say evil absolutely exists, I mean that evil is absolutely definable. When I say that philosophically evil does not itself exist, I mean that it is not a positive, substantial entity in itself. That its existence is reliant on the existence of good, which is a positive, substantial entity in itself. This whole thing is sometimes called privation theory, a term I hate, but I kind of hate terms in general. But if you want to, you can either open a separate tab in your browser and type in privation evil theory and do some reading, or if you'd prefer curated sources, you can look up one of the titles I have on the screen right now. For all of you listeners out there, just so you know, there are currently sources on the screen. Note, this summary does an excellent job at highlighting a possible reason that many find it attractive to reject this philosophical understanding, which is that the privation theory places the responsibility for evil on mankind, not some mysterious outside force.
We do it ourselves. We create it ourselves through our actions. I don't think the abstract of it exists, but you can bring it into reality through acting.
Good. Although, if you don't believe in objective good, that means it's not possible for there to be an objective absence of good, which means good and evil are whatever you define them to be, which means there is no good and evil, which means you can do literally whatever you want and no one has the moral right to stop you.
And that's kind of the greatest thing about a villain is the hero of their own story. To them, they're doing the right thing. They're doing the thing that no one else will do because it's too hard. It takes too many sacrifices. It is the long road, and no one wants to take the long road, even though at the end of the century, at the end of the millennium, everything would be perfect. And that's kind of with anima, with the force of nature, that there is just something unstoppable about it, that it is not evil. It is just simply a force of nature, and a force of nature can't intrinsically, through its intent, be evil. But through intent of consciousness of man, consciousness can manifest evil. And again, that brings us back to the concept of the book, which is all about consciousness. And consciousness's interaction and creation of the world.
So I guess that's nice for you. For the rest of us living in the real world, understanding and then accepting that evil is something that is definable is a critical element in appreciating and then also in writing good stories. Just as heroism and heroes can't be examined or written well without understanding.
For instance, bravery is not the absence of fear. It is the ability to act in the face of it. Or courage.
Morality, villainy and villains can't be examined without understanding evil. Now here's the thing. Modern 21st century society...
Twitch
especially
fucking died so hard on me. That sucks, Raymond.
...is largely the result of a bunch of random French guys yelling at each other in between trips to the opium den and absinthe vendors at their mistress's apartment. In case it's not obvious, I'm making a joke. My point is that our modern understanding of good and evil is not this enlightened thing that resulted from magnificent minds. Mostly it's garbage, intended to provide society with the greatest level of permissiveness reasonably allowable. Some of it is actually kind of interesting. Most of it is garbage. We're getting off topic. What I'm saying is that postmodernism has some interesting ideas, like I said, but what we have left now is an insane soup. It's literally
That's a
impossible
huge
to form
statement.
any kind of solid opinion about anything objective within postmodern thought. No matter how much you read, it seems to come down to the idea that man decides for himself both what is real and what is right. Sure, I'm oversimplifying, but challenge any postmodernist to prove that wrong. So what does all this postmodern business mean for villains and villainy? Put simply, the postmodern understanding of evil as such is that it doesn't exist. And I don't mean that in the classical
Like going to
sense.
Einstein and Newton and going, you dumb. There is also evil which believes it is good, but it deceives itself. This is how, for example, a conqueror would operate, brings civilization to the barbaric and uncivilized. Raymond, that is literally what fucking anima is. He is the force of nature behind that idea. Conquering to bring civilization. What if only evil exists? In a way, Raymond, you can say that it does. Because if the only reason that you're helping someone else is because it makes you feel good, isn't that evil? That is extremely self-serving. Yet that is like how 95% of people operate. Including me. And we've had this conversation before about not helping people outside of the family, right? People you don't know. Not being the good Samaritan. Kind of keeping to yourself and being like, yeah, I don't quite know about this one. I'm just going to kind of sit over here. But that again comes back to the question of, like, I like the metaphor of light and darkness. Can darkness exist without light? Can light exist without darkness? Because both are the mirror of each other. One illuminates the other in a way. Concepts only exist when their opposite necessarily exists in some way. Whether there is a good or evil means the existence of its opposite. There is little because there is much, low because there is high, etc. Yeah.
That evil is merely an absence of good. I mean, it doesn't exist in that it can't be defined. I mean that to postmodern literary theorists, which is everybody in every English lit department, in every publishing house, in every literary agency, the concept of evil, for lack of a better term, is a social construct subject to the whims of every individual person. They'll tell you that, like morality, evil is what society in a given time has decided is unacceptable. That's it. Therefore, examining evil in storytelling.
You have a
will tell
nice
the
one.
stuff
Heading
in
out,
the
Hugo.
characters
All right,
what
take care,
ails
good sir.
society. If you
Have
ever
a
want
good
to check
night.
and see if an English lit major is worth your time and money, you can go online and read the dissertations of lit majors from colleges all across America, which is, you know, something I did because I'm that kind of crazy. And you see this pervading line of thought running through these papers. I was searching mainly for theses on the subject of villainy, but this is all I found. Paper after paper about how villainy is a social construct and what specifically various iterations of villainy say about society at a given time. There's a foundational presupposition at play here. According to modern literary thinking and philosophical thinking, evil itself is not a thing that can occur. This is just a given to a modern lit major. Evil can't be defined because good doesn't exist, philosophically speaking. So you see, in a modern writer, there is no good,
Shadow
and
Realm?
there is no evil.
Shadow
Therefore,
Realm.
all stories do is tell
God,
us
that Shadow Realm's got to be
things at a
packed
given
by
time.
now, guys.
Therefore, anything
We had
that is
like
marked
12
villain by
today.
society and put in the
Let's
antagonist
see, 1,
column in
2,
a story is currently the victim of some kind of social stigma.
3,
You see
4,
this a lot with
5,
postmodern
6,
examinations of old stories
7,
like Beowulf, where the monster interpreted to
8,
be some kind of victim.
8.
You also see this with modern
Damn.
interpretations of fairy tales, where people decide that all these stories mean is that women were being vilified, and that's why the evil stepmother is so often the villain. Besides being tediously absurd, I also find
I feel that she would be immediately seduced by the literary theory of Jesus G. Maestro from how he goes after the postmodernists. Is that like a good thing, Raymond, or a bad thing? Or is that just like a cultization because you're against them and you don't think that they think the right way, so you're going to think with someone that's against them?
this entire approach to literature embarrassingly arrogant. So, according to writers these days, the only modern socially appropriate way to approach the villain is to apply one or more of the following postmodern principles of morality. First, you can make the villain sympathetic, because, you know, he's not actually a villain, he is just the victim of current year's social constructs. Or you can make him a symbol for modern acceptable social evil, whatever that is. I think currently it's fascism, but I haven't checked in a couple hours, so I might be something else now. In other words, the villain isn't a villain. He is either a victim of social misconceptions, or his past, or the patriarchy, or whatever. Or he's not so much a villain as he is a stand-in for the writer's idea of what is wrong with our society right now. There's a reason so many of the biggest popular productions these days feature fascism, or the patriarchy, or whatever happens to be big and trending on social media as the big bad guy.
Yup.
It's worth noting, from time to time,
That's why the
there's
universe
also
is my
a
enemy.
third option, the one in which the villain, you know, was right all along, and he just went about it the wrong way.
No, he went about it the right
This
way,
is
the only way he could have.
variation on modern villainy that's even
But that's the
somewhat
other thing, that it's like the true villains of the book really isn't Anima, it isn't the Monarch, it isn't Fafnir, it's the Beastmen and the people inside of the tree being manipulated by the Monarch. The Monarch is the force by which they are corrupted, but they are still corrupted in an area where they, you know, not everyone's corrupted, so obviously you can fight against it, right? It's just a manipulation of the masses, in a way. I'm thinking, could you even say Gaia, in a way, is a villain because she blows up the entire planet? And it's like she's been guiding them this entire time down this road. All basically for her self-gain. Because at the end of the day, she's trying to make it so that the world doesn't blow up. But because she's not interacting in a non-moral way, she is, or ethical way, and not just taking over the minds of the consciousness of everything and forcing Anima out. And taking the shard and throwing it off the planet because she knows it's just going to come back. And she knows Anima is coming for her. I say because of that whole postmodernists or the problem thing, Maestro goes all in on that. And basically the bottom line is Spain is great, all other literature sucks. Also, Maestro is a teacher of literature in the U.S. or was for some years.
Tolerable. It's just basically never done right. Before we get into examples, I want to take a moment to talk about the problem with the overemphasis on sympathetic villains. We'll discuss this a little more when we look at examples, but this is one of those good things, bad things situations. The idea...
Well, it's like, how sympathetic, right? Like, yeah, sure, someone came by and ate his mom, so he had to eat his mom, and he's just a kid. But it's like... It's the force of nature of consciousness behind it that's driving this idea, right?
With humanizing or making your villain sympathetic is that it makes the character more interesting.
We need to know what, Raymond? Because at the beginning of the second book is the origin story of Anima. So you learn everything about Anima. But then there's this concept in my head, right? So think about it this way. Anima's entirety of consciousness, right, sent all of the shards. Those shards contain bits of consciousness. And then those shards infect more bits of consciousness. So the Viceroy and the Monarch that Anima controls are their own separate individual people apart from Anima, in the same way that the main characters are pieces and parts of the greater whole of Gaia. Does that make sense? I mean, like the background in general for all stories, not yours specifically. Well, it's the question of, do you want to know that? Do you want people to know that in the story, right? That's the question, right? And there's also the idea of the people that are like the dark side of the guild, and the Warriors of Light having to work with the dark side of the guild in order to hide themselves, in order to be, you know, good, or in order to, you know, not get executed and found out. And it's like the mutually assured destruction of that across both of the planes of, oh, hey, by the way, you know, you tell on us, you die, we tell on you, we die. So, like, let's just not tell on each other. Even though the Warriors of Light and the people there don't approve of what the ex-adventurers do, they're not going to stop them. The whole, you must know why this dude does this evil thing. It's not, because that's really not the main reason for the chapter in the beginning. It's not explaining why Anima's doing what he's doing, as much as it is just simply explaining Anima. And explaining consciousness, and explaining the scale of the universe, and explaining, because it's Gaia's way of showing the main character he's just a piece of Gaia, and all of consciousness is just a piece of her. In the same way that the Monarch and the Viceroy are a piece of Anima, and anyone who's infected by the shard is just a piece of Anima. They are, in essence, their own individual people, collected of the minute scope and pinpoint of that individual precision of consciousness. So in that aspect, the Monarch and the Viceroy pick up their own evilness aside from the fate and acts of Anima through the pure incarnation of hate and rage that he places in their consciousnesses, which drives them to do what they're doing.
In the cases of characters who are not, you know, Lucifer as Morningstar or Morgoth, in other words, characters who are people too, it also lends believable realism to the story. This is all true. But the problem comes when the writer tries to locate the specific ways in which the villain ought to be humanized. Take this article, for example. This details some pretty good tips for constructing interesting villains. I particularly want to highlight this quote, however. The best villains are the ones who are trying to do good, not the blow everything up type. Your bad guy can't go around kicking puppies all day. He shouldn't be pure evil all the time.
Why not?
Show him tucking his daughter into bed. Show her helping an old lady across the street. Show him jumping in front of a runaway horse to keep it from trampling some beggars.
Nah, you gotta be kicking
Just like
puppies
the
all
hero
day.
needs to be flawed and not perfect all the time. Your villain should show some light in the midst of all their darkness. Now, this isn't wrong per se. It is
The
more
love of his mother.
often more realistic to show that there is still some good there. That's
But
very
it's
much
so
what makes
very
our
minuscule.
really
Just
evil
the love
and
of his mother.
absence of good. 99.99% of the time, there will still be some good remaining. But it's her examples here that I want to point out. When a character who is a villain abandons goodness as he gradually comes to embrace, for lack of a better term, the dark path, he will, in a sense, pick and choose what good remains. And the goodness that he chooses to hang on to will be in keeping with his character. A narcissist who is only out for his own benefit might still experience enough of a fatherly bond to tuck his daughter into bed at night, sure, but he's unlikely to be moved to action by the sight of some beggars in danger. A lot of
This is one of my favorite scenes from Fairy Tale, and it's like a flashback of Lucy, and she's like 5 years old, and her dad's like, you know, running his businesses and stuff, and she comes running into his office, and she's like, Daddy, 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 and he's like, what? And she's holding up a cupcake, and she's like, it's my birthday, and then she runs out crying, and it's like that, oh, holy shit moment. Oh, I fucked up.
Unrealistic, sympathetic villains stem from this problem. The writer started out with the best of intentions, but wasn't sure where specifically the villain's goodness still remained. Most often, this is due merely to the fact that most people see villainy as a social construct. So, to those writers, goodness and badness are pretty random and open to subjective interpretation. So they just randomly pick good traits that they think are most likely to tug at the emotions of the audience. The traits are not usually consistent with the person's character, so it creates contradictions that don't ring true. This kind of thing is done by writers to create uncomfortable contradictions that would supposedly be compelling to the audience. But in the end, it's just contradictory.
Yeah, it's the difference of being able to use something validly and something invalidly, right? Like, I could just make... But I guess another bit of evil in the book is how it all started. Because the true evil is the being that ate Anima's mother. The beings that don't care about their consciousness on their planets, that break their planets and go and devour everything. They're supposed to be the true nature of bringing consciousness back. But Anima has unlocked something deeper than that, which is a will beyond instinct.
Aside from issues of bad writing like that, you probably don't really need me to tell you that most modern writers' sympathetic villains have just become a synonym for the real hero of the story, which again goes back to a rejection of the concept of good and evil. In a postmodern literary society such as our own, we can no longer just, engage with the story. It all has to be meta. The story isn't what's important. What's important is the story's meditation on, or examination of, or deconstruction of some aspect of society. This isn't a villain.
See, although that is true, that only holds true for about 15% of the story. 85% of the story is driven through the characters' experiences and their view of the world and how others react to them and their position. And what they believe about themselves. Friend wrote a story where a fetus inside its mother is planning all the evil things it will do when it's born. It is pure evil. He thinks about pushing blind people into train tracks, kicking dogs, throwing cats into the sea, being a corrupt industrialist, ruining everyone's lives, then buying his way to dictatorship, creating bombs and toxic gases, just pure evil. Story ends with him being born without arms or legs. That's fucking hilarious, Raymond. That's crazy. That is a great story. That's fucked. I love it. I love it. Dark and great.
Society has decided unjustly is
hey, Citation Chat. Hey, boy. Yeah, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you?
And my truth and social constructs. If you think such a world can ever create a meaningful story, much less villain, you're in for a long, rude awakening. In the same way that
I'm
modern
doing good.
artists have to perch next to their...
We're talking about basically the postmodern view on villains being having to be sympathetic, and that true evil doesn't really exist, and that true evil is only simply seen through the eyes of the absence of good, in the way that the circumstances of the villain usually place them in, I see either the bigger picture and am willing to make the sacrifice, or they're they were driven by the love of their wife dying, and now they're just trying to get revenge on the person who did it. Was this giant company, so now they become the leader of the company and, break the company down and fire everyone and stuff like that. It's like the best villains are the heroes of their own stories. They think they're doing the right thing. They think they're the only one that has the ability to do it. And it makes me think a lot about my villains and how they play into the story and how they're perceived. Because Fafnir starts off as a villain, but then you realize that he's not the actual villain. Then the Monarch is the villain, but you realize that he's actually being controlled by something greater and a greater power. And the kind of theme of the book is fighting against a greater power even though you know you'll lose. And it is the fight that matters. Because that's what dictates what comes next, right? And even if you lose, you've still made a dent that someone else can come along and exploit, kind of idea. And my villains are pretty maniacal in the fact of they want the world to be basically a utopia, but inside of that utopia there needs to be a structure of authority and observation, right? So in my book, Inside of the Tree, the Monarch wants everyone to stay inside of the tree so everyone's healthy, everyone procreates, everyone creates more of themselves, everyone gets more intelligent, everyone produces more, evolves the species, creates more of them, gives more food for when Anima shows up to eat the entire planet. Whereas the characters are tired of a stagnant, boring society that they want to leave. So people start leaving the tree and becoming adventurers, and people start, 90% of people that leave the tree die. So it's kind of putting a hindrance in the plans of the Monarch. So he's like, okay, well, let's come up with something that demonizes the outside world. Let's bring back the idea of the Beastmen War and use the history and religion of the Beastmen against themselves in order to create conspiracies about prophecies about the future and ingrain that into factions of the people to make the people of the tree the true enemies of the adventurers. And then when the Beastmen War breaks out, they'll declare they don't want anyone to be in the tree that's an adventurer. We can wipe out the old regime of the thought process, and only people that are indoctrinated into this kind of utopian society will be remaining. And that's kind of the ultimate goal and idea of the main enemy. Just so he can have more food to eat when he gets there. So that he can consume all of existence. But then underneath that are different layers of villains like Fafnir, like Emerald Weapon, Sapphire Weapon, Ruby Weapon, the Diamond Weapon, the Octopi at the bottom of the ocean, the other dragons, the Beastmen factions themselves, and then it's like the question of, well, we already have the traitor character, which is the Viceroy, right? So, you know, end of the first book, of course, all your plans get flipped on their head because you realize, well, the guy who's been making our plans is literally the guy who's given the plans to the fucking enemy. Shit. We're fucked. Fafnir's like, I told you so!
Random canvas of cerulean smears and banana peels, and then explain to passersby that it's a meditation on, I don't know, post-colonialism. That attitude permeates not just art, but also literature. You and I and everyone with a brain knows that this is boring. Approaching villains like this is boring and also toothless. Stories are meandering, pointless wastelands that can't do anything because without the certainty of some kind of good and evil, nothing actually matters. There are no heroes, there are no villains. Who cares who wins? Who cares what happens in the end? Nothing matters. Let's all go home and eat dirt or whatever. What is happening? That's my theory. So let's talk about what happens when you
Welcome to my life.
And start screwing around with this like a toddler. We'll do some bad examples and some good examples, and I'm going to focus mainly on film and television for this video, but this applies to books too, obviously. Let's start with The Fall. I watched what I could of this for Gillian Anderson. I liked the premise of a cold, seasoned investigator versus a vicious reptilian serial killer. Here's how it went with The Fall. I've watched and read some interviews with the writer, and I've been able to more or less cobble together his storytelling philosophy with this villain. First of all, like all good, trendy writers these days, he's humanized his villain. That's fine. There's nothing really wrong with humanizing a villain per se, as we've discussed. So in this
depends on how much.
When we're shown so much of the human side of the serial killer, one assumes it's meant to make us feel uncomfortable. It's heartwarming how well he treats his wife and child. It's horrific how cold and disgusting his murderous urges are. The juxtaposition, I think,
that's kind of like with that new Haunting Annabelle or whatever book, the one with like the military, like he's like a super hacker dude, but he's also a stalker rapist. And then, like, she winds up the chick that he's stalking winds up, like, falling in love with him after he rapes her, like, 15 times or some shit like that. And then it, like, goes to show him being, like, this badass dude that's, like, saving people in third world countries and, like, you know, just bringing down governments and being, like, a super, like, James Bond kind of spy guy and just, like, killing everyone in one shot and all this shit. Just so absolutely ridiculous. And that's why I'm like, I feel like with the right marketing, I could definitely sell my writing, because no one knows how to fucking write anymore. No one knows how to make a compelling, interesting, like, multi-layered story anymore. They just know how to throw garbage on the ground. That's my opinion.
To be uncomfortable. As I said in my video about morality and heroism,
in a generalization,
making the audience uncomfortable is a cheap shortcut to grabbing their attention.
Yeah.
It doesn't require good writing. It is not good writing. Okay, but remember, Alan Cubitt's villain isn't a villain because villains aren't villains anymore. So instead, he's a representation of social constructs. So he is either going to be a victim of society in some way, or he's going to be a representation or meditation on what the writer thinks is wrong with society right now. This fellow is a nice, masculine-looking guy.
Which is like, it's kind of interesting that you say that, because that's literally how the Monarch is in my book. The world that the Monarch is creating is the world in which I see us moving towards, but in the wrong way. Where it's like, instead of being Starfleet, we're cyberpunk. And it's the utopia versus the dystopia. Like, it's a post-scarce society in the fact of you basically have everything that you need, but because of that, because you don't need to sleep, you don't need to eat, you never get tired, you're never hungry, you never have to want for anything, you could just laze around, you get bored. You don't know what to do. So everyone just... entertainment becomes the main purpose of life. Consume, produce, and evaluate entertainment. So the real world no longer matters. Only the fictional worlds that you're creating. Now, in the book, the fictional worlds that they're creating are actually pretty accurate renditions of historical events, because inside the tree, they don't have a history. They don't understand, like, they don't even know that they existed before 600 years ago. For all they know, they didn't even exist. Well, they know the Adventurers Guild's been around for 150 years, and they knew, like, the tree had been around before the Adventurers Guild. But other than that, there's no real past or written history or anything. So when the adventurers leave the tree and come back with, like, the Beastman's tales, their religion, idea of history, and their, like, stories and stuff, they just embellished them and thought it was ridiculous. It's like, yeah, right, some giant object in the sky that mirrors the sun. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Oh, you know, giant beings coming out of the waters with machines. Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. Dragons that blot out the sun. Yeah, buddy. All right. Sounds good. Yeah. Technology that can crush trees and pick them up and throw them around. I don't know, man. I think they're exaggerating a little bit. No, not exactly. They're actually pretty damn accurate as to what the past is, which is makes it so, like, jarring for, like, the main characters and stuff, because they're, like, realizing that the world is not the way a world should be. And you realize that as the description of landscape, and the fact that it's, like, craters everywhere, like... It's like, think of, like, a mountainous plain, take the mountains and completely invert them. As if, like, debris had been thrown and scattered everywhere. There's cracks and scars on the ground. Giant area with mountains that are crushed together that don't actually, like the rocks don't actually, like, melt into each other. So there's, like, a gap between them. And as they're moving apart, it creates a valley and travel between them. Yo, Zab, what's up, brother? How's it going? How are you? And in and of that, it's like... Through the description, you'll see why the fuck is this world like described like it's fucked up, but the characters and everyone in it think that this is normal. And that's the like feeling I want to give to people, is that yes, there was some sort of massive calamity that happened, and it's just now nature is starting to overgrow that and fix what happened beforehand. So that'll mirror the reality and the stories, and then that will be all the entertainment inside the tree that makes people be like, ugh, I hate life. I'm doing good though, Zab. Today was Thanksgiving. Yay! I'm Canadian, so we have Thanksgiving in October. So now we're just talking about villains, and I'm talking about how my villains are, how they're portrayed, what their perspectives are, what they're supposed to do. And the main villains, I'd say, would be the citizens of the tree, who are absolutely ignorant, manipulated, and they only care about themselves, and I would literally call them fucking Karens, with no restraint. Like, they have the power and ability to do whatever they want. Happy Thanksgiving, though. Thank you, Zav. Happy Thanksgiving, or Columbia Day, or as Raymond said, in Spanish Independence Day? Was that it? I don't remember exactly what Raymond said. I'm retarded. Don't listen to me.
Killing lady folks, so what do you suppose he's representing? If you guessed a big...
You got free time this weekend? Well, I've been super busy because of Thanksgiving and everything like that, so, you know. We're supposed to be doing a shorter stream, but we're only 23 minutes into the video, and it's been an hour and 10 minutes. So, and we still have to do drawing after this. So, yeah, I say it'll be a short stream. That just means it's not going to be a 9-hour stream.
Bad toxic masculinity, you would be correct. Show them what they want, Vanna. Nothing. Existential dread, I guess.
Shaw was asking me to arrange a meeting with you. Yeah, sure, sounds good.
Alan Cubitt wanted to make Jamie Dornan's chilling Paul Spector a meditation on toxic masculinity because, according to him, becoming a sadistic serial killer is on the male continuum.
What?
No, that's actually what he said.
Wow, that's fucked up.
This writer chose to build the entire idea of his villain character, Paul Spector, around various unspecified observations he had made about toxic masculinity and male violence, as if somehow all men are secretly serial killers. Okay, Alan, that was his...
Chronicles! Welcome. Zab, are you a pimp? Yes, he is. He's pimping me out.
He wanted viewers to...
He pimps my ass out on the street, and I only get 10%, but that's a lot of money, because I'm worth it.
A natural
Ask Fireblade. Maddie, yo, what's up? Are you going to the Shadow Realm, Maddie?
I'm tempted
My mother
to dump
asked
a
me
bunch
where I
of
was
sources
last
here
night, and I
debunking
told
the
her that I
whole
was playing
men are
Sicilian
violent
golf and kept
monsters
hitting
by
the rough,
default
but I
thing.
wanted to aim
But this
for the hole-in-one, but some dreams don't come true.
Jesus Christ, Mike. Welcome, Mike or Cheese Harry. You haven't shared your thoughts over Discord about overlays and emotes. Oh god, the next words that come out of his mouth will determine whether Maddie goes to the Shadow Realm! Yes, why? Want to introduce someone from the house.
You'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What?
True.
You start smoking.
Video isn't about male violence or whatever, yet I know that there are some viewers out there who will hear me make these apparently...
Oh, another thing is like class racism. Huge part of my book. Like the octopi look down on the avians and the insectoids because they're not in general more intelligent than them. And the fact that I'm from Chile, nice, Maddie, and they have like a resentment in the fact that they don't have essentially the same rights in the voting house of politics that octopi do. So on a class structure, they're lower down and looked down upon, and then they look down upon the beastmen. So when they announce that the beastmen are now equal to all of the races, they're like, well, you don't consider us equal to you. Now you're just saying you're not saying, like, the subtext to people here is not the octopi saying beastmen are at the level of avians and insectoids and octopi. They're saying avians and insectoids are at the level of beastmen. And this just caused the fucking dam to break. Especially revealing that their highest state appointed official is actually a beastman who's a lamia and not an avian. Oh my god, what a fucking disaster this entire thing is. It's just fucking ridiculous. War is coming. I would like a realistic android. Is there anything like this? Chronicles, yes there is. Unfortunately, so far as I know, they've bitten off 3 people's dicks. So, it kinda sucks. It's like, you know those videos of they put like the cucumber in the closing door thing, and then it snaps off the cucumber? That's kind of the problem that they're having.
Insane and wild claims like men are not naturally predisposed to becoming sexually sadistic serial killers, and you'll be like, there's no source, therefore this entire video is lies. Sure, men are more aggressive, but aggression does not equal sexual sadism.
There are plenty of women that are fucking just as crazy and have committed just as crazy shit in hell. There's probably more women because women can get away with it easier. Like, fuck.
You need
Not
someone
yet.
to hold your hand and tell you that no, every living man in the history of creation is not literally Jeffrey Dahmer. This might not be the video for you. Moving on. So in this example, the villain is, as I said, not a villain, but an opportunity for the writers to make the viewer think. Again, using stories to induce deep thought in your audience is a benign thing. It can be good, it can be bad. It's bad when the line of thought is faulty. This makes it bad for 2 reasons. 1, it makes the story collapse, and 2, it influences the minds of viewers. Propaganda. I'm saying it's propaganda. I used to think that I hated all moralizing in stories. Eventually, I realized that what I hated was false moralizing. There's nothing worse than a story that has as its primary function shoving false truths down your throat with a giant toilet plunger. Paul Spector is just one of those villains, and he collapses like a house of cards if you try to apply an ounce of real-world logic to him. Analyzing this character specifically isn't really the function of this video, but let me just say that there was a lot wrong. If Alan Cubitt was trying to show us that, say, anyone anywhere could be the next BTK, or I guess any man anywhere, that's just incredibly childish and rests on this false notion that ordinary, average, stable
Of those
healthy
YouTubers,
people can also be
you watch
sadistic
too.
monsters.
The best is Book Fox for
No,
sure.
they
100%
can't.
Chronicles.
If you think that they can,
100%. But we're out of his move. We've watched all of his. We've literally watched every single one of his videos.
Serial killers are
Every
people
single
too.
one.
What's the point of that exactly? Both of these issues stem from a postmodern understanding of evil. In the first case, that sadistic serial killers can be regular people too, you have to disregard the idea that an objective absence of good is what is necessary for a person to tip off the moral cliff into actual murderous sadism. If a person lacks that much good, how can they ever be a good...
And that's kind of like how the Monarch is shown in the way that he kills Torg, where he's got the crooked smile on his mouth, he just shoves the sword into his eye, and he's like, go to sleep. Same way he kills Zayd. He's just like, I love doing this, so great, yeah, get out of here. I see you.
husband and father. It makes
Serial killers are regular people too. They operate that way. They hide in plain sight. Yeah. So like they act like that because they're acting. They're not like that because that's part of their personality. And I think that's the difference, right? Like if Hannibal Lecter had a family, he would have a family as a cover-up. An alibi. He wouldn't have a family because he loved someone. He's a sociopath. He's incapable of having that emotional reaction, right? Whereas Anima as like a celestial being and like Gaia as a celestial being have a higher understanding of consciousness beyond the physical, so beyond feeling and beyond emotion. They still exhibit emotion, i.e. Anima having rage and rancor and hatred, and Gaia having love and hope and prosperity. There's a good video about sociopaths in fiction. Can't remember the name right now. Yeah. They're even capable, but their brain is a small abnormality, but if it is treated, it is possible. Yeah. But it depends on the degree of it. I found this girl's conversation very lukewarm. Well, you do realize, Chronicles, that all that she is saying is a critique, right? We haven't gotten to the part where she's actually stated her opinion. She is simply stating, this is how academics think, this is how academics teach, this is how academics interpret the text, and this is an academic piece of work. How does that not apply to how you should think about writing and storytelling and villains, and not follow the mold and make your own way? Does that make sense, Chronicles?
Sense. On the other hand, if you're trying to say that anyone can be a serial killer, that suggests that either all people are devoid of enough good to make them constantly a hair's breadth away from becoming a horrific, violent monster, or there's no need
but you
for
write
a lack
anything
of
good
in order to be a horrific, violent monster.
I don't know. It's called... Hold on. The Blueprints. I don't know.
Do you see how it all just breaks down if you try to apply logic? All because this villain is not a villain. He's a postmodern meditation on, apparently, the inherent sadism of masculinity. Okay, let's look at a different kind of terrible villain. This is Scandal's Melly Grant. In the beginning, she was an antagonist. I didn't watch to the end, so I don't know how she turned out, generally speaking. I know she became a Republican president, so probably that means she was still a villain. I don't really care. I want to talk about those early seasons, when she was a pretty straightforward, reasonably hateable character. Smart, tireless, and unyielding. She acted as a constant counter to the somewhat good efforts of both Olivia and her husband, the president. A few things to note. Scandal started well. Its first season was not bad at all.
Anyone
Thereafter,
can be
like all-
anything as a proposition of potential or potentiality. But you're more prone to that kind of thing if you don't have a propensity towards emotion. If you actually have like something wrong with your brain where you can't feel emotion, you can't connect to people because that part of your brain just doesn't work or doesn't exist or is just simply wrong. But, you know, at that point, it's like that is a necessary removal, right? You could say even without intent or feeling, it's not evil, but it still needs to be removed, right? You can't have that in a structured, real society. It doesn't work that way. And in the case of potential for a character, you see Husai's potential to dip to the dark side and his struggle to stay on point, only being held up by those around him through the power of friendship. Cliche as it may be.
All Shonda Rhimes productions that I've seen, it devolved into romantic absurdity that amounted to a plot no more compelling than the back of a box of Cheerios. This villain, then, was always on the verge.
But you know that Hannibal is a real case, right? And his case is more scarier than the character's own. Oh yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying, like, downtrodding it and trying to humanize them versus the idea of using that as a guise, right? And using it as a means of alibi, disguise, and plausible deniability. Right? That is the pure reason why they're doing it. It's a methodical, logical, understandable, non-emotional reason. Yeah, I'm saying anyone could be, isn't everyone everywhere, has XYZ thing, or misses those XYZ things, but that Abby and anyone could come from any background, basically the Ratatouille ending. The potential is there, but some things have higher potentials than others, right? You might be, like, 15 digits off of someone else who's 174 digits off of someone else who's, like, 12 digits off of someone else, right? We're talking, like, percent, like, per 0.0 per decimal percent, right? It's like 0.00000000001% propensity towards doing this. Like me, I have a temper. If the straw breaks the camel's back and I go like blind rage shit, it's fucking bad. I can't control myself. It's bad. But it doesn't happen that often. I'm good at controlling. But that's the problem, because I shouldn't be holding those things in. I should be unleashing them in the moment, not on someone who doesn't deserve it over something that doesn't make sense. Right? So a philosophy idea here on the idea of the villain is the only thing that even in any way, shape, or form humanizes my character, the true villain, Anima, is the fact he had to eat his mom because his mom got eaten. Other than that, everything else he did is fucking unacceptable, right? The way he treated people. And then you could look at the same thing with Gaia, with, like, the two sides of each coin. On one side, Anima wants a perfect utopia before he eats you. On the other side, Gaia wants strife, terror, horribleness, disease, destruction, and conflict, because it shows you the value of your life. And that's kind of the thing, is like, the life, there wouldn't be anything good in life if there wasn't anything bad in life, right? You need that to have the contrast to be like, what is the making of good? And that's the up and down, right? This would go for human villains, but gods and shit are like outside all of this. So then we have to take the idea of that, Raymond. So, I don't know if you were here for the description of this, but this is how it is. So think about the main characters. All the characters in the book, right, aside from Gaia, are all tiny individual pieces of Gaia seeded to their own consciousness. In the same way that the Viceroy and the Monarch are seeded consciousnesses of anima. So they take on their own personalities and pinpoint whole of the entirety of the consciousness that can only be contained within a physical vessel. So they technically have their own personalities developed through their experiences, despite them being smaller pieces of anima, the same way that the main characters are characters in experience, even though they are smaller pieces in consciousness of Gaia. And I want to make that very, very clear that the Monarch and the Viceroy are their own individual people in the way that the main characters are, and they're not, like, Husai is not Gaia. The same way that the Monarch is not anima. And that's kind of the beginning of the second book, shows that through Gaia's perspective. Of, like, this is how we perceive you, this is how you are a piece of us, this is what the ultimate consciousness actually really is. And she's trying to teach a Husai a lesson through this, a lesson that he doesn't get, which comes back to the end of the book, because the lesson she was trying to say is, death is not the end, your consciousness is all that matters. And at the end of the book, he's trying to get her to destroy his consciousness in order to take over his body. Meaning he had not learned that lesson. Yet afterwards, after Gaia destroys everything and he dies, everyone dies, consciousness comes back together, he finally understands what she meant. I don't like explanations in speculative fiction. I think I like some implicit stuff or something very Lovecraftian. Well, that's where it's like what the lore is and then what's in the book. Because the book is all through first-person perspective of the character and the character's interaction with the world. So the world is developed through that. KKZZ, yo, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. If that makes sense, Chronicles. But I understand where you're coming from. And that's why it has to be very, like, on the nose with the character, right? So it's literally like the scene, but I'm also like that with fantasy. I hate heavy systems. So think about this, Chronicles. The system is simply consciousness. If you understand the molecular structure and chemical structure of something, you can manipulate it with your consciousness. That's the system. So it's literally the real world, except instead of having to actually do it, you can do it with your mind, but it takes, like, your spirit, which is mana, right? So if you understand how heat and oxygen and fuel works, you can just create fire out of the molecules in the air. But if you were smart, you would use something combustible, create a spark, create the fire, then control the fire. And that's the degree of, like, level of the magery and casting of magic, right? Whereas and that's the entirety of the book. Everything is about consciousness. And the magic system is supposed to show that consciousness is fundamental to the fabric and direction and control of reality. And that's why consciousness is so important. And it's like the experience of life itself.
Nothing more than an obstacle in the way of Olivia and what's-his-name's romance, which already made her less interesting. However, given how hated she was, one got the impression that the writers figured they ought to throw something in to make her more interesting. Villainy, as such, was outside their expertise for two big reasons. One, you can't have straightforward villainy if good and evil are social constructs. And two, like a lot of modern writing, there's a kind of moral cowardice to it. It's easier to say everyone's
KK. But one of the most important things in the story is mystery and suspense, right? I don't think a map of cataloged powers creates a sense of false technology or false magic. It's a funny Lucian-esque dialogue where Zeus says, how he's wiped out other mortals, but when a mortal offends him and asks why he doesn't just wipe out with his lightning bolt, he's like, good question. I suppose the fate's already decided your fate. And it's not me who's wiping you out. He's like, what the fuck? What logic is this? Which makes sense. They're gods. Yeah. Exactly. And no, Chronicles, mystery and suspense is not the most important thing. Anticipation is the most important thing. You know that something is going to happen, but you don't know how it's going to happen. And the how it happens is the most important part about the story. You can add other elements in there, but I think that anticipation is what's important, because anticipation can build off of mystery and off of suspense. It's just how are you presenting those concepts. Real tech and real magic. And it's like a Final Fantasy based story where technology and magic are one. They are simply two different applications of science. One is the physical application. The other is the mental application, right? I make thing is. The other one is I think thing, make thing is, was. If that makes sense. Because magic is like almost an elemental level, because it's manipulating the molecules, the chemicals, the atoms, the makeup, the structure, the elemental table itself, which definitionally is an element, right? And using that with like the idea of like quantum mechanics and understanding, you can build off of that system with basically anything if the character has the knowledge. That's what makes scaling in power so incredibly insane, to the point that you start off killing goblins and you wind up killing a god. Like the novel Chronicle of a Death Foretold, which begins with the main character saying, "Today I will die at the square at such an hour. Such a person will stab me." And the story is being told in the retrospect of the beginning of the battle. So that moment that Husai puts his arm on Gaia's shoulder inside of Anima's domain at the end of the book is literally the beginning of Husai going back and recalling how he got to this moment. Yusuf Manin. Hell yeah, let's get a dance and a goon up in here. Hell yeah, loving it. Absolutely loving it. How's it going, Yusuf?
Basically bad or everyone's basically good than it is to say that someone is morally right or morally wrong. That's cowardly writing. So anyway, being the scorned wife was wearing thin. They couldn't say one thing or another about whether or not this character was morally bad, because that doesn't exist. And they didn't have the guts to admit to that kind of thing anyway. But because they were also apparently drawing a blank in terms of writing talent, they could think of only one thing to do to make her interesting. Make her a victim. This is in keeping with the modern understanding of fictional villains, that they are some kind of social commentary. So if she wasn't going to...
See, and the thing about it is, so think about this. Does this make sense when I say this? The monarch and the viceroy, they are victims, the original bodies. Because they get infected and their original consciousnesses, the monarch's at least, is destroyed. And Gaia grabs a piece of the viceroy's before it's fully destroyed. But it's more of her imposing her will onto him. So it destroyed his being, right? And the viceroy is actually Gaia. But they're victims in the fact that their bodies have been stolen and their consciousness have been destroyed. Not victims in the sense of the people that they are now. The evil villains are the victims. It's the body snatcher factor. Where it's like, they stole our bodies, eradicated our consciousness, and are living through us through 10,000 years of fucking bullshit, essentially.
Represent herself
In order to get to where we are now in the story.
She could be the victim of something that was wrong with society. Thus, it was revealed to us that she had, at one point, been the victim of a sexual assault.
Of
by none
course!
other than her husband's father.
Of
Doesn't make it much
course!
farther in the show. I don't have a problem with topics such as this coming up in fiction.
It's just
What
so
this showed
fucking
me, however, was
annoying.
that the writers had no idea how
Yeah.
to write a villain.
Yeah.
That level of ineptitude in storytelling is beyond my willingness to endure.
Yeah.
Two
I can
factors
feel
were
that.
at play in this. First, they intended to tug at the viewer's emotions as a way of adjusting our moral judgment of this character without actually adjusting her moral behavior. This goes back to morals being dictated and defined by emotions. But in addition to that, she was serving as some kind of representation of social victimhood. And anyone who is a victim is morally superior to anyone else.
Yep.
That's
True.
the first season of Prodigal Son gave us a wonderful villain in the person of Dr. Whitley, the incarcerated serial killer father of the eponymous prodigal son, Malcolm Bright. The second season wasn't very good, but the first season spent a lot of time exploring the fascinatingly complex salad of conflicting personality traits within Dr. Whitley. He had been a deranged, sadistic murderer who seemed to also be a loving father. As the story progressed, we came to see that his love for his son was selfish, controlling, and narcissistic. Traits that ring true for a person as profoundly villainous as a serial killer.
Sounds
he
about
might
right.
say again and again that he loved his son, and
Yeah.
he might come across like a devoted father. He even seemed to himself think that he was a loving, devoted father. But the facts seriously challenged this idea. He had drugged his son when he was...
And that's kind of the difference in it, right? Is I want three perspectives in the book. The main character thinks, says something. A third party thinks, says something. And then something happens that either proves one of them right, one of them wrong, both of them wrong, both of them right somehow, and they were just missing this small piece that brought it all together. And then that will show you how the character's perspective is not necessarily exactly what the world is, because the things that he believes may not be true. And I want to show that every time I bring up something that's like a conviction or an idea or a science of his, that there's an event that happens that either proves it right, proves it wrong. So the character can go, oh, okay, I've been thinking about this completely wrong. How do I think about it differently? Or like, oh my god, that's what I've been missing this entire time. That makes these, and these all work together. Oh my god, how did I miss it? Kind of moment, right? And I want those kinds of things to come out of the characters in their evolution and discovery of this literally lost world. World lost to time, lost to knowledge, lost to imagination, and lost to history. With the one piece of proof that could prove it gone.
Child in order to make him forget the fact that he had discovered his secret. He had even planned to kill him, because the absence of enough good to make a person a serial killer will also make that person a very flawed human being and father. Somehow the writers managed to understand this much, at least. This was not a healthy or normal kind of fatherly love. It was warped, broken, and poisoned by the wrongness that flourished within him in the absence of good. But because he wasn't pure evil, because no human can be, there was just enough good left in him to give us glimmers of a good father, or perhaps the potential for a good father, which made this character uncomfortably complex. And this was true discomfort, not cheap artificial discomfort. Contrast that with the gradual softening of Brian Fuller's Hannibal Lecter. Mads Mikkelsen might be one of the most interesting actors alive, and in the first season of Hannibal, he did an insanely good job with that character. Where Anthony Hopkins had opted for a more directly monstrous perversion of humanity approach to the character that was accomplished by filling him with uncomfortable contradictions, Mads Mikkelsen instead opted not for contradictory elements, but an absence of what should have been present, resulting in an almost void shaped like a man, making the personality of his Dr. Lecter into a kind of moral black hole, a person almost entirely devoid of good, as close to pure evil as a human being could get, fictionally speaking. He was fascinating the way a king cobra is fascinating, specifically to draw you in past the event horizon where he could consume you. Literally. As such, morally speaking, this Dr. Lecter was more existentially dangerous and terrifying. However, in later seasons, Fuller chose to remake Lecter's character into more of a moral blank canvas, fully embracing the notion of moral subjectivity. So Lecter's moral blank canvas had no evil or good until someone put something upon it. That is, Fuller wanted to turn the morality of Hannibal Lecter into a love story of sorts.
What the
in which
fuck?
subjective
Why?
morality was a crucial
Oh
element.
god, I
Evil
hate
was
writers. Why
morally
the fuck
blank,
would you do
waiting
that?
for some other person, subject, to define him as good or bad, and Fuller appointed Will Graham to this task. Will Graham projected moral good onto Lecter by emotionally accepting him, an act he performed as a reciprocation of Lecter's emotional, and therefore moral, acceptance of him. This is like the ludicrous final form of making a villain sympathetic. But let's apply what we were talking about earlier.
My final
If Hannibal Lecter is a
form!
villain, that means he's either an examination of something that's wrong with society, or he's a victim of society in some way. Brian Fuller more or less went with the latter. Fuller's absurd, even childish notion that the really compelling idea in the dynamic between Lecter and Graham was that Hannibal saw in Will his first genuine opportunity to have a friend. Because deep down he was just lonely and misunderstood.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But I'm giving
exactly.
Fuller a little too much credit because at the end of the day, he didn't really have any set moral logic in mind when he constructed his Lecter. So really what we're dealing with here is more of an emotional matter. In the first season, Lecter was easy to paint as bad because he was actively killing people. After he was arrested and incarcerated, he couldn't kill anyone anymore. So Fuller
Dracula,
had some
behold my
ways
true
to present
form!
the
In
idea that he
despair! Yet it's
actually
different from
bad,
his last
I
true
guess.
form.
Within this, he could spend some time examining the origins
There's
of
true
Lecter's
form and
murderous
final form.
cannibalistic impulses. He played around with making Lecter sympathetic and misunderstood, the kind of monstrous other that's so trendy these days. And then he used emotions alone to paint the moral picture he had envisioned. Lecter was lonely. He missed Will. Will Graham missed Lecter, so the audience felt sorry for both of them, so they must not be entirely bad. Even the cannibal,
Good
apparently.
morning, QAAQLE. Yo, yo, are you going to the Shadow Realm, Quack? Quackle? Quackle, you going to the Shadow Realm immediately?
Characteristics of all
KKK
modern
got
moral
around
life.
it.
Emotions
He knew what
becoming
was
the
going on.
all-serving stand-in for both character development and moral truth.
Yo,
Basically,
yo, thank you for the
goal was
follow.
to absolve Lecter to some degree. But because villainy doesn't really exist, Fuller didn't have to do any moral work in that regard. There is no objective good, therefore there is no objective
Canada, bro.
evil. Therefore, Lecter is only evil if people perceive him to be evil. And as soon as Graham ceased perceiving him as evil, he became entirely morally absolved.
Wow.
Not really, because if evil doesn't exist, neither does good.
Yeah,
there's
so
nothing
it's
to
what's the
absolve
point? It's
anyone
neutrality
wrong,
above all
and
else.
it's easy to kill anyway. Like, I don't know, Fuller's whole thing here was if you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss will stare back, wink, and ask for your number. And that's just... Hannibal was a visually stunning show.
Somalia?
But
Yo, yo,
morally,
what's up?
psychologically, philosophically, it was a juvenile, ridiculous mess. Okay, here's a good one for you. The 2021 Japanese film Character is an incredible story in itself, but also boasts an outstanding villain. I actually
South
put off
Africa as a
watching this film
refugee?
for a long
Nice.
time because I was
How's that?
expecting it to be another terrible, misguided attempt at making a villain compelling by making him sympathetic, or something along those lines. Luckily,
I thought they
I
ended
was
the
in
war
for
in
a very
Somalia.
pleasant surprise. Practically made for our purposes, it is an examination not just of morality, but specifically of villainy itself. In Character, nice guy manga artist Yamashiro Keigo finds himself held back in his pursuit of manga excellence by his inability to construct believable villains. There was this repeated theme at the beginning of the film that he couldn't create a good fictional villain because he didn't comprehend evil, as he was too good himself. I don't mean he was some guy
No,
who's a
Quackle.
doormat who lets everyone walk all over him. That's not what I mean by good. He was just a regular guy who was very decent and respectable. He was hardworking, talented, and ambitious. He was a reliable manga assistant, and he was a responsible, devoted husband and son. But he was never able to really pin down villainy in his own manga works. Just when he had decided to put down his
Call
pen
me
forever and get a real
Abdi.
job, he happened to stumble upon the scene of a horrific quadruple murder, and even made eye contact with the monstrous, terrifying killer. In a moment of artistic greed, you could say, he decided to keep the killer for himself. Instead of describing him to the police, he claimed not to have seen him, and instead reproduced the killer in his own new original thriller manga, which became a massive success and launched him into stardom. Give me 1 minute here to be a little philosophical. An interesting idea that I really liked about this film had to do with the idea that Kay couldn't understand evil because he had never experienced or embraced it.
Because it's difficult for
I
you,
can't
my
remember who said it. I'm
nickname, you
sorry.
call me
I looked for the
Quackle?
source. It might have been something Kafka wrote in his journals. One doesn't come to understand evil by studying evil, but by studying good.
Mm-hmm.
If evil is merely an absence of good, it can't be known. If you want to understand it, you have to study good. Kay was a man who understood what it meant to be a good man, full stop. At every turn after that initial moment when he withheld the information about the killer from the police, every moment after that, he made the right moral choice, again and again. And that had nothing to do with his contact with evil. In fact, he understood Dagger perfectly the moment he laid eyes on him, so much so that when he was manufacturing the fictional background of his fictional killer, the one in his manga that he based on Dagger, the details actually matched exactly the real killer's past. So just an aside here, but if you're a writer and you want to craft a good villain, you're going to get a lot further by studying good than you are by studying evil. If you understand good, then you can remove those elements from your villain character, and then make a reasonable deduction using your imagination about what would remain, what shape the void would take. There's not really much need to stare into the abyss. To really put the cherry on this perfect villain, when he was standing before a judge and asked, according to the procedure, to identify himself, he had no identity. There was this kind of chilling moment when he was asked for any identifying information, but he had nothing. No legal name, no individual number, the Japanese social security number. He had no fixed address, no employer, nothing. In fact, he asked the judge to tell him who he was, because he didn't know. He was empty, hollow. Being so utterly devoid of good, the writers made him almost literally absent of anything at all, an empty, hollow, humanoid shape. As such, he was terrifying. Terrifying partly because we humans perceive the wrongness and the danger of something that is that lacking in good. So lacking in good, we could accurately call him evil. This is something you see, as I said earlier, in characters like Sauron, who represented a kind of moral void. He and many of his minions, such as the Ringwraiths, were so empty of goodness that they were darkness and emptiness itself. The place of evil in Lord of the Rings is often even called
Ares, yo, what's
void.
up?
Tolkien understood that villainy like Sauron was not childish or unrealistic. It was merely the most extreme advancement of evil, as it represented an utter absence of good. This idea is common in children's stories because children, more so than stuffy postmodern adults, understand that real evil is an ugliness of character that results from a lack of good. That evil old witch or that evil tyrannical king or whoever is bad because he isn't good. He lacks goodness. And you can tell because of how they behave. They do bad things like hunting children and eating hearts and casting an eternal winter over everything. But yes, evil and villainy can also be nuanced and complicated. A good example would be Commodus from Gladiator.
Oh, Commodus is such a fucking amazing villain.
As his heir caused him pain.
Yeah.
We understand how he was jealous of Maximus. But we also understand how these things didn't create his villainy.
He was already evil.
That compelled him to, at crucial moments, make the choice that abandoned good.
Like one of my favorite lines. Your fave, Blasian. Yo, what's up, Blasian?
700 septillion.
Commodus was actually, like, way worse in real life. Oh, no, I know. Commodus was fucking horrible.
I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Like, didn't he actually have a kid with his sister in real life? Like, in Gladiator, his sister's, like, it's his nephew, right? Bro, good, bro. Bro, you didn't reply my message, Discord. Sorry, Blasian. It's, like, Thanksgiving weekend, so it's been a, I don't think so, dude. Killed, like, a bunch of people, though. Well, Marcus Aurelius's words, Commodus is not a moral man, right? Like, Commodus had never been a good upstanding
and his
citizen,
father
right?
being the first big one. But then you see how each successive bad choice shaved off more and more good and corroded his character more and more
I'll
until
send
he
you my
reached a point
premium
when he
stuff.
intended to
I'm not buying
kill
anything, Blassian,
his
so fuck
nephew,
off.
a child, while also using his biological sister to produce a pure heir. Once you hit that point, there's very little good left in you, and there's also not really any coming back.
Because I don't have any
how they
money,
dressed
bro.
him all in white for his final fight with Maximus. This might seem ironic, as perhaps it should have been black, but white in this case reminded me of unpainted
I think he
clay.
was like good at the
Unpainted, it
start,
has no personality, no
then
identity.
got into
It's
gladiators.
incomplete. Incompleteness, blankness, was his final evil form. It was like he had
Blassians,
stripped
I'm not
himself of
buying
everything,
shit. You're
and
gonna get
now
banned
all
if you
that
say
was
it
left
again.
was an artificial construct held together by cloth and armor. However, the majority of writing that you find nowadays along those lines presents complication within characters in the form of emotional manipulation. We covered this at length in my video on heroes and morality, but to bring back an example I used there, Jeffrey Dahmer from the Netflix Dahmer series. That was an attempt at a complex, nuanced villain, but as I explained, the emotional approach resulted in moral muddiness that ended up being widely misinterpreted as intense sympathy. A less extreme example might be Thanos from the Marvel movies. Throughout the lead up to his climactic introduction, he was the ultimate terrifying evil force bent on probably some kind of universal destruction. When at last we got to know
Anima is my
his
Thanos.
motivations, we received the combined force of postmodern villainy and emotional morality. Firstly, he was made to be compelling by showing him perhaps loving his daughters, perhaps not, perhaps even being a little benevolent. Then, when he presented his case for wiping out half of the universe to save the other half, it was hard to fault his logic, or at least the morality of his motivation as it was presented.
Yeah.
Here's the issue with all that. It's fine to make your villain sympathetic. It's fine to give him compelling motivations. But if the writer doesn't understand morality and good and evil, all of this falls flat. With Thanos, the writer went too far making him compelling and understandable. So far, in fact, that for the final film, he wasn't scary anymore. He was just this guy holed up in some backwater shack. Because when you try to say, listen, maybe he's a little right, but you, the writer, don't know how right because you don't understand or accept objective reality, you end up giving him too much good. If he has too much good, he's not scary anymore because he's not evil.
Yeah.
He makes moral sense to some degree, which negates his villainy because it's too much good. Couple that with an overabundance of sympathizing, and now he's not entirely wrong, and he's not really...
Do you not agree with that, Raymond? Because, like, I agree with it, but I think it's intent, right? Yeah, also people watch World War II movies and go, oh man, hate when the good guys lose. Wait, what, Raymond? Like, that's not the author, that's the public having bad morals. Okay, yeah, no, I see what you're saying with that. I see, that's just an example, right? Extreme example. We're probably not going to get to the writing one, because, like, I'm fucking so tired. I need to go to bed. I need to go to bed. We're almost done. There's only 3 minutes left, which means 10.5 minutes more for the react. People who find Thanos or Griffin. You mean Griffith? Good and moral. That kind of people. You mean Griffith? Griffith didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, from Berserk, yeah. Yeah. Griffith didn't do anything wrong.
Hateable. audiences will subconsciously cease perceiving him as villainous or evil, or even just scary. This is partly an outcome of being unable to morally commit to something. The writers couldn't bring themselves to 100% say Thanos was morally wrong, because that would, suggest that there is such a thing as moral wrong. So they had to leave themselves an out, a little coward's escape hatch, oh, well, maybe he had a point. I don't know. Who am I to say? Cowards. Listen, folks, have an opinion. You're either going to be right or you're going to be wrong. It's not the end of the world either way, but until you actually commit to an opinion...
That's why I feel like there is a chance that to some people my ending is a cop-out. Also, shower thought. Imagine being at the doctor's to get some test results or something, and the doctor's superhero lands and goes, "It's terminal." Yo, look at this video. Not sure about that one, bro. What's up, Earth?
Nothing. You're just, avoid. The bottom line, villainy is essential. Bad guys need to be bad even if it's nuanced, especially if it's nuanced. Understanding the core concept of evil is the first crucial step in building a villain who isn't just memorable, but who is also true to the parts of life that are absolute and that resonate with every person. That's the kind of villain that stays with you. That's why Sauron is frightening to us, but Paul Spector or late series Hannibal Lecter is bizarrely not really. Because evil is more than some postmodern English lit major's meditation on what's wrong with society. Evil is a definable, objective idea, and we all know it deep down. Maybe it's time to stop pretending that evil is just a social construct and let bad guys be bad guys. If you've made it all the way to the end, I thank you for watching. I get asked.
You can have bad guys who 100% do more good than evil and still be the villain.
A bit of a running recommendation thread over on my website, but in addition to that, I also have a big list of recommended books across a lot of genres.
So then it's like...
It's over at bookshop.com. My affiliate link is below. If you like my work and would like to support me, you can buy something from my recommended list, or
this is a new channel. Go check her out. Give her a like, give her a view, give her a comment.
And it supports me and Otto here. Bookshop is kind of the anti-Amazon, so that's fun too. Hey, if you made it to the end and you think I'm wrong and full of crap, you don't have to support me. You can choose to support any independent bookshop you want when you're shopping on bookshop.com. And whether you like me or you hate me, I think we can all agree that it's fun to stick it to Amazon once in a while. Anyway,
Okay, how am I gonna word this? I wanted to leave something to be like another question like the other one, where it was like, about the citizens and like how true evil spreads, like the spreading of true evil. Something like okay. I don't know what to say, but it's just like, it's not whether it's a cop-out or whatever, but it's like, concept, the main big bad evil, final style, Galactus, big bad evil, Thanos, Galactus style, so you kind of know it's the big bad evil. Wants utopia for the inhabitants. For all
consciousness on planets. So they will procreate, evolve, and he will have, and the great evil anima will have more food to consume the universe, and all that is within it as the main power of good. Gaia wants there to be conflict, strife, and appointment, etc. in life to show the value of life through contrast of existence. Is to show the duality of conscious experience. Now, the question. Big, bad, evil wants to destroy, so he is bad, despite him wanting people to live good lives. Is anima true evil? Because he wants to destroy. Because he wants to destroy so bad. Okay, this is not right. What am I trying to say here? Is anima the true evil? Because he wants to destroy. Despite him wanting to live. People to live good lives. Is Gaia truly good because she wants people to consciousness to last forever. Create more. Despite not living the best lives. So there. Concept. The main big bad evil Thanos Galactic style wants a utopia of all consciousness on planets, so they will procreate, evolve, and the great evil anima will have more food to consume the universe. More food. When he comes to devour your planet and all within it. Whereas the main power of good, Gaia, wants there to be conflict, strife, and disappointments, etc. in life. To show the value of life through the contrast of existence. This is to show the duality of conscious experience. Question. Is Anima the true evil because he wants to destroy, despite him wanting to have people live good lives? Is Anima truly good because she wants consciousness to last forever and create more, despite not living the best lives? What are your thoughts? Awesome video, by the way. Loved it. Really gave me some introspection on the spread of evil through manipulation. Always keep making more shit. Go ahead and chat. Oh, easy. Easy, boys. Okay. So yeah, we're probably gonna call it here because I'm way too fucking tired to do drawing. Learn how to speak with the artist. Oh god, no, it's too much. I can't concentrate. If it was just mindlessly drawing, but I'm like, I gotta pay attention. Oh, no, my brain's fucking fried. I'm way too far gone for this shit. So, remember guys, thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking amazing. Thanks for coming by. I love you. Never stop being you. And we will be back again tomorrow as always. And probably a longer day tomorrow. I know it's been a little bit of a shorter day, but with the long weekend with Thanksgiving and everything like that, it's been pretty hectic. So, you know, it is what it is. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. True, Raymond. I know, it's so sad. But it's inevitable, right? Let's go. Where we... Oh, I know exactly who I'm rating. Oh, I know exactly. Exactly where we're going. Alright, get your wheels ready. Let's go. Alright, see you guys.